block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and you are very welcome to round 3 of DMP 2026 here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, just out of Radom here in beautiful sunny Poland. We're at round 3 of 4 in the championship, so we're really getting into the business end at this stage, and the action is absolutely heating up. Starting off, we're going to have some semi-pro battle action, and of course then we are going to go into the main event, the pro class, where we will have top 32 action, followed closely by top 16 action, where after a little bit of a break and a paddock walk for the attendant fans, we will be heading into very exciting night drifting action here at this custom 21 hectare motorsport facility. My name is Mike Fitz. I'm a former pro driver all the way from Ireland, and I'm joined to my right hand side here by the one and only Alan Hines, a current Drift Masters driver. Welcome, Alan.
Hey Mike, thank you very much for having us once again. Obviously, yesterday's qualifying performances from all semi-pro drivers were absolutely incredible, so really looking forward to the battle action later on.
Yeah, and as you say, we are kicking off with semi-pro action. It was a fantastic qualifying session and super exciting. The guys really didn't hold back. They absolutely showed that they're future pros in the making. Several of these drivers putting in huge runs, which would have been, absolutely getting straight into the pro class. That's for sure. So for the 2026 season, as you can see, we are done with Warsaw. Fantastic winner there, Ivan Baby taking the win, and in Katowice just about a month ago, Adam Gambalicek in the Alpha taking the win there. Now you join us here, of course, in Radom at the Autodrom Jastrząb, where we will see who takes the spoils today, and we will be finishing in the finale at Tor Poznan in just over a month's time at the end of September on the 26th and 27th, where I'm sure that will be a super exciting round, where just this quite short 4-round championship will come to an exciting finale. So once again, we are here at a very cool, actually, custom motorsport venue, which has several layouts. It's you'll see it on the drone shots very shortly. It's pretty much a custom facility which can be, Alan, and you'll know it from the sim driving, it can be made into pretty much anything that the judges want, but they have gone for a very fast, very challenging layout for round 3 here, and it's a new ground as well, of course, for DMP.
Certainly so. There's been many different competitions over here in the years here at Autodrom Jastrząb, but of course I feel like this layout is probably one of the favourites I've seen so far anyway, and very interesting. And speaking of the layout, here's our first place qualifier, Vaclan, with the 96-point run. What an incredible run here, which would have been good enough for third place in pro qualifying, but here as a semi-pro driver, what an incredible entry here to outside zone 1. And Mike, this is the type of driving that we want to see here in the semi-pro class. Of course, Vaclan new to competition, I'm sure, and definitely plenty of driving years of experience, but here in semi-pro competition here at the DMP, it is all about precision. It is all about filling all those zones. And look at that wheel and white line all the way here through outside zone 5, probably the trickiest clipping zone on the track. And as he powers across the finish line, 96-point run there for him, sees him first place in semi-pro qualifying. P2 is Maximilian here in his Motel sponsored Silvia S14. What an incredible entry once again through all the way through outside zone 3 here. Great driving once again. What an incredible looking car, Mike. And definitely one of the favourites. I do see one of my favourite S14s possibly in the drifting world. Great driving here once again into the outside zone. Again, another driver really maximising the zone. Look at that wheel and white line all the way on the white line to outside zone 5 as he once again qualifies. Number P2, 93.5. Another 93.5 is of course Adam Gozomelizic. Adam, wow, what a young star this guy is in the making, of course, and the incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce, this incredible small tiny machine. Look at the driving here, absolute great experience. All of these drivers are on a controlled tyre, Zestino 225 size tyre, and once again another driver scoring a 93.5, rounding out the top 3 drivers here in qualify for semi-pro qualifying. Mike, what an incredible show we have ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said there, a couple of the runs would have been good enough for third place, I believe, in pro qualification.
That's right, yeah.
Václav Burian there putting in a huge run, and super exciting. It's, we got very amped in the studio here yesterday actually watching it. Of course that was qualifying, but we are heading into battle action where the action heats up. It's double the action, to be honest, because we have 2 cars on track, of course, guys. And if this is your first time joining us watching drifting, don't worry, we will explain everything according as the battles progress. And of course the day schedule will pop up on screen now in a second, where you can see exactly what you will be watching throughout the day if you are joining us here on Eurosport. And once again, super exciting day ahead of us. So as you can see, we are just into top 16 semi-pro at 5 to 2 starting here in Polish local time, and then we will be ready for top 32 pro action, where the action will take a super step up once again in terms of speed, in terms of grip and horsepower at 4 o'clock. We have a little bit of a break at 6 o'clock after pro top 32, when we will then get into pro top 16, and the sun will be going down and the floodlights will be coming up here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, where we will have some night drifting, which we seen a little bit of practice of last night, and it looks super exciting. It looks absolutely great. So if you do nothing else today, join us for that later on at 7 p.m. local time here in Poland. So Alan, as we said, we are heading into battles. We're going to see a little bit of a track preview in a while, but things change a little bit for the battles, a little bit of different tactics coming compared to qualifying. So any thoughts on what's going to happen today?
Well, of course, the semi-pro battles. I mean, I'm fairly new to DMP. I haven't seen much semi-pro driving. I did see a few battles this morning in practice. I'm going to be very surprised. I think I was quite flabbergasted actually with some of the chase driving I've seen. So this track is incredible. It's a thinking driver's track. You have to plan ahead of your attacks. There's going to be areas that we're going to see contact, I'm sure, but for semi-pro drivers, they seem to be well able for it, and that's the beauty part of it here at DMP, setting the drivers up for success when it comes to progressing their drifting career. So I'm expecting great close battles, great lead runs. That's the only way you're going to win here in DMP semi-pro class.
And is there any part of the track specifically which stands out to you as ultimately tricky for battle action? Or
yeah, I think it's going to be the outside zone 4, the transition there into outside zone 5, the teardrop is what we've been calling it here. It's very tricky. We're going to see some drivers probably staying a little bit long in outside zone 4. If that happens and there's any decel before that transition and there's any contact, it's probably going to fall on the lead driver. So great driving here. I'm sure we're going to see soon. So we'll guide everyone through it as we go along.
Absolutely, and any technical stuff or anything that's needing explaining, we'll do our best. We're not the end of the world in terms of knowledge, but we do try, and we will bring you a word from the judges, of course. And we do have 3 judges in attendance, which we will explain in a second. But first, Alan, I do believe we're going to get the track graphic up now, just to give you a little bit of a first-hand aid. You're the technical guy this weekend. You're the Drift Masters driver currently, so we're going to let you explain the track layout here, and just to see, exactly what the drivers need to do in terms of winning these battles.
So that is right. As the drivers leave the start line, they have a guided line down the middle. Lead driver stays on the left. The right side of the chase driver has to stay on the right. As they do a flick initiation through decel area 1. Obviously, we will be seeing some decel area in there. We're going to be careful for battles. Outside zone 1 is crucial. You have to fill that all the way through. We'll see inside zone number 2 here. This is going to be an interesting one for chase drivers later on. They will be partially allowed to drop a wheel on the inside to maintain proximity. Outside zone number 3 here is going to be very tricky, of course, given the space to the lead driver to transition for the chase driver. But but of course the lead driver has to ensure they fulfill the lead driver goals. There's an orange zone here. I like to call this an adjustment zone, so do expect a little bit of a handbrake pull or possibly a little bit of left foot braking through outside zone 4. And then this decel here into number 5, the massive transition here across into the final outside zone 5 here, as they have one last attempt to maintain some door proximity as they power out of the teardrop. There's one last clipping point, and there's outside zone number 6 across the finish line. I did see some fantastic race driving earlier, like I mentioned, and this track does promote fantastic door-and-door action, so that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, and it is super exciting, guys. Once again, if you haven't seen this track yesterday, you're in for a treat. If you have seen it yesterday, then you know what you're in for. It's going to be very exciting, because it really threw up some trills and spills in qualifying alone. So when we add a second car into the mix, I'm excited to think about what we're about to see anyway. So I think we're going to hear from the drivers pretty shortly, because this track is very unique. So we're going to have a little bit of a word with the drivers just to see from the horse's mouth, so to speak, what they think of the track.
So the feeling is amazing. I was here last Sunday, and we already knew the config and on the simulator. So here we just playing with the tire pressure, yes. And we went, I think, 0.5. So the grip is insane, and we're driving good.
Wrażenia naprawdę dobre, pogoda dopisała, mimo że jest pochmurnie, to jest dużo gripu, możemy się rozpędzić, zapinamy trzeci bieg i dojeżdżamy do odciny. Całkiem dobrze poszły treningi, więc dużo więcej we mnie jest radości niż po Katowicach. W ogóle się nie przejmuję, pracowałem dużo nad tym, żeby dzisiaj właśnie być dużo silniejszym.
I like it a lot. Something new after the parking lot. It's fast for our tire, but I want to go even faster.
Really cool. It's fast and it's track, not parking. It's track. It's really cool.
No jesteśmy na torze Jastrząb i nareszcie tor, nareszcie coś, co daje nam więcej miejsca. No Furia właśnie ma gdzie się rozpędzić. Generalnie no, na tej rundzie udało nam się znaleźć wreszcie taki setup, takie ustawienie, że jestem w stanie przejechać powtarzalnie 2-3 przejazdy, także jest dobrze.
Z racji, że to są tak naprawdę moje pierwsze profesjonalne zawody w mojej karierze zawodowej, uczucia mam super. Jest to samochód, którym do tej pory nie jeździłem, więc też styczność z autem jest na nowo. W trasę się wjeździłem mega szybko. Może nie widać tego po jeździe, ale jest naprawdę fajna trasa ułożona i oby więcej tego typu nitek na DMP.
I'm absolutely in love with this track. It really suits my driving style and my gears, so it's my favorite track.
Jeździ się dobrze, jest trochę szybciej faktycznie niż na Katowicach, ale to na plus. Też to zawsze nowe doświadczenie. Przejście między 4. a 5. zoną jest takie dosyć nienaturalne, ale to jeszcze jutro jest trening, także powinno się udać poprawić.
I say it's the first more fast track of the season, so it's quite cool. You need some balls, more or less, and you really can feel and work with the power in outside zone 4, so that's quite fun, yeah.
So great to hear from some of the drivers there about exactly what challenges this track presents. And of course, drifting being a judge sport, not a time sport as many motorsports are, but this is a judge sport. And we are about to hear from none other than DMP 2026 head judge David Callis about what the drivers have to do in order to win their battles today.
Hello. We are very eager to see the semi-pro battles because we are having like very even starting grid. It is not only because unified tire, which every driver needs to have, but also their skills are very even. So we are very looking forward for close battles on this track because there is so much places where you can do really nice attack, very good proximity. The proximity is not only the thing. The lead driver needs to fulfill what they've been doing yesterday. So we will be looking for the great qualification lap. On the chase, proximity is very important, but they also should try to mimic as much as they can the angle and also the line. So let's see how they will do.
So there you have it from David Callis, our head judge here at DMP 2026, of course, flanked there, as you can see, by Mateusz Jedic and Karol Jabłonski. Judges splitting things, Alan, almost right. Driftmaster style between a couple of different technicalities here.
That's right. You have line angle style, line scoring out of 40 points here in qualifying that we had yesterday, and line and angle was, of course, to do with...
Okay, Alan. Well, we'll get back to that.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
explain that as the event goes on. Of course, we will be explaining the runs according as they progress. And it is basically time to start here, guys. So we're ready to rock here, as we see in the intro. Some fantastic action ahead here at DMP Round 3 2026 for top 16 semi-pro action here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. So, Alan, you can see here a beautiful layout and a fantastic car show going on here as well in the paddock. Great stuff to see. And Alan, you were just saying there are a couple of different, as I interrupted you, sorry, a couple of different technicalities that the judges are looking for. They have 3 different criteria.
That's right. I was jumping ahead of what the criteria, what the judges were looking for, but essentially it was divided down to line, angle, style. That was for qualifying yesterday. 40 points for line, 30 points for style, and 30 points for angle. Obviously, the 3 judges dividing that up very nicely, and that sets us up for qualifying a little bit later on yesterday, of course. But now we're heading into battle action. Autodrom Jastrząb, Mike, what an incredible venue. We saw it yesterday, we saw some incredible runs. I saw some practice runs this morning. You didn't really get to see much yourself, but what an incredible driving we're going to see ahead.
Yeah, well, we're very excited, and of course, as you can see, there's a great car show here. Some of the standout machinery we'll be seeing close-ups of later on. I'm sure we have a beautiful Lamborghini there, a Huracan, and the guys on the left there, the very light blue, almost kind of teal-coloured BMWs there with all in formation around the roundabout. And we, of course, have helicopter rides and the speed drift as well. Speed games, exactly. Yes. So this is our top 16 bracket here. Some juicy battles coming up. We have first place qualifier Václav Burian taking on Hubert Eitner. Michal Mularski will take on Dariusz Malaczynski. There's a couple of other really, really standout ones. Ivan Baby against Bartosz Ostawowski is going to be a crazy one as well, because Ivan Baby is a super, super strong battler. Maybe not the best qualifier, but still well able to put in a great run. On the other side, I can see Adam Gombalishek, current championship leader, will be taking on Nina Kamenchkova in another battle which Nina will be delighted to be in. She's progressing her way up through the championship, and once again, guys, we'll be bringing you all the information as and when it happens here right in front of us at the Autodrom Jastrząb. As you can see here, that is our track. Start line is up the top of the shot there towards the left, just under the top 16 graphic, and drivers make their way in, and you can pretty much see I think the tire marks speak for themselves here. You can tell where the drifting has been happening on this track, and we have our burnout box just to the left as well. Interestingly, Alan, drivers have very, very strictly enforced 2 minutes from when they get into the burnout box to get back out. So it's very strictly enforced, as we see our top place qualifier Václav Burian on the line, ready to rock here. P1 in qualifying with a huge run, Alan.
Yeah, certainly so. Václav did a fantastic job yesterday, getting that 96-point run. As we said earlier, good enough for P3 in pro qualifying. Incredible stuff. He's up against Hubert Eitner in his 206 S13. Of course, as we start to leave the line here, Václav is going to lead us in here, choosing the lead position for his first run of qualifier for top 16. Remember, lead driver, higher qualifier can pick if they want to lead or chase first. So as he initiates in and flicks in, Mike, what an incredible initiation here from Václav, maintaining that outside lead line he was expected to do all day yesterday in qualifying, and doing it once again here in top 16 action. Of course, look at Hubert in the S13 chase position. Mike, coming into the transition here, what are you going to expect here next?
It's a top place qualifier versus 16th place qualifier here, Alan. So on paper, at least, it is the battle with the biggest split in terms of in terms of form this weekend. And I think Václav Burian there looking very, very good. I mean, he's a top qualifier, obviously putting in very, very high pro level runs. Unfortunately, Hubert Eitner maybe not with the perfect chase run there, Alan. A couple of mistakes creeping in for the chase car. And once again, guys, if this is your first time watching drifting action, or if you're a seasoned pro watcher, we'll do our best to call the runs for you. And get in the comments as well, and let us know what you think of the battles and of the venue, and etc, etc. So any thoughts on that one, Alan, as we wait for the replay to pop up?
Yeah, certainly so. Great job there by Václav. I do think he's going to hold a tiny advantage after this one. Really clean lead run, doing what the judges were expected, should I say. But Hubert does finally close with proximity here in outside zone 5, but it was a little bit too late, I do feel like. And so I do think this is now all in the hands of Václav to get this one and bring it home for him to get himself a position in the top 8, Mike. Great driving there, obviously obviously by him. Hubert doing what he needs to do in the chase run, not really lacking time, bit of proximity. I think he's going to have to push really hard here and hope that a mistake is caused by Václav in the chase position. But we've seen the cool head that of the young Václav. He knows what he needs to do here, I'm sure. So as they leave here for the second half of this battle.
Yes, well, second half of the battle now, lead becomes chase, chase becomes lead. We swap them around, and it is up to Hubert Eitner to provide the best qualifying lap that he possibly can do, and Václav Burian has to chase him, mimic him, mirror him as much as possible, time his transitions in order to get on the door, and I'm sure that he is well able to do that in the E92 BMW as he puts it right on the door from the get-go. Look at this from Václav Burian in the chase position, showing why he was a top qualifier. He is on form this weekend, and who's going to bet against him for taking home the spoils at the end of this competition and putting pressure on championship leader Adam Gomalicek. Look at this from Václav as he puts the BMW right on the quarter of the S13 as Hubert slows up a little bit there, Alan, coming into 5, but I think overall a great chase there from top place qualifier Václav Burian.
Well, you know what, certainly so. Not leaving it in the judges' hands by any means. Making sure he gets that win by putting it on the door of Hubert Eitner in that S13, the Bifile PS13 or RPS13. Great job there by Václav in carbon fibre E92, putting the car exactly where he needs to do it to make sure he gets this battle win. Obviously on, I believe, a tiny bit of an advantage after that first run, considering of that lead run that he gave Hubert. Hubert not really, I suppose, utilising that lead run by going close door to door for proximity, but Václav doing a great job there, adapting to the lead run that Hubert gave him and making sure that he secures, well, I don't want to jump the gun just yet, but hopefully secures that door into that position in the top 8.
Well, we're about to find out because the judges will be totting up the scores in their respective categories, and they will be awarding the winner of the battle. I think I know which way this one's going to go, but let's wait for the judges to make it official before we say anything here, as both drivers look expectantly at the screen. And the scores are about to drop in, and it is 3 votes for Václav Burian. So the E92 driver progresses to the Great 8, a great run from him over the course of both battles. The Czech Republic driver will be delighted with that. He's having a great weekend so far, and we lose Hubert Eitner from battles, but you know what, a good run there from the Polish driver, and hope to see him back in action for round 4 at Tor Poznan in a few weeks' time. So we move it along, I do believe, to the second battle in our top 16 bracket here at Semi-Pro action at DMP Round 3 2026, and it is higher qualifier. It is Michał Malarski to lead us in. The Polish driver will lead in his fellow countryman Dariusz Malaczynski. And it's a double Sylvia battle here, Alan. Beautiful cars on the line. Look at this livery. One of his favourite cars on the grid. I love this car in the hands of Michał. He is the higher qualifier, qualifying in the 8th position, just ahead of the 9th place qualifier Dariusz. So very, very close battle on paper. Loving this car as well. These are fantastic. Two fantastic cars. Very different in terms of livery. Complete contrast. So it is Poland versus Poland. It is Michał Malarski to lead in Dariusz Malaczynski. Let's see what Malarski can do as he fires the Sylvia in. Oh, but a big straighten, huge straighten from Michał Malarski. What happened there, Alan? It looks like the Polish driver in the beautifully livered S14A just seemed to lose drive, and a good job there from Dariusz. Yeah, I mean, a good drive there from Dariusz to avoid contact.
Well, I just found out there it's actually a false start.
It's a false start, yeah.
So just remember here, folks, we've only a one-strike system here. So there is a false start. Who is this going to false start? Oh, it is. It is the incredible S14 of Malarski here, who false start, jumps before the light goes green, and lead marshal or start line marshal Marson would have called that, and I think that's a very fair call there to restart that battle. The drivers made it obviously initiated, but that shouldn't affect the tyre wear by any means. He has one more chance. If he does false start one more time, that's it. He is out. He gets a 0 for both runs. He will be out for, well, I don't know if it's actually for 2 runs, but it's just definitely 0 for that run.
Is this the best start line guy in the world?
Oh, definitely is. Oh,
I think he is.
We joined Drift Masters last weekend. He was obviously our start line marshal. We had CEO Arkadush take over for one stage, and I got very sad that I didn't see Marcel there anymore. So, yeah, great marshal, and yeah, we're going to restart.
Way to insult the CEO of the series you drive in, Alan. But anyway, moving on quickly. We'll edit that out. It is once again Michał Malarski to lead in Dariusz Malaczynski. They get away cleanly this time. A handbrake drag there from the S14 driver. Oh, and I think that upset the lead car. We'll have to have a look at that in the replay. Alan Hines, you'll be on the spot for that one as we now get into the thick end of the battle. A big transition from the chase car there by Dariusz Malachinski, getting right on the door of Michał Malarski. Let's see them rotate back around into the all-important teardrop section around outer zone 5. Nicer line here now this time from Michał Malarski, and they both cross the line, and an exciting battle, Alan. All action and all drama.
Certainly so. I do think the nerves got to Michał there as he initiates in that strike, obviously, and not really helping the very first run, getting that run cancelled on him. So, of course, probably initiated a little bit too early, definitely not having the power that he needed with that right foot of him in that incredible S14. And Darius there, obviously chasing, having to do the best with the lead run that he got given to him. So, of course, I think this is kind of, I don't know, it's going to be a tricky one here. I mean, are they going to point the blame on Michał there as the initiation not really, giving it his all, should we say, or what exactly? But as we see the slow-mo here as they leave outside zone 5, do you know what, this battle is all to play for here. I do feel like it will be kind of putting it back into the judges' hands, which I do feel as a driver you should try and do your best, make sure you hit all your marks and let the judges reward you for that run. And I don't think Michał did a great job there when it comes to that initiation.
Yeah, so interestingly here, guys, on track in semi-pro competition between two cars, we have 1600 brake horsepower as well under the bonnet of these two Silvia chassis, so very interesting. 225 of course is the control tower. 225 Zestino semi-slick. As we now get into battle action, missing the first clip there from the lead car of Dariusz Malachinski. He's now better on line, gets it really nicely through 3 there. Of course, we only have one inner zone in the form of 2. A wheel drop there as well from the lead car this time. A couple of mistakes creeping in from the lower qualifier Malachinski. Malarski now right on the door. Look at this, he's pushing Malachinski around the track, and they cross the line. And these guys are so closely matched in terms of qualifying scores, Alan, but right there, that chase from the beautiful brown to green S14 of Malarski was something to behold.
Certainly so, and I think you're dead right there. This is 16th and 17th place qualifier here, battling it out. So,
or 8th and 9th even.
Or 8th and 9th. Apologies, here we're doing top 16 here. But again, Dariusz's lead run misses outside zone 1. We're kind of seeing similar mistakes between the two runs, and there's a few more errors creeping into the run here of the lead run of Dariusz. Magalashki here in his incredible candy red, matte red S15, but Michał Malarski doing a great job here, putting the tyre on the door. There's going to be a few tyre marks on the door there. That's something to celebrate about, of course. Incredible ending of that chase run. So super close. I don't know which direction this is going to go. It's errors creeping into both runs, you're doing a great job there for both guys.
Yeah, so the higher qualifier choosing to lead both times so far, as we see the crowd gathering already for semi-pro action here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. Once again, guys, we are just about 20 kilometres southwest of Radom. We took a spin up last night, Alan, for some pizza. Nice city, lovely to get to visit around Poland. I've gotten to see Warsaw and Krakow and Katowice and now Radom. Thank you to DMP, and we have the results dropping in, and it is Dariusz Malachinski that actually takes the win. So a great run there from the Polish drivers there as well, of course, that they're watching. And of course, judges watching all the little nuances of the battle there, Alan, and they're seeing all the little bits and bobs that we don't while we're calling the runs.
Certainly so, great job there by Dar. I think that makes perfect sense. The only major mistake there was that he didn't put a wheel into outside zone 1, and that was enough for him to get that battle win overall. As we now head on to our next battle. We do have Baby Ivan, and we're still waiting for
Ivan Baby even, as I turn back on my microphone while I was rustling papers here.
We're waiting for Bartosz Ostolowski. We don't see him coming to the line here, Mike. Are we seeing another retiree?
Oh, hopefully
not.
Retiree,
should I say?
I was looking forward to this one because Ivan Baby, the Ukrainian, is a big hitter in this championship. Then Bartosz Ostolowski is such a fantastic competitor as well. Driving without the use, unfortunately, of his hands, but a fantastic competitor. Doesn't seem to be after making it to the line. We'll bring you some information about what exactly is happening there, but we did see Bartosz having a bit of car trouble yesterday in qualifying, Alan,
That's
and
right,
you have some information.
I do. I got some great information there. If he didn't make it to the line, it was due to engine failure.
Oh.
So we were told that. I think they were trying to get it sorted and unfortunately not getting it completed in time. So that's a very, very unfortunate there for Bartosz.
Yeah, so we did see him in qualifying yesterday, the guys pushing the car, and I do believe, if memory serves me correctly, that he missed his second qualifying run as well yesterday.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, so he got one run to get it done, and he did indeed manage that, but unfortunately engine expiring there in the Polish Legends car. You can catch him on the Grand Tour there with a young Conor Shanahan if you want to look back on that. As I write
Absolute
in,
inspiration to everyone in motorsport, 100%. What an incredible athlete Bartosz is, and I always enjoy watching him drive. And unfortunate that we won't see him drive today, but great driving there by Ivan Baby. And yeah, another bye run here into the top 8 for him. Great job, obviously. Incredible looking BMW E46. I love this super simple livery. I love the chrome wheels he's got going on. It is super chill. And of course, decent another lap under the belt for him as he heads into top 8. We're going to see who he's going to battle next, and which is going to be the next one that we're going to see up next, Mike.
yeah, it is indeed. So a bye run there for Ivan Baby, using it as a practice lap. And like I said, the Ukrainian, he's a super, super hard battler. So we will get to see him battle in the Great 8 in a little while. And yeah, really, really looking forward to that, because he's one of the top aggressive drivers, I think, in this championship. No, one of my favourite cars, the cleanest livery that you'll ever see. It is the man, the myth, the legend from Hungary, Peter Revehi, on the line, P5 in qualifying, so the higher qualifier, choosing to lead once again, and he is facing off against none other than Daniel Skretch, the Polish driver, 30 years of age, in the F22 M2 with 700 brake horsepower. So it's 500 versus 700 brake horsepower here. A little bit of an advantage power-wise for the Polish driver. Can he make a count here in the chase position? Well, we're about to find out. Both drivers slam the cars through the gears. It is Revehi that gets the whole shot, gets into zone 1 first. Really nice through zone 2. Now he absolutely rotates the car onto the lock stops, through 3 and into 4. This is a great lead run here from Revehi as he now negotiates the really hard teardrop section into 5, slows the BMW down. It's a little bit on the inside line here from Daniel Skretch. He wants to get back on the door, back on the outside line, and Revehi, full throttle, filling the zone, crosses the line.
Yeah, what a great lead run there by Peter Revehi, and obviously Daniel Skretch chasing him in. Of course, look at this lead line from Peter Revehi. Fantastic stuff there, and Daniel Skretch giving him a bit of a space there, and I don't think you're going to have to, you know, I do feel like the lead run here is going to win quite a bit, but you're obviously going to still have to give a bit of good proximity throughout your run. And as we see Peter Revehi getting one wheel into the outside zone 4, that's not going to be the most ideal situation there for him, as Daniel Skretch does one big dive for the final transition into outside zone number 5, and super inside, closes up onto the proximity, onto the door of that of Peter Revehi in that incredible blue and white E92. But as Peter Revehi gets that better exit out of the corner, he pulls a bit of a gap across the line. I think this is going to be a close one, but I think this one's in Peter Revehi's hand if all goes to plan here, Mike.
Yeah, just 18 years of age as well, Peter is.
Wow,
so
incredible
talent.
Confidence in the shoulder. Yeah,
loving the blue angel eyes there in the BMW as well. So the young Hungarian is now in the chase position. Daniel Skretch is going to have to put in a fantastic lead run here if he wants to keep himself in this battle. A little bit of a straight line entry there from Skretch, quite predictable though. I'm not sure if he missed the gear for a split second there, but he's now in the track here. Revehi is a little bit back here, so Skretch, assuming he didn't miss a gear and put off the chase car, might be clawing back a couple of points here as he negotiates his way right on the outside around 4 now. Gets the car slowed, dab up the handbrake into 5. Revehi now looking for the door down. He's starting to find it. He's starting to find his fellow BMW. He does find it. He's all the way right on the quarter panel around 5. A great job from Revehi towards the end of the run. And crucially, Alan, as we always say, just at the end of the run, he lets the judges, that's the last thing that the judges see.
It is certainly so. And I was actually a little bit worried here on initiation from Peter Revehi. I was kind of concerned that he was not pushing a little bit harder, but what I do appreciate is the fact that he was maintaining that lead line as a chase driver too. He wasn't trying to cut the track too much. He was giving decent proximity, mimicking the transitions, the synchronization. The transitions were very, very good. And as he transitions to the final time as chase driver Peter Revehi in an incredible E92, as we spoke about earlier, gets back to the door of Daniel Skretch in that incredible F22 M2 BMW 2 Series, pushes it across the line, door to door. Great job there. So I think Peter might have done enough here
Yeah, well, we'll have to see.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'd like to see just the run in again really quick because I'm not. I might have seen something that wasn't there, but I'm not sure if Peter just maybe just slowed up for a split second, missed the gear for a split second.
Oh yes, that's right.
Put off the chase car a little bit, but maybe not. He might have just been, trying to find second or whatever.
We might be finding details there that might not be
exactly. I might have just exactly. So I'm not sure.
Yep.
But the judges will have their own replays to watch as well, of course. But they're going to drop it in, and it is a one more time between Peter Revehi and Daniel Scretch.
I think it makes kind of sense, if I'm honest with you. I think Daniel Scretch had a better chase run at the very, very start. Maybe a tiny error from Peter Rehi. And then when they switched positions around, I think Peter Rehi was better chasing at the very, very end. So the lead run from Daniel Scretch was really, really good. And the chase run there, obviously, from Peter Rehi was a little bit better. But of course, almost... very, very close there, of course.
Yep.
Very close there, of course.
Yeah, so it's basically as you were. We're going to start them again, and we go back to the line, and it is the one and only, the man who we caught doing almost a modelling photo shoot yesterday as the camera pan to him. It is a Byron. It is the one and only Max Mainkosh with one of the best looking S14s that you will ever see in your life. The Motul sponsored machine, the part of the team Motul Drift team, of course, as well. Looking beautiful here in the Polish sunshine as he fires it in on his Byron. Pretty much perfect stuff here. He was a very high qualifier as well, of course, with his second position finish. Look at the snap onto angle here from the young Polish driver as he now puts foot to floor once again. Just watching this car, Alan, is just an event in itself. It's 850 brake horsepower, 950 newton meters of torque, and it looks like this. I mean, what a build! And it's a semi-pro car.
It's a semi-pro car, and it looks like a show car ready for an incredible static show. But of course, it's not that. It's a race car, and look at the tire marks on the doors and everything. This thing gets used, and that's exactly what I love to see in a race car. Look at the livery on this thing. It's not just a drift car livery; it's a race car livery, and that's my favorite type of livery. Yes, this is drifting, but of course, this is the top end of national drifting here within Poland. So of course the DMP, the leading Polish drifting championship, and we see an incredible Polish young talent that is of Maximilian here in his incredible S14, the Motul S14. Max Racing, of course, here with that incredible teammate of his in the pro class, Marek's PS13. What an incredible machine. So great looking cars here with the Motul Team Motul drifting.
Yeah, the two JZs as well are super well prepared. If you get a chance and if you're coming down here to this event, be sure to check them out in the paddock.
Yeah, machines.
So we move on to the next battle. It is our second battle on the right hand side of the bracket. It is Ilya Zamfir to take on the very, very menacing, as we said yesterday, Victor Duda's 180SX. So it is the Ukraine versus Poland. Double battle of 17-year-olds here. So very, very young competitors in the semi-pro class here at DMP. Victor Duda in the chase position. Zamfir is in the lead. The Ukrainian leads us in, leaving the line with 750 brake horsepower under the bonnet of his E46. Fires it in, uses the handbrake to steady it a little bit. Just about collects the edge of outer zone 1 and is a little bit tight on 2. Now collects 3 really nicely. It's a nice line now from here on in, surely for the Ukrainian. And exactly, he's on the right line now. He's on the outside, but Victor Duda is right there with him. Look at this, he's making the dive with the menacing 180SX. Can he maintain the proximity? He can indeed. He's staying right there with him, maybe not quite touching the door, but he's right there with him across the finish line, Alan, as we see our hotel here in the background.
Yeah, well, this was a great, I saw a great lead run and chase run earlier from for Ilya Zamfir earlier, but making a major mistake on initiation, and I do think initiation is one of the most important parts of this track layout. And as he transitions here nicely into outside zone 4, we've got Victor Duda doing a great job here in the chase position. Times to transition quite well, but unfortunately a little bit on the inside. But I don't know, Mike. We saw yesterday Victor Duda, getting that 0 on the start line by missing that gear, then had to collect himself for that chase run, for the second run, should I say, getting a score on the board. I feel like this is a battle that we should have seen a little bit later on, perhaps, and we're seeing it right now. So I think it's going to be super close. Pressure is on both shoulders for these young talents.
Yeah, well, Zamfir slightly the higher qualifier with a 7th position finish in qualifying, once again electing to lead first, because of course the advantage being that you know how well the chase driver chased you and you know how hard to push in the second half of the battle. So a couple of drivers will deviate and they will want to chase first, maybe due to tire degradation, but we'll have to see how that works out. A little bit on the inside here from Zamfir as Duda now, great transition from Zamfir right on the back bumper, as Duda makes it easy for him with that perfect outside line into 180SX. A big transition once again from Zamfir as he now puts foot to floor looking for the door to 180SX. He finds it, he's right there, he's right in the pocket, exactly where the judges and all of us want him to be. Incredible, Alan Hines.
Incredible. I mean, look at the timing, the transitions here for Zamfir. This is exactly what you would expect for a pro level driver, and here he is in semi-pro class. Look at the proximity, obviously putting two wheels on the inside zone 2, but I think the judges will reward him for that simply because of the proximity. Look at the bumper like half falling off the car from being so close to the transition point of Victor Duda as they do the one final transition here. Really calculated transition here from Zamfir. Congrats to him. This is a fantastic chase run and great experience as a semi-pro driver, gaining some great experience here on these these building blocks, I guess, here in the DMP semi-pro class.
Yeah, Coyote Mustang engine, of course, in that BMW crazy build there, and we heard from Ilya on the interviews yesterday. He represents Israel and the Ukraine, and Victor Duda, also 17 years of age, and he's been behind the wheel since he was 11, so super young guns here, coming up through the ranks in DMP, and not the easiest championship in the world to come up through, because you have, I think, roughly about 12 nations in attendance this weekend, and semi-pro
look like pals as well. Look at that.
They're
waiting for the result. They're excited.
They are indeed. They're about to get it. It's a one more time. It's a split decision, but it is Victor Duda gets 2 votes from Karol Jablonski and Mati Jedic. It's a one more time from David Callis. So split decision there between the judges, but the angle and the line judges.
I got an explanation here quickly from the judges, and it was to do with Duda will win because the mistake in the first run from Zamfir, barely making the outside zone 1, making a major correction on the inside zone 2. I do remember that actually happening, and that was a close battle there. So as we move on, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very close battle, but we are back to the line, and it is Adam Gomelishek on the line, your championship leader and I believe 3rd place qualifier, to take on the one and only Lady Hoonigan. It is Nina Kamenchkova. So Nina delighted to make it through qualifying. She seemed happy in briefing last night, but Adam Gomelishek is gone away here into the distance. Nina really has to put foot to floor in the 350Z now to find the door of the young Polish driver. The Slovakian in the 350Z is now actually closing the gap, and she's staying quite online while doing it. But once again, Gomelishek in the crazy little Alfa Romeo V6 powered Veloce is really bang on line, exactly as the judges want to see, and he crosses the line. A perfect lead run there from Gomelishek, Alan.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what to expect. We championship leader, I do believe, so yeah, really quick initiation. I do think it caught out Nina just a tiny bit, but of course Adam here, a very experienced sim drifter, I would say, so definitely has the experience in his hands and knows how to make a car work, any car work that is for that matter. Does a little mistake here in the outside zone 4, really had to use the left foot braking to make it work. Nina does a really good job maintaining the lead driver's line as a chase driver, and the synchronization of transition there, pretty decent. Of course, just falling back, not really able to keep up with that incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce. And as they're all on the control tyre here, the tyre is not going to make the difference here. It's going to be about the driver, Mike, and I think we see a very good lead run here from Adam Gomelishek. I do think he's all in his hands right now.
My Italian is up there with my Polish in that I know a couple of words, and dzień dobry, everybody. But I mean, I think Veloce might mean fast, to be honest, and I think this Alfa Romeo stands up to that name. So we swapped them around. It is lead becomes chase. Nina Kamenchkova leads us in the beautiful yellow to pink 350Z, very closely followed by championship leader in the semi-pro class, Adam Gomelishek in the Alfa Romeo. Now he's right there. The advantage here now, guys, of Gomelishek qualifying higher, he knows how hard he has to chase. His spotter will have told him that, okay, Nina's chase, she was not right on your door. You don't have to make any huge mistakes here. As Nina goes way off track, almost 3 wheels off track possibly there, and they cross the line, the Slovakian putting foot to floor, doing everything she could to pull away, but in the end maybe just making a couple of mistakes in the process. But as I was saying, Alan, before we go over to you, this is the advantage of leading first. It is, a big advantage in terms of how hard you have to chase in the second run. You set the rhythm. Yeah. Exactly. And if you want to push, you have to push. Right. If even though Adam now missing zone 4 there a little bit, but if you can afford to stay back a little bit, even though he didn't on that transition, you can afford to stay back a little bit and not make the big mistakes.
Yeah, certainly so. And I think it all comes down to experience. As we see, that could nearly be 3 wheels for Nina there over the white line, leaving outside zone 5. So that's going to be an interesting one from the judges. And Yeah, it's just one of those things. At the end of the day, we see great driving by both competitors here as they shake hands. But I think it's going to go. It's going to be a close one. Actually, I don't know if I can call this one, Mike.
Well, I think I know which way it's going to go, and it is Gomelicek, just because that mistake there from Nina. So Gomelicek moves on in his championship charge. Nina Kamenchkova not advancing to the Great 8, but check her out. She's Lady Hoonigan. She's got quite the following online, and she does pretty crazy stuff, so be sure to check her out online and see what she's up to, because she's a character and she is a fantastic person in motorsports. So hopefully her car is able to leave the line or the track here under its own power, but maybe after cutting out here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. I saw her kind of pointing at her helmet and down to the car, like as if it's after turning off or something like that.
Well, we'll get it recovered anyway, and hopefully nothing too bad there. It seemed to cross the finish line under its own power, but we go to track for an interview.
Nina next to me, Nina said, "Who won?" Because I cannot hear anything. So not this time, Nina, but I am sure that you're happy enough.
Yes, I am. It's my first time I got into tandems in DMP, so I'm super excited. I was pretty sure he's going to win, but I just didn't hear it, and I didn't see anyone show us anything, so I was like...
You started a bit after the Adam. Adam was in the beginning really, really far away. You were waiting for him, or he was just faster?
He's definitely faster.
How do you feel driving here in Jastrząb?
It's absolutely my favorite track, 100%.
So I guess you will be happy also in Poznań, because Poznań is even faster.
I drove in Poznań already, and this is my favorite anyway, but yes.
Okay, so keeping fingers crossed for you in Poznań. Thank you, and see you around.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
So big up there, doing it for the girls. Nina, Lady Hoonigan, what a fantastic person and what a great competitor. And thank you to Victoria there for the interview and getting the words. Great to see the girls down there on track. And we go back to the one more time here, and it is going to be, of course, Peter Vervehi, who qualified in 5th position, the higher qualifier, to lead in the one and only Daniel Scretch. So this is going to be an exciting one, Alan. The judges couldn't split them the first time.
That is right, and I think it was deservedly so, because their guys were super, super close as they leave the line.
Yeah, well, Revehi leads us in once again. The higher qualifier fires in the E92 BMW, closely followed by the little F22 of Daniel Scretch. But look at this lead line from Revehi. He's right on that outside line. Look at the transitions from the 18-year-old in the BMW E92. What a transition that was. Beautiful stuff. Now he hits the foot brake, just steadies the car. Left foot brakes it around. Great technique here from Revehi, but it does give Scretch the opportunity to close that gap to get right on the quarter. Revehi puts foot to floor door and starts to pull away a little bit. And you know, Alan, these cars are all on the same tyre. They're on a control tyre. You've been speaking with the judges extensively this weekend. You know Matti Jedic in particular from the sim world. You're judged by David Callis and Drift Masters, and their thinking and your thinking on the control tyre is that it's a good thing in the semi-pro class.
Oh, certainly so, and I think it evens the playing field. It's not all about who has the most amount of budget or who has got the better car, should we say, but it's all about driver versus driver. And I do think this time Peter Reveni's lead run was considerably better than it was the first time around, so it did give a better opportunity for Daniel Scretch to chase him down. But yeah, what a great job there by both drivers. Of course, it's going to switch positions now. We're going to wait and see, can Daniel return the lead run favour, which he did in the first time, or can Peter Reveni close up the door pretty quickly?
Well, we're about to find out, because Marcin, our start line legend, has set the lights to red. They're about to go green. Daniel Scretch is ready to leave the line. Revehi gets a little bit of a jump. He's allowed to do that as the chase car. Revehi is right there with Scretch. Scretch leads us in. Revehi is much closer than Scretch was in the reverse fixture. Little bit of an inside line there from Revehi. Scretch is pretty much on the correct line that the judges want to see, but now look at this, Revehi closing the door. Bit of a wobble though on the transition from Revehi. That will go down as a mistake. The fluidity score will be deducted. Scretch is pretty much on a very, very good line around the outside of outer zone 5 here. Drops a wheel in the process, but Revehi's right there. Look at this once again from Revehi as they cross the line. Alan Hines, the proximity once again.
Yeah, the proximity once again, and I think Peter Reveni really knew he had to stick it to the door of Daniel Scretch, because Daniel Scretch did a super clean chase run the very first time around, and yeah, a bit of a wheel on the inside zone 2 from Daniel Scretch. Not ideal, obviously. Peter Ravaney repeating that as well with the wheel on the inside. Look at the transition for Peter Ravaney. It actually snaps a bit too much, and when he does let go of the handbrake, it lifts the whole front end off the ground, pushes a bit of understeer, but managed to correct it quite nicely into outside zone 5. Daniel Scratch's lead line into outside zone 5. Not the cleanest, unfortunately, cutting that transition, and the judging call will be coming in quickly here as we look at some pro level. I think that's Jakob Kroll's S15. Or it's 14.9 for that matter. The HPS performance machine.
VVT. Only way. Yeah, VVT only way. Look at that for an engine bay. What fantastic stuff here, guys. And we're going to see some absolutely world-class machinery in the Pro class later on, and we're still seeing world-class machinery, to be honest, in the Semi Pro class right now. So, no shortage of horsepower or spec on these cars. And guys, if you do get a chance, honestly, regardless of what country you're watching us from, get over to this championship. But we do have a result, and it is Peter Ravaney that goes through to the Grade 8. The young man in the E92, just 18 years of age, booking his place in the Grade 8. He will be absolutely delighted with that. He was the higher qualifier by quite a way there, Alan, so he might just have proven there that he's having the more consistent weekend. But a place in the Grade 8 with Ivan Baby awaits him. Not an easy task.
That's going to be a fun one to watch later on for certain, Mike. So, we'll see what happens next.
We will indeed, as we go back down to the line, and we are making our way through this top 16 bracket very quickly because we are at the last battle already, believe it or not here, guys. It is the one and only Mike Tesler to take on Ole Boyko. And it will be Tesler, the higher qualifier, to lead us in. Let's see what he can do. Beautiful line there from both cars, actually, as Tesla now snaps the BMW back on to the right hand side and gradually gets through the transition to the left. Really great technique to get into 4 there, Alan Hines, you'll agree. Just got on that outside line. Now he puts foot to floor, powers through the transition, then gets his braking done into 5 after the transition. That's exactly what the judges want to see, but Ole Boyko knows exactly what he's up to, and he uses it to his advantage. He knew that Tesla was going to brake there, and he waited until the last second to brake, used it to his advantage, and got right on the door crossing the line.
I loved initiation from Ole Boyko there on Mike Tesler on initiation, but as they pass through outside zone 3. Look at the proximity. I mean, I was never expecting door-and-door action there. You have to give some space there for the outside zone 4. But Ole Boyko doing a fantastic job. An incredible-looking E46 compact. As Mike Tesler, I mean, we can't even take any credit away from him because the lead run was clinical. Wheel on white line there all the way through outside zone 5. Look at the chase run here, Mike. Fantastic stuff, of course. And Mike Tesler is now going to have to push super hard if he wants to pull at minimum one more time out of this.
Yeah, well, I really like the lead line from Tesla as well, so I think it's very, very even in this one. Boyko's chase was superb, to be honest. Superb, pro level chase all day long, and the big wing there on the compact making it look so menacing. Ukraine versus Ukraine in this battle as well, of course, guys, and it is a 17-year-old. Tesla takes on the 28-year-old Boyko. Boyko leads us in. Oh, Tesla as the chase driver.
Oh, he's defeated. Something's broke. Something there.
Yeah, something has happened here with. Oh, I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Boyko is on that perfect lead line here, but Tesla is in trouble. There's something wrong with his BMW, or he has just absolutely, maybe just lost his head a little bit on initiation there. Boyko is now running away with this one. He's really on that perfect line, and is the lower qualifier about to upset the form book a little bit here in Semi Pro Top 16 action here, DMP round 3. Alan Hines, I'm not sure what happened there. Did Mike Tesler miss a gear?
Well, I mean, I was actually paying more attention to Boyko. I saw sparks come from the rear of the car when he flicked through outside zone 1, and then he ran wide, and I thought he had debeaded, and I was wondering how does sparks happen with a debead. But
yeah, it might have just been an exhaust hitting the ground or something.
It probably was, and it just caught me off guard a little bit. I was more distracted by that. But Mike Tesler is nowhere. I mean, he has no proximity here. Ole Boyko just ran away with it. Now, I don't think his lead run was the cleanest, especially on initiation. But I mean, at the end of the day here, I mean, he still gave a great opportunity for Mike Tesler to close the gap, and Mike never really capitalized on that.
Yeah, as we see some more action from the
Łukasz Kaliszewski's S14.
Yeah, what a great another VVT there, and a big old blower on the side, not a small turbo on the side of that. I think we're up well up into the 70s there in the millimeters of wheel size. And it is results about to drop in, and I think it's going to be an obvious one, and it is indeed. Ole Boyko advances to the Grade 8 here in semi-pro action at round 3 of DMP. Mike Tesler, Alan, we're both drivers here. I think he might have just had an issue on the start line or missed a gear on the run-in or something, and then maybe just tried to overcompensate, possibly.
To be fair, Ole Boyko had an incredible fast initiation, and it's going to be a tricky one for him to try and pull that one back, especially losing that proximity on the start line.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Now, unfortunately, Mike Tesler bows out of competition. Ole Boyko will meet Adam Gombelicek in the top 8, as we see some servicing going on here before the pro competition. So this is your grade 8 here. Václav Burian versus Dariusz Malechinsky. Ivan Baby against Petr Rivehi. Max Mainkosh versus Victor Duda, and Adam Gombelicek versus Ole Boyko await in the Great 8. Now, the guys that we've all had a little bit of a taste of the action and taste of top 16, I think we can all say that we're excited to see semi-pro action unfolding in front of us here at DMP. Top level competition, top level of domestic competition in Europe. Alan Hines, you will agree, and it's great to see these guys, both young guns and some drivers who have been used to, maybe pro level competition in their respective nations and have dropped into semi-pro competition here in DMP, competing here for a place in the the pro competition perhaps next year. One man who is well able for pro competition, should he make it that far, is the man on the line right now.
Yeah, Václav Burian, P1 in qualifying, as we've seen earlier yesterday, and obviously taking the win in the top 16. He's up against Dariusz Malechinsky, who qualified 9th, taking out the P8 qualifier.
Absolutely, so the higher qualifier, Václav Burian, leads us in. Dariusz Malechinsky in the beautiful S15. Oh, but a little bit of almost contact there on initiation. We'll have to have a look at that as well. The judge is saying that the drivers can't cross over to the chase lane. The lead driver has to stay in his own lane. We saw that in briefing last night. A little bit of a funny transition there from the chase car once again, but Václav Burian is looking perfect in this lead line, as he has done all weekend here, to be honest. He's been so consistent in that lead run, and will it stand him in good stead for these battles? I think it will, but Dariusz Malechinsky is right there with him on the door as they cross the finish line, and we just have to have a look here, Alan Hines, at this transition.
I don't think we're going to get to see the initiation. I was wondering, did Václav cross over that in central line, and I think he might have got away with it. This transition here, there was actually a tiny bit of contact. Look at that, bit of a tap there. I spotted that the first time around, Mike, and that's what we saw the weird transition was about. So I don't know. I don't think Václav did anything wrong per se there. I think it's just incorrect placement of the chase driver from Dariusz as they transition into the final time in the outside zone 5 here. Václav putting a bit of a gap there, but I do think he misses out on outside zone 6 as he crosses the line.
Well, sometimes, Alan, we have seen in drifting competition that if there was an issue on the initiation, that if there was a gap then opening up as a result of that issue on initiation, that the lead car, didn't gain any advantage. But we're just speculating. We don't know. We have to see what the judges say at the end of both runs, and we swap them around. Lead becomes chase, and it is Dariusz Malechinsky in that fantastic matte. Would you call it wine? Is it red? It's just a fantastic looking car.
Red.
It's matte red and with the gold livery. And Václav Burian, your top place qualifier, right in, coming in hot here behind the S15 of Dariusz Malechinsky as they both fire it into the first corner. Beautiful initiation there from the Polish driver Malechinsky. He's right on line here around 2, 3 and 4, pretty much perfect, but both drivers drop a wheel, just as I said. Commentators, of course, both drivers drop a wheel. It won't be a huge mistake in the eyes of the judges, maybe -4 to 6 points as they negotiate the teardrop section here now right in front of the hotel. Full throttle, and both drivers absolutely pinning it across the finish.
Yeah, great job there by Václav. Nice chase run there, but obviously Dariusz giving them a decent lead run to chase. That's what we want to see here. We need to have that really good, clean lead line, 100-point style lead run, and I think Dariusz, I wouldn't say he was close to a 100-point lead run, but definitely giving him a solid lead run to chase, I guess. So yeah, a bit of a wheel over there outside zone number 4, but Václav adapting that really, really well, predicting where Dariusz is going to go next and really filling the pocket there, door-to-door action. That's exactly what we expect to see here in battle action. And considering this is semi-pro stuff, I mean, this is pretty good chase driving here by lead driving and chase driving by both guys.
Absolutely. Well, interestingly, very similar horsepower cars, but in terms of age, there's a 28-year age gap between these two drivers. So in terms of experience, there's quite the gap. In terms of horsepower, there's much less of a gap. But we're going to have to wait to find out as the crowd show their appreciation for both drivers, and they wave to the crowd here, enjoying the semi-pro action here at the Autodrom Jastrząb near Radom. And the judges just totting up all the little aspects of that battle. Perhaps, we can see what the judges are watching here, Alan. They're having a look at the replay once again. And it looks like the replays have finished. So hopefully we're about to get a result dropping in. And again, you can follow your favourite drivers on their Instagrams or Facebooks or whatever. And it is top place qualifier. Václav Burian advances to the final four. And he's on a run here, Alan Hines. He looks like he's not going to be beaten too easily this weekend.
Certainly so, and what great driving there by him. Really continuing on that incredible lead driving. And I think we're going to get a few words here from him, perhaps, or... Yes, we are indeed.
Yeah, so we will take our chances to get down to the track and have a quick word with the drivers whenever possible. The lovely Victoria is our expert at that. So let's hear from Dariusz.
Darku, potężna maszyna, no i idealne warunki tutaj na tym torze, czyli szybko. Czujesz zajawkę jeżdżąc tutaj?
Teraz już tak. Jak jeździmy na tym torze, to jest naprawdę super. Podniósł się mocno poziom, semi-pro oczywiście. Przy tym sprzęcie, przy tych oponach, no jest hardkorowo i jaram się, że młodzi w ogóle tak dobrze dają radę na takim sprzęcie, ekstra.
A co czujesz w sobie, jak myślisz Tor Poznań?
Jak co?
Co czujesz, jak myślisz Tor Poznań zaraz?
No to będzie dopiero jazda bez trzymanki. Tam będzie szybkość. Czekam, nie mogę się doczekać. Na pewno będzie super.
Super, dziękuję Ci bardzo, Darku, i do zobaczenia.
Pa.
Dziękuję indeed, Dariusz, and unfortunately we won't get to see that S15 anymore, but hopefully we will see him back at Tor Poznan for round 4 of DMP 2026. But back to the line, it is Ivan Baby, the man who is still in the championship hunt here against Peter Revehi. Both high qualifiers, very close on paper. This one, Alan Hines, let's see what's about to happen. This one could have championship implications. We're about to find out, because Revehi leaves the line. Ivan Baby leaves the line. Big flick in from the Ukrainian in the lead position. Almost catches grip there in the E46, but he just manages to make it work. 2 generations of 3 Series BMW coupes out on track here. The E46, the older chassis, of course, but it looks like it's doing the business here for Ivan Baby, as Revehi now makes the dive right onto the door of the older E46 in the hands of Ivan Baby, the Ukrainian, and full throttle stuff, and Revehi's right there, and they cross the line. Great run once again, Alan Hines.
Yeah, certainly so. What an incredible battle here between these two guys. Ivan Baby doing a really quick initiation, caught Peter out by a little bit, and of course Peter then had to cut the inside zone 2 here to be able to gain some proximity, and he does a really good job here chasing down that ease of Ivan Baby through outside zone 3 and into outside zone 4 here. But look at the momentum, the speed that's in this incredible E46 that is of Ivan Baby as he transition one final time here. Peter does one big dive, one final time to gain some proximity, and it doesn't really work on his favour, as actually Ivan Baby does drop a wheel there. That was a major deduction yesterday in qualifying, but I don't know, is it going to be enough to overturn this battle. This is a super close one, Mike, and it's going to be all here in this next run to try and determine who's going to win it.
Yeah, well, Ivan Baby having a great result at round 1, only came in 5th position in Katowice at round 2, but he's still way up there in the championship in 2nd position, so he'll want to continue that run. Peter Revehi in 8th place in the championship. It all comes down to this run. It's the second half of the battle between Peter Revehi and Ivan Baby. Ivan Baby is doing Ivan Baby things. He's right on the door, he's right in the pocket. Let's see if he can pop through the transition and find it. He does indeed. He's a master transitioner, Alan Hines, and look at this, he's going to do it once again right here now. Exactly, he can make that in E46 just pop through the transition. He finds the grip as the car straightens up for a split second. He uses that grip and he uses it perfectly to get on the door. Does let Revehi get away just as they cross the line, but the transitions from Ivan Baby, I've been watching him with 3 rounds now, and he just has this knack of finding the grip. They have the setup on the rear of that car dialed as well, and watch this, maybe he does sacrifice to a little bit there.
A little bit of lead line, yeah, for sure, but I mean, at the end of the day, you know, proximity is kind of king in drift battling and in semi-pro action. You know, there was a part of me was kind of thinking, are we just going to see lead run winners here, right? Like people who have to do a really good lead run, and that's how they're going to get through the battle action. But of course, we're seeing, you know, great proximity here where both lead runs are very much the same. But it was Ivan Baby's chase run that, you know, could have overturned this battle and pointed the 3 judges in his direction.
Well, I can tell you that the top 4 in this championship are still in competition. Václav Burian in fourth, Ole Boyko in third, Ivan Baby in second, and Adam Gomelicek in first are still in competition here in the Great Eight. And of course, Václav Burian in fourth position has advanced to the final four, and he also picks up 12 championship points from qualifying first yesterday. So very interesting. There's a lot happening here in the pits with your buddy here, Alan. I hope everything is okay for Pro Action later.
Yeah, they're just preparing the car, Mike. I don't think there's any issues at all. I think it's just proper pro car preparation.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, we're looking forward to seeing that. And we do have a result. And Ivan Baby,
Well
second
deserved.
place in the championship. Well deserved. Peter Revehi doing nothing wrong. It's just the aggression from Ivan Baby there, with the actually quite narrow intercooler in his car. Very interesting build. Makes his way into the final four, where he will face off against Václav Burian. That is going to be a championship battle for the ages. So this is going to be crazy. Now we go back to the line, and what a battle we have. It is Victor Juda in the chase position against Max Minkosz in the lead. The beautiful Motul sponsored car is, it's polar opposites in terms of livery here. It's mean and black and dark versus the factory look here. So let's see which one comes out on top. Is it the factory car leading us in right now of Max Minkosz, or is it Victor Duda? Both Polish drivers 17 years of age in the chase position versus 24 in the lead position. Look at this snappy transition from both. Victor Duda's right there in the pocket. A great transition from the Polish driver. Does he manage to do it again? He gets lost a little bit in the smoke here, unfortunately, and he's on the wrong position in the track. Max Minkosz is doing everything pretty much correctly in the lead position, and the Motul sponsored beautiful S14 crosses the line, and it was all going so well there for Duda up until that point, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, look at the lead run here so far with it we see from Maximilian. And Victor Duda doing a decent job in the chase position. Maybe could have matched angle there a little bit better through outside zone 1 into inside zone 2. But I mean, look, he's synchronizing, he's mimicking the lead run here pretty well from Maximilian. And we see a bit of a dive onto the door there, but loses a bit of proximity and does a massive dive on the inside of the track here to outside zone 5. And that's not what the judges will want here. They will want you to kind of follow the lead driver through that transition, and he will cut the line quite a bit there as Maximilian puts the pedal down and pulls away from Victor Duda across the finish line. And so, this is all to play for still in this second half of the battle that we're going to see here very shortly. But obviously switching positions, it's now on Maximilian to get to the door of Victor.
Yeah, the higher qualifier choosing to lead first once again, but Victor Duda, the slightly lower qualifier, leads us in his S13. Lots of horsepower on track, around 1500-ish. Oh, look at the power from Duda in the lead position there. The car absolutely leapfrog forward, but Max, a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah,
He's
certainly
initiating the wrong part of the track here for the chase car, so Max Power here, as I like to call him, Max Minkosz, in a little bit of trouble in the chase position. Let's see if he can close up the gap here coming into outer zone 5 around the teardrop section here as the track crosses over on itself here in a second's time. And full throttle here from both drivers as they cross the line once again. And yeah, I can't call it, Alan, but that was a big mistake from Max Minkosz in the chase position.
It was indeed. Look how inside he was. Look, he's so far inside, he's having to slow the car down by doing major handbrake corrections. But to be honest, Victor Duda does put a wheel on the inside of inside zone 2, but it's still the positioning from the initiation of Maximilian is not the problem of that of Victor Duda. So this is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, we've seen a fantastic lead run of that of Maximilian previously, and the major mistake was from Victor just here at the final transition when it came to his chase run. But of course, when they swap the roles around, it seems that Maximilian seems to be making almost equal mistakes. So I mean, it's falling back into the judges' hands here, and it'll be interesting to see which direction that they will go, because I do see errors on both behalves in both their leads and the chase runs. So it's going to be a super close one, Mike.
It is. Well, Victor Duda is in 7th position in this championship with 92 points, and there are 100 available for an event win. So he could be still in the hunt for a championship podium if he takes this battle, as we see both drivers having the laugh and doing the universal drifting thing, Alan Hines, that we've all done, of explaining, well, I did this.
Hands, yeah, exactly.
The hands making no sense, but they do to the guys down on track. I did this and you did this, and I could just we need a wallpaper of Max Power's car there.
Look at the duck actually on the front bumper. I've just spotted that.
Yeah, exactly. So the judges drop in. It's a one more time from Karl Jablonski, but David Callas and Matt Jedic go with Max Minkosz. So I think we're going to have a bit of an explanation from the judges on this one, as we have a split decision here, but a very interesting battle there, Alan Hines, and I do believe that the judges will do a little bit of explaining on this one, as it was a close battle.
Now we got into the situation where we needed to look on the battles very closely, because we had so many mistakes from both drivers. It all comes to the chases. Actually, the lead runs were very similar. There were a couple of mistakes from both drivers. Maximilian was a little bit later to Autozone 4, and he put it wheel off in the roundabout when Duda was slowing at the roundabout. So those leads are very, very equal. But then we go to the chases, and Victor Duda was having big mistake from transition towards the roundabout, where he got completely out of the line, almost straightening. He saved it, but that was a big mistake. On the other hand, Maximilian was bleeding out the points throughout his chase run consistently. He was cutting every zone. But at the end, for me and for Mateusz, the mistake of Victor Duda coming to the roundabout was actually bigger than the cutting of the line, when Karol said that he would rather see that one more time.
Well, thank you very much, David Callis. Alan Hines, would you agree?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. I mean, this is what I was questioning previously when they were getting that result, what direction they were going to go, and it makes perfect sense to me, Mike.
Well, we have championship leader Adam Gomelicek, speaking of championship, versus championship fourth place man Ole Boyko on the line. Gomelicek, the higher qualifier, is he going to put his stamp on the championship, or is fourth place man in the championship Ole Boyko, who's looking very good this weekend, is he going to put a stop to the run of Gomelicek?
No.
But bit of a mistake there on the initiation from Boyko in the chase position. Gomelicek looking very good, but what a transition from Boyko. Wow, right on the back bumper. What a run here from both drivers. Look at this. Big huge dive from the BMW Compact right onto the quarter panel, onto the door, onto the wing even of the little Alfa Romeo Veloce. Two of the shortest cars in the series here, but you know what? Two of the best drivers in semi-pro.
Mike, the major mistake there is from Ole Boyko. Obviously, this is a very, very important battle for the championship. Adam Gomelicek sends it into outside zone 1, and Ole Boyko just cannot keep up, makes an over-rotation mistake. He knew from this point on he has to stick it to the door, times the transition, catches back up to outside zone 4, and does a great job mimicking and having that great proximity in that incredible E46 compact. Look at the transition here, sends it to the door, and hopes for the best, and does have a bit of wheel-on-wheel contact, so massive credit to Adam Gomelicek to keeping the pedal pins, steering away from that bit of contact and keeping the battle alive. We do not want to see anyone flopping here to try and get an easy battle win. Adam Gomelicek doing a great job to keep that going, and obviously Ole Boyko sending it to the door for that final transition.
Yeah, really liked it there from the Ukrainian towards the end of the battle, but he did have that mistake at the start, so I think he's going to know that, and he's going to try to put in the lead run of his life as Marcin, our multi-talented, multi-jobbing start line.
He's
Marshall.
He's your mechanic.
He's your mechanic.
Panel beater, everything.
Exactly, and he also tells you when you're ready to go. Gives thumbs up to both drivers. They give him the thumbs up. He sets the red light. Gomelicek jumps the light. He's allowed to do that in the chase position. Boyko leaves the line. Both drivers ready to rock here at DMP round 3 semi-pro action. A great entry there from Ole Boyko, the Ukrainian, firing in the compact BMW at top speed. But Adam Gomelicek, your championship leader here for semi-pros, right with him up to this point. But Boyko is putting foot to floor, but drops a wheel as a result. He's almost gone too fast here in the compact. But Gomelicek was struggling to stay with the power there and the absolute pace of Boyko. Now he finds the door. Now he finds the quarter panel of the little compact BMW, and I'm out of breath, and that was an exciting battle.
That was an incredible battle. I loved the timing of Adam Gomelicek. He had the same kind of like mimicking of the little flick on initiation. Yeah, fine, not door to door, but I mean certainly a little bit better than what Ole Boyko chased in Adam earlier. But I mean, look, I know there's not some crazy door to door action here, but look at the two wheels that Ole Boyko drops over outside zone 4. That's not going to help his lead run chances if he wants to get into the top 4 here. But look at the drone shot here of Ole Boyko. Drops one wheel again, leaving outside zone 5. But look at the door-and-door proximity from Adam Gomelicek in the incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce. Great driving here by these incredible talents.
This battle could end up deciding the championship.
Oh, certainly so. I can see it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, this could. Obviously we have Tor Poznan in 5 weeks' time. It is going to be a crazy event out there with the speed of that track, and I'm looking forward very much to seeing that. But this is a huge battle for the championship, and it is Adam Gomelicek, championship leader, who takes the win over the Ukrainian Ole Boyko. Gomelicek in the little Alfa Romeo Veloce, once again delighted, 16 years of age, only Alan Hines, and his reward for that is a place in the Final Four against the beautiful car of Max Minkosz.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic driving there by Adam. Definitely like years of experience there, even though for the young age that he has, and yeah, what a great talent as we move on to the first top four battle, Mike.
Our top four are actually the top four qualifiers as well. Little note. So it is first place qualifier. Yeah, it is first place qualifier Václav Burian, who sits in fourth in the championship in the 330 numbered, but definitely not a 330 engined E92 BMW. Sitting on the line ready to rock, and it is of course across the way from him it will be baby Ivan from the Ukraine. So it is the Czech Republic versus the Ukraine, and it is fourth place in the championship versus second place in the championship. Ivan Baby in second in the championship. So this is a battle of the big hitters here in semi-pro. Top qualifier Václav Burian leaves the line. The 17-year-old slams it through the gears, and his E92 flicks it in. Look at this beautiful entry in the E92 from Václav Burian. Oh, Ivan Baby's on the inside, collects the cone on the way. Is that going to affect him? It doesn't. Wow. He does. Ivan Baby thinks he pops the E46 through the transition. Is he going to take down another E92 BMW? Is he doing it for the old school BMW guys? It looks like he might be about to. If the judges can't get over that mistake at 2, this is fantastic proximity from the Ukrainian, and full throttle action here at DMP round 3.
Yeah, what incredible stuff there by Ivan Baby, should I say. But I mean, he leaves a bit on the table here on initiation. Václav Burian doing a great job on initiation, fulfilling the lead driver goals there. But I mean, Ivan Baby, look at that transition onto the door of the incredible carbon fiber E92 of Václav Burian. One of the really cool things about this is this final transition. Look at the transition timing here from Ivan Baby. Great job there, and really does send it to the door of the incredible carbon fiber E92 of Václav Burian. But Václav Burian doing a great job there in the lead run, giving all of the opportunities for Ivan Baby, that is, to chase him down. As we switch roles here, it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen next.
It will indeed, Alan Hines. And yeah, very interesting that the top 4 qualifiers have ended up in the top 4 of the battles here at DMP round 3 semi-pro action, as we are enjoying the action here in Poland at the Autodrom Jastrząb. Now Ivan Baby leaves the line, both drivers slamming the car through the gears. Just listen to the engine notes as they put foot to floor. But the E92 of Václav Burian is right there with Ivan Baby. No mistake from Burian on clip 2, as Ivan Baby did. Does he have the proximity of the Ukrainian? He doesn't quite. Ivan Baby had better proximity through 4. Let's see how it turns out for the rest of the battle, as Ivan Baby now once again uses the grip of that E46 to pull away a little bit from Václav Burian. Is the Ukrainian going to do it here, or will it be the Czech driver with the tidier lead line? I'm not sure here, Alan Hines.
One thing I noticed here is I do think Václav Burian had a better chase run between outside zone 1 to inside zone 2. Look at the proximity here. This is great stuff from Václav Burian.
Yeah,
nice transition here to outside zone 3.
Václav much better there.
100% in that area, first half of the run, but then it's...
Ivan was much better from here.
Exactly, and the lead runs are very similar. So, I mean... This is going to be figuring out whether if the judges prefer, if there's an important part of the track, is it maybe super even? Are they going to send it one more time? I could see going kind of either direction, so it's going to be a close one. I don't want to say my opinion on this because I do think we could have a very, very interesting call here.
We could. Well, we're about to find out whether the judges, will favour the sheer and utter aggression and proximity over. Look at this as the lads have a laugh here. If they're going to favour sheer and utter aggression or sheer and utter, precision here. And we're about to find out. They're both having fun here. 22 years of age and 17 years of age. The future of European drifting here in front of us, guys. And we're about to find out who goes through. And it is Ivan Baby who goes through to the finals here, and fantastic stuff there from both drivers. But I think the aggression of the Ukrainian taking out the first place qualifier, Václav Burian and Alan Hines.
Yeah, certainly so. And I can understand, as we said earlier, he wasn't really sure was it the initiation from Václav Burian was going to be enough. And I do think he did drop away for the remainder of that run. And I do think Ivan Baby did a really good job on the teardrop, as we would call it, to maintain great proximity. And I do think his lead run was just as good as Václav, knocking out the P1 qualifier and sending him to the 3rd, 4th playoff. Is that what happens? Yeah, that's correct. So, yeah, great job there. And of course, that's another driver, or the first driver, into the finals.
It is, and I think overall it was deserved. We want to see that aggression. We want to see the chase driver pushing so hard. And Ivan Baby, as I mentioned in qualifying yesterday, Alan Hines, I've seen him a couple of times before this event or before DMP 26, but I really obviously have gotten to see him in depth. And a real great chase driver.
Mats Anderson, sorry Mike, this is a driver who had a pretty big smash in practice this morning. We saw a wheel hanging off the car, so it's great to see it all on four wheels once again, ready for his pro battle later on.
Current Danish champion.
Is that right? Well, yeah, battle of champions here in DMP, especially in the pro class at least.
Well, what we see is quite often the guys will maybe win in their national championships, which might no shade on them, but they might just not quite be at the level of DMP in terms of international drivers coming in from abroad. And DMP is a melting pot, as you can see, of nations across Europe. And this is just semi-pro competition yet. And you can see the nationalities that we have: Czech Republic, Slovakian, Ukrainian. Of course, later on, we're going to see Danish drivers, Greek drivers, Cypriot drivers, as well as Polish, obviously, German, etc. So it is a melting pot of European talent here at DMP. It is the premier, I think, domestic championship in Europe, if not the world. And, we are lucky to be here and be seeing this action unfolding as we get the cars fueled up, tired up, and the drivers in the zone ready for the second semi-final, which will be, of course, between Max Power, Max Minkosh versus your first place championship man, Adam Gombalicek. So, Alan Hines, it's been exciting so far, and that's not commentator speak. It has been exciting, to be honest, for semi-pro work, and it has been really exciting. We're about to see another exciting battle here.
Yeah, Maximilian Milkos, an incredible motor, Max Racing S14, doing a great job. P2 in qualifying, of course,
with great hair,
and up against P3 in qualifying, Adam Gombalicek in the Alfa Romeo Veloce. That's a lead line, Mike.
Yeah, well, we're ready to rock here for the second semi-final, guys, of DMP Round 3 semi-pro action. It is Max Power, Max Minkosh leading in, Adam Gombalicek firing in the S14. Look at this beautiful angle from the Motul sponsored Silvia. Gombalicek is right there with him in the little Alfa Romeo Veloce. Look at this speed from these semi-pro class cars. Absolutely crazy stuff here at DMP as Minkosh now puts foot to floor around that all-important outer zone 5, around the teardrop. Gombalicek will want a little bit more proximity. Alan, back in the day, this kind of proximity in a semi-pro championship would have been top dog, but right now at this level, I think Gombalicek is expected to do even a little bit better. Exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there was a little error from Gombalicek on initiation. He had to have a double stab of the initiation to try and get back into the pocket, and cost him a bit of proximity there, but he does collect himself really, really good. This is almost pro-level driving. I mean, look how he set himself up for the door and outside zone 4 of Maximilius in the incredible S14. But Adam Gombalicek doing a great job here, trying to close back up the proximity. But I mean, it's going to take a little bit more than that if he wants to take the win. So it's going to be interesting to see how the second half of this battle unfolds. Mike, this is great driving here by both guys.
Yeah, I mean, Gombalicek did close the gap there and did really well towards the end.
Almost a little bit too late, possibly, but
yeah. As we see, I think that's a 6 Series in the background drifting there, and old school, I think. I stand to be corrected, but it's cool either way. And we're ready to rock with the second half of this battle between championship leader Adam Gombalicek. And Max is down a little bit in the championship. He is in 15th position, so he might want to be making his way up the championship with a win here, but Gombalicek has gone way off into the distance here. The little Alfa Romeo Veloce catching everybody out on the start line. This thing is so fast out of the blocks, and it's worked for Gombalicek so far. Is it about to work again here? Well, we're about to find out, because we are halfway through the second half of this battle. Now Max Minkosh looking for the door of the Veloce. Is it too little, too late? I'm not sure, because he is right on there, and it's going to be a tough one for the judges as they cross the line, and it's a close battle, Mr. Alan Hines.
It is, and I'm going to have to watch this one closely, because of course both drivers in the chase position have a little error on initiation, losing a bit of proximity. But from this point on, it seems to be relatively even as chase drivers. I do think Adam Gombalicek and Maximilian, their lead runs are quite similar. So if we do that kind of lead to lead, chase to chase kind of comparison, let's say for argument's sake, very similar, but of course it's all dependent on this last transition here. I do think Maximilian does a little bit of a better job chasing Adam Gombalicek in this outer final zone, but I mean, look, we're looking here for, you know, minute differences between the runs here, and this is almost pro levels type of competition driving, so this is great stuff.
What you might see at times in semi-pro competition is that the runs are almost a little bit more consistent because the crazy grip that the pro cars put out is, you know, they are allowed to run 285 semi-slick tyres of their choice brand. It doesn't matter, you can run whatever you want, so you'll see all the manufacturers in later on. These are a controlled 225 semi-slick tyre on all cars, 18-inch as well, all cars must run 18-inch wheels, interestingly, and the little Alfa Romeo Veloce rocking the 18s there, BMW wheels on the rear there. And yeah, look at the beautiful the hair of Max Power there. I'm going to have a petition to nickname him Max Power because I think it just suits the whole look of the team. Max Power, Max Minkosh, and young Adam Gomalicek. So just 16 years of age, as you mentioned, Alan. You know him from sim driving.
That's right, I do.
And
competed against this very young talent before on online stuff, and
more 2J stuff
in the Opel GT. What an incredible machine this thing is.
Yeah, as you said, Pavel Trella-esque, and the judges deep in conversation on this one, Alan Hines. It might be a very close one. We might even end up going to the judges for an explanation on this one because it's extremely close.
Yeah.
So yeah, look at that. That's a big turbine housing on that with the heat blanket on it there. But big power coming up in the pro class later on. Huge turbos there, as you can see, and huge grip with the 285 semi-slick tyres. So Max Minkosh and Adam Gomalicek waiting for the result, and it's about to drop in. It's Max Minkosh takes the win. Adam Gomalicek, the first place championship man, looking disappointed there. He is out for this championship, but you know what? And it's a split decision once again. Matt Jedic going for a one more time here. So I do believe that we will go to the judges, David Callis, for an explanation on this one. So once again, guys, we are going to go to David Callis for an explanation on that run, a split decision.
So this was very, very close battle, but we were able to choose. Two of us, one was not able to. If we look on both lead runs, we saw in both lead runs very similar mistake. It was happening at that inner zone when Maximilian was slightly more inside, when Adam was slightly more outside. So that was the mistake of them. I thought also that Maximilian was a little bit more committed through his run. He was like earlier on throttle, a little bit more aggressive. That's what we are looking for. Then we're coming to the chase runs, where both drivers lost their grounds a little bit in the beginning of the run. There was not so great proximity, but then for me and for Karol, Maximilian was able to get his ground back a little bit better. He was able to mimic better, and also coming from 4 to 5, so coming to that roundabout was way cleaner, way better synchronization. So it was very close, but we were able to choose the winner.
Well, that is it from the horse's mouth as well. David Callis, head judge here at DMP 2026, explaining that in depth. Extremely close battle, Alan Hines. That's exactly what we. Yeah, that's exactly what we expect from a semi-pro semi-final here in DMP.
Yeah, and it's incredible stuff as we move on to a bit of time mode action. Time mode action, I don't even want. What's the right word? You're a better commentator than me.
A little bit of fun right now on track
filler
here,
stuff,
guys. Yeah, well, I won't even call it filler stuff because I'm told that we are ready to rock with a drift train from these beautifully coloured, I don't even know, is it a blue or a green? It's somewhere in between. Is it teal BMWs? And a big shout out to these guys from our friend back in Ireland, from Jakub Krzyszczak, who is one of the top competitors in Ireland in the championship race in IDS this year. He's friends with all these guys.
You even get a start light as well. This is fantastic.
These guys are from Radom direction, I believe. All friends of Kuba's from back home. So let's see what they can do here at the drift train. There's a lot of money about to be lost here if the first car here, I think it's a 6 Series.
The 6 Series.
Yeah, the E36 is in trouble here.
Wow, look at the lead line. This is almost topping of pro qualifying here. This is a great job. You wouldn't expect that, to see a car like this doing that. So this is great driving by all these folks.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to get the E36 at the back maybe, but now he finds...
Oh, he's after looping it. The E36 wagon.
the E36 wagon is after spinning, and that's exactly what we want. A little bit of carnage, a bit of drift train action. And my apologies for laughing, but I can't stay serious because there's so much carnage on track right now.
I mean, you wouldn't expect cars that look this great, you know, to be doing this type of stuff, and they're taking major risks. There's just blue, teal everywhere. It's hard to, you know, throw your eyes somewhere.
My apologies for this, but you can get in the comments and please correct me on this. Is that a 6 Series, an old school 6 Series?
E38, is that what they call them?
Well, I'm actually
or E28 maybe.
I'm actually taking a fancy to F13 640Ds at the moment as a daily. I should know I know the E63, but I really should know.
You're between the two of us.
Yeah, I am, but I should really know what this is. I think it's a 6 Series, but please get in the comments and correct me and let me know, because I'll have a look there on the YouTube comments and see that one. But they look great either way. They look fantastic. We had E36s, 46s, wagons, coupes, everything out there. Possibly coupes. I was having too much fun to notice how many doors were on those machines. As we see a traffic jam on the way in here, not quite on the motorway, but there's a traffic jam on the way in here, so lots of people coming in. I do believe we are going to go to the studio for an interview with the legend that is Łukasz Kaliszewski.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Wiktoria jeszcze na placu boju na torze, natomiast obok mnie Łukasz Kaliszewski, który już gotowy w outficie do tej rywalizacji w top 32 klasy Pro, ale porozmawiajmy właśnie o tym, co wydarzyło się w ostatnim czasie, bo wielka rewolucja, ten romans włoski długo nie potrwał, zdecydowałeś się wrócić do starego auta. Czy mógłbyś nam przybliżyć kulisy tej decyzji? Dlaczego zdecydowałeś się, że jednak z tą Alfą Romeo nie jest ci po drodze?
No, generalnie ciężki temat dla mnie, ponieważ nie wyszło, a ja nie lubię, jak mi nie wychodzi. Generalnie powiem tak, uważam, że samochód ma bardzo duży potencjał. Zresztą co najlepsze, zaraz jadę w parze pierwszej z moim byłym samochodem, z moim kolegą Piotrkiem Kozłowskim. Samochód jest na pewno bardzo szybki. Wtedy, kiedy ja jeździłem, nie wiem jak teraz, jeszcze nie był do końca skończony, bo były niestety opóźnienia. No i były tam pewne tarcia i stwierdziłem, że będzie chyba lepiej dla wszystkich, jak odejdę, i wróciłem na tak zwane stare śmieci.
No i jak ten powrót oceniasz? No bo jednak czasu na przygotowania tak dużo wcale nie było.
Te ostatnie 3 tygodnie tu ledwo stoję na nogach.
No, domyślam się.
Jeszcze w międzyczasie był festiwal Baltic Drive, który też współorganizowałem. To, co mieliśmy zrobić całą zimę, zrobiliśmy z moim teamem, z Matigiem i z Alanem w 3 tygodnie. Sporo przeróbek, to też wszystko pokazuję na moim kanale na YouTubie. Ale cieszę się, jest fajnie i wczoraj poczułem taką dużą ulgę, ponieważ wróciłem tam, gdzie chcę być i tam, gdzie byłem.
No i widać było to także po wyniku, bo drugie miejsce w kwalifikacjach to nie dzieje się przypadkiem.
No, dokładnie. Już czułem potencjał na treningach, ponieważ bardzo fajnie szło. Sędziowie też właśnie mówili, że takie top 5, top 3 udało się wykręcić w drugim wyniku, w drugim przejeździe 90 tam...
5,5? 96,5?
Nie, 6 była, 96 coś tam. Więc bardzo się cieszę. No i mam nadzieję, że uda mi się ponamieszać tam w generalce chłopakom. Ja rok temu właśnie, jak pamiętam, walczyłem do końca o mistrza, no to też byłem często taki trochę wkurzony, że jakaś dzika karta, ktoś mocny, ktoś może wywrócić wszystko do góry nogami, no ale taki jest sport, dzięki czemu on jest bardzo piękny i tyle osób go ogląda i zresztą tyle jest kibiców na trybunach na każdej rundzie, także mnie to bardzo mocno cieszy. Jeżeli chodzi o mój samochód od Nissana, mam więcej mocy, czuję pod tym względem, po tym aspekcie jest o wiele lepiej, ale na razie jeszcze się nie mogę wstrzelić z ustawieniami, jeżeli chodzi o trakcję, ponieważ parę rzeczy pozmieniałem i chyba nie wszystkie są też na plus, jeżeli chodzi o samochód, ale tak jak wcześniej, tu jeszcze nie wspominałem, ale ja ten sezon tak naprawdę już teraz traktuję, żeby porządnie się przygotować na przyszły rok, nie robić żadnych romansów, jak wcześniej powiedziałaś, i powalczyć w przyszłym roku, ale mam nadzieję, że jeszcze pazura zostawię w tym sezonie.
No zdecydowanie na to liczymy i trzymamy kciuki. Tak króciutko na koniec, bo za chwilę startujesz. Jakie są te ostatnie minuty, kilkadziesiąt minut przed samym startem do zawodów? Czy ty odczuwasz jakąś adrenalinę dodatkową, czy to jest totalny luz?
No uważam, że żaden zawodnik nie ma totalnego luzu, każdy ma adrenalinę, ona jest skazana, bo wtedy jeszcze potrafimy wejść na wyższy level. Najgorzej jest, jak za bardzo się stresujemy, ale tam stoi moja żona, wtedy szybki przytulas, buziaczek i jedziemy.
Wspaniale, to trzymamy za ciebie kciuki. Bardzo ci dziękuję. Łukasz Kaliszewski był moim Państwa gościem, a my przenosimy się na tor.
Well, thank you, Marcelina, with Łukasz Kaliszewski there, who we will be seeing in Pro Action later on. Of course, the Q8 Idols driver with an interesting battle, which we will get to later on, but we have an interesting battle ready to rock here on the start line. Marcin is getting the guys ready. It is first place qualifier Václav Burian against the championship leader in Adam Gomelicek in the third, fourth place playoff here. Valuable championship points on the line here, guys. It is first versus fourth in the championship, and there is of course a place on the podium at stake here. The winner of this will take third position on the podium. First place qualifier Václav leads us in. Great entry there from the E92 BMW, but look at this, the snappy transition from the little Veloce in the hands of Gomelicek is right there. He finds the door of the bigger BMW, he sticks it to the door of the bigger BMW. Will he do it again? He needs to pop through the transition, and yes, once again now he puts foot to floor, uses the grip, uses the speed of the little V6 in the Veloce, and look at this, he's right in the BMW almost with Václav Burian, and a great run there from both drivers. Great lead, Alan, great chase.
Yeah, certainly so, and as this is our playoff battle here, we really want to see some good action here to cement who's going to get the third place on the podium. And of course it's Adam Gomelicek chasing obviously Václav in the E92 carbon fibre E92. And yeah, great job. I love the dive on the door here for outside zone 4 here from Adam Gomelicek, but I mean Václav is giving him the lead run to have that incredible chase, and of course it's exactly what the judges want to see. Bit of a wheel over the white line here entering outside zone 5, but Václav Burian doing a great job to maintain the momentum and put that wheel on white line. Look at Adam Gomelicek, door on door action across the finish line. That's exactly what we want to see.
Well, if the Alpha was right hand drive there, I think he could have put his hand out the window and shaken hands with Václav Burian. High-fived him really easy, yeah, exactly. But we're ready to go for the second half of the battle. Marcin sets lights to green. The Alfa Romeo of Gomelicek leaves the line. Václav Burian is right there with him. Gomelicek for a place on the podium, fires in the Alfa Romeo, but look at this from Burian. He is right in the pocket from the get-go, which is unusual. He's right there. Oh, look at this from the E92. He is hungry for this silverware here at round 3 of DMP semi-pro competition. Let's see if he can get a little bit tighter from the get-go around 5, and he might have just done so. He might have been a little bit tighter than Gomelicek was to him, but now Gomelicek uses the power and the grip of the Alpha just to pull away at the end. So Alan, Gomelicek there using the grip of the Alpha towards the end to pull away. Extremely close battle.
Yeah, very, very close, and I appreciate Václav's timing of the transitions here. He did great synchronization. Maybe not as much as wheel on door action as what Adam had in his chase run, but you know what, I do think this is incredible battle here. And I mean, this is semi-pro action, Mike. I mean, these guys are super young, they're new talents to this whole drifting competition stuff. Certainly maybe having some simulator experience, which is I suppose the drifting world of the go-kart Formula 1 world, I suppose, but yeah, I mean, it's an incredible battle action, and I mean this could go either direction, of course. And as we see, two different drone shots here, one for the lead driver, one for the chase. This is a cool kind of two double drone shots. But yeah, Václav losing a bit of proximity across the line as you go to outside zone 6. I mean, is that going to be the difference maker in this battle, Mike?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a one more time, Alan, but let's see if the judges...
I'd love to see one more time.
I think, yeah.
I mean, that would be incredible, but I mean, it could be enough here to get... it could go in any direction here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, crowd loving that one. Just a combined age of 33 between both of these drivers, Poland and the Czech Republic being represented here. Gomelicek, the Polish driver, and of course Václav, the Czech driver. So 33 years of age, guys. The future of drifting in Europe is right here in front of you. Remember the names, because you are going to be hearing more of them as these guys progress up through their classes, and they are both looking to procure that all-important pro license for next year. Of course, Burian in 4th position in the championship, and Gomelicek still leading the championship to this point. He had a bit of a gap over Ivan Baby, sorry, and I think that gap might be about to close a little bit, because Ivan Baby, of course, has made his way to the final and qualified in 4th position. So similar qualifying points, but we are about to get a result, and it is one more time.
Yes.
Once again, a split decision. I had to think there. So David Callis and Karol Jabłonski going one more time. Matej Jedic going for Gomelicek, but the majority rules here, Alan, one more time it will be, and we get to see this one again, Alan Hines, and what a close decision that was. But Matej Jedic being the line judge. And yeah,
line judge yesterday. Today, all three judges are collectively judging the runs.
But, obviously Matej Jedic, they will be judging the overall run, but he will have a keen eye on line there, of course.
I think so, but I think today he'll have to focus. Maybe yesterday have a bit more experience with it over the other two judges. But of course, today they're collectively judging the runs as a whole, what they're seeing in front of them as a tandem action.
Of course, but just a little observation that maybe there was something in the line that the line judge from yesterday might have seen to lean him one way for Gomelichek, but who knows, overall a great entertaining battle, and
fantastic.
I for one am glad to see it again.
I'm glad to see it one more time.
Yes, so we might have a word with the judges just to get a word on that one exactly to see what happened as we see more 2J action as it's tucked under the slam panel. But let's have a word with David Callis.
So we saw a very nice battle for the third place. Both drivers gave their all, and we saw just small mistakes from both of them, especially in the first run, where we see that Václav Burian had one wheel off at the last, just before the last corner, so at the roundabout. And Adam Gomelichek was missing the proximity at outer zone 1 and coming to inner zone 2. He was also not so great in synchronization of transition, the first transition to the second corner, and he needed to cut quite a bit. When we go into the second run, we see better lead from Adam Gomelichek, and he was fulfilling everything what we were asking for in case of line. He was a little bit missing that spicy bit of commitment. But if we will look on the chase, that chase was also a bit better. So we had better lead, better chase in the second run, slightly worse lead and slightly worse chase in the first run. So that's why we call it one more time.
Thank you very much, David Callis. And Alan Hines, you'd have to agree with that one?
Yeah, I can completely understand. The judges obviously are looking in very fine detail. And I missed the wheel drop actually from Václav that he mentioned there. And I mean, this is the thing, we're looking for smaller details. We see these incredible battles. Sometimes it's going to be the smaller stuff that really decides it. So I think one more time, it's probably the fairest call. There was a few mistakes on either side. The judges were concerned about commitment and proximity and stuff like that. And you know what, I think it gives everyone a second shot to try and prove who gets that podium spot. And of course we will be waiting for that battle again to come back around, and we can't move on to the finals until we have decided what that is about. So
as we see what the youngest pit crew member in DMP here on the left hand side giving a hand, putting on the bonnet on the Opel GT,
making sure the headlight is still there.
Yeah, exactly.
Bucket, that is.
And what a cool little chassis this is. Look at it,
almost tube frames, like a mini Corvette is the best way to describe these chassis. An incredible, I suppose, American kind of engineered. This is an Opel GT GM. Yeah, it would be similar to that Pontiac Solstice and Saturn Sky.
Look at the front suspension here, guys. Look how different it is to the likes of the Silvia or an E46 or whatever. Completely
kind of like
a race car from the get-go.
Certainly. As incredible stuff.
Absolutely. So I do believe we are going to go to Marcelina in the studio for an interview with Łukasz Kaliszewski in just a moment.
Zdecydowanie tak, dziękuję pięknie. No właśnie, już ostatnie minuty przed startem Top 32. Ty bierzesz udział w pierwszym przejeździe, więc korzystamy z tego momentu, że mamy jeszcze te kilka chwil, żeby cię przepytać. Łukasz, absolutna rewelacja tego sezonu, ale ty już zdradzałeś takie nadzieje, jeżeli chodzi o właśnie twoje występy w driftingowych Mistrzostwach Polski podczas finału w zeszłym roku w Poznaniu. Od razu drugie miejsce, teraz też wygląda to doskonale. Katowice, zwycięstwo dzisiaj. Podchodzisz do tej rywalizacji jako zwycięzca kwalifikacji wczoraj. Ile masz fanu z tej drugiej strony rywalizacji, jeżeli chodzi o driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski?
Fanu najwięcej powiedziałbym, że mam w samych treningach. Jak jadę w czwartek, powiedzmy zazwyczaj na zawody, to z piątkiem mam takie uczucia, że to są tylko jazdy po prostu. Możemy się tylko trochę bawić, bez ryzykowania autem, a tak naprawdę skupić się mocno trzeba dopiero w sobotę i w niedzielę oczywiście. Także fan myślę, że jest tylko tego pierwszego dnia, jak mamy treningi takie, a później to już się robi rywalizacja i to już nie jest keep drifting
no
fan,
właśnie,
powiedziałbym.
To już jest zabawa, robota na serio. Tak. I to za chwilę wszystko się rozpocznie. Ale powiedz mi, ile dało ci jeszcze takiego boostu, takiej pozytywnej energii to, że wczoraj niemal idealnie przejechałeś tę linię i jak to się może przełożyć na dzisiejsze zawody?
To myślę, że taki boost bardziej dały mi te Katowice, że one coś odblokowały mi w głowie i czuję się po prostu pewniej w tym aucie. A po wczorajszym byłem po prostu przeszczęśliwy, że tak się udało z tym wynikiem. Jechałem trochę zasilany innymi emocjami niż zwykle, bo zazwyczaj chciałem się pokazywać po prostu jak najlepiej. W kwalifikacjach, a wczoraj jechałem trochę tak jakby wkurzony na samego siebie, bo były fajne treningi w piątek i były fajne przejazdy, a ten pierwszy kwalifikacyjny był w mojej ocenie nieudany, więc jakby byłem wściekły na siebie, że jest tyle osób przede mną, nade mną jakby z wyższym wynikiem, więc jechałem taki trochę wkurzony na ten samochód, na siebie, ale finalnie wyszło oczywiście fajnie.
Czyli taki jest sekret. Łukasza Kaliszewskiego trzeba wkurzyć po prostu, żeby wynik był satysfakcjonujący.
Być może. No widziałem, że sam jakby jadę trochę inaczej niż jechałem ten pierwszy. Jak jadę trochę taki wściekły, to jest inaczej. No.
To powiedz jeszcze, ile daje tobie to doświadczenie, które zebrałeś jako spotter? Dalej nim jesteś u Piotra Więcka oczywiście. Ty znasz te rywalizacje z dwóch stron. Czy to faktycznie daje taki szerszy obraz na to, jak jechać?
Myślę, że tak. Myślę, że jakby z Piotrem razem trochę się w ten sposób rozwijamy, że on teraz jakby, jako że mi mocno pomaga w spotowaniu, bo mam tak naprawdę 2 spoterów, to przez to jakby rozwijamy się i na tej pierwszej, najważniejszej stronie, czyli jako kierowca i jako spotter, bo uzupełniamy się po prostu doświadczeniami zarówno na tej drugiej stronie. Więc myślę, że tak razem po prostu rozwijamy się nawzajem. Tak liczę po prostu na to.
Piotr dzisiaj wspiera ciebie, ty go wspierasz w Drift Masters. Walka trwa o tytuł mistrza Europy. Jak nastroje przed ostatnią rundą?
Oj, bojowo. Myślę, że też u niego coś się odblokowało po tej ostatniej rundzie w Ferropolis, gdzie pojechano pięknie i nie było żadnych wątpliwości, kto powinien wygrać w tych pojedynkach, które miał. Także ja mam też tutaj jakby poprzeczkę wysoko postawioną przez samego Piotra, że trzeba cisnąć i jest wspaniały team i wspaniałych sponsorów mam, którzy dają mi tę możliwość i trzeba po prostu też dla nich walczyć o jak najlepszy wynik.
To trzymamy za was kciuki. Bardzo ci dziękuję.
Dziękuję
i powodzenia
bardzo.
w pierwszej parze Orest Michalczuk.
Dzięki.
Będziemy oglądać. Dziękuję pięknie.
Dzięki, a ja lecę.
Well, thank you very much, Marcelina there, and the legend that is Łukasz Kaliszewski, putting in a top qualifying run yesterday with a massive score, I believe 97 points, Alan Hines, and if you haven't seen that one, be sure to check it out later on, and you can get it on the stream here, of course, on Eurosport Polska. And we are ready to rock with the one more time between Václav Burian and Adam Gombolicek for your third place spot on the podium here, and those all-important championship points. It is 4th position in the championship to face off against the championship leader in the chase position. Let's see what happens, because we are ready to rock here. Václav Burian, the Czech driver leading us in the E92, fires it in once again, slamming the car through the gears, full throttle action here, DMP round 3. Look at this beautiful line from the E92 driver. Oh, but watch the transition. Look at this from Adam Gombolicek in the Alfa Romeo. He absolutely sticks it to the side of the big E92 and once again absolutely pops through the tyre smoke and gets it on the door of the E92. Václav Burian is in trouble here because this is one of the best chases that we have seen all weekend. Alan Hines.
Incredible stuff by the young gun that is Adam Gombolicek as he sends it to the rear quarter panel of that incredible carbon fibre E92. Look at this timing of the transition we're going to witness right now. Look at that, fantastic stuff. And he's going to set himself up again, bang, straight through to the rear bumper of Václav E92 and back to the door. We don't even get to see the proximity there, but we can't even see the Alfa Romeo Veloce. That's how close he was. He transitions one final time to the outside zone 5. And Václav, we can't discredit him by any means. Look at the lead run he's giving Adam Gombolicek in that incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce as he puts tyre on door across the finish line. Mike, I mean, if that's what the first one is, and he stepped it up after the first battle, I mean, what's he going to do the second time?
Well, I was just going to say you have to have a great lead to have a great chase, and we did have a great lead from Václav. We'd expect nothing less from the top place qualifier who's been on form all weekend, but Adam Gombolicek is your championship leader. He now leads us in here in the little Alfa Romeo. Václav Burian is right there with him though in the E92s. They both put foot to floor, and Gombolicek is stopped.
No.
Oh wow, contact and drama as we knew we'd get at some stage. Alan Hines, looked like unfortunately Václav Burian was just too close on the transition. I'm not sure if it was the lead car slowed up or Václav was too aggressive, but stopped the transition of Adam Gombolicek. Gombolicek gets out of it.
We need to see a further back replay to see what happened here. I personally don't think Adam did anything necessarily wrong. It does look like he starts to brake because I think he realised that he was going in, and I think Václav continued to accelerate. I do think we need to see a few more angles of that, and I'm sure the judges will study that a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. We are going to see some, incidents here. You never want to see it, but we are going to see some incidents here this weekend, and the walls are around the track to stop the drivers hitting the curbs there and maybe doing even more damage, because this is only bodywork damage. Alan Hines, he did hit the wall and he did move the blocks, but these cars are, as we just saw, they're tube framed at the front. So.
To be honest, it looks like that wheel doesn't look the greatest. So we have a drone camera here. Now, interestingly, the shape of the Alfa Romeo Veloce, we don't know. Oh, that's way too soon of a... Yeah, just not giving enough space there on the transition from Václav. And
let's just see how hard he hit the wall. Oh, yeah, well, he did hit it quite hard.
See, those blocks move a bit, and so you kind of opens up the next block if you move one, so it can, pull a wheel off the car.
Well, we do see we see Victoria down there on track. We might have a word here with Adam Gomalicek in just a second.
Yeah, but... yeah, look, you know what? Look, it's going to come down to that. Did Adam Veloce brake? I mean, there's no reason for him to brake there, Mike. That's the thing. We've got a transition timing. Václav does have to give some space, and so I think the judges are going to have. It could be a close one there.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll hear right now from Victoria and Adam Gomalicek down on track.
Czekamy jeszcze chwilę, dajmy chwilę Adamowi, żeby ochłonął. Ja nie wiem, ty już widziałeś powtórki tego przejazdu, widziałeś czy nie?
No, tak kątem oka.
A ten pierwszy przejazd widziałeś?
Widziałem, były tam moje błędy, starałem się to poprawić i się udało.
Były tam twoje błędy. To jest właśnie chyba klucz do twojego sukcesu. Skromność i to, że w nawet idealnym praktycznie przejeździe zobaczysz błędy. W tym pierwszym przejeździe, jak goniłeś swojego przeciwnika, byłeś wklejony prawie przez cały przejazd. Ty czułeś to na kole, że ty jesteś taki wklejony w drzwi jego?
No, starałem się to pojechać lepiej niż w pierwszym przejeździe, bo tam były błędy. Spotem mi podpowiedział, co mam poprawić. Udało się, także jestem...
Super. A w tym drugim przejeździe zaskoczyło cię to, że tak poczułeś faktycznie, że trochę jesteś wypychany?
No dosyć się zdziwiłem, ale jakoś się udało uniknąć tej ściany.
Dobrze to ogarnęliście, naprawdę. Oczywiście szkoda bardzo, bo wiem, że wy wolicie w inny sposób wygrywać, no ale wszystko wygląda na to, że zwyciężyłeś.
No 3. miejsce dzisiaj, także no wiadomo, chciałem wygrać, aczkolwiek może być.
Słuchaj, pamiętaj, Adaś, że zebrały się kolejne punkty do klasyfikacji generalnej, więc myślę, że nie jest najgorzej. Jak twoja głowa przed Poznaniem, jak na myśl o tym, że będziecie tam jeździć?
No, jeszcze nad tym jakoś nie myślałem. Wolałem się skupić na dzisiejszej rundzie. Już ona się skończyła, także teraz zaczniemy się przygotowywać do Poznania i zobaczymy, jak tam pójdzie.
Gratulacje, dziękuję. Myślę, że dziękuję ci w imieniu wszystkich za ten piękny chase, który pokazałeś. Gratulacje, dzięki.
Well, Victoria down there, have you a word?
It was a car issue, problem with the car?
No, to byla moje chyba. Moc jsem tlačil, byl jsem hodně na blízku a tam převozu mi to prostě nevyšlo, no, trochu přehecovaný. Takže bohužel, no.
Mam nadzieję, że Państwo rozumiecie po czesku. Był problem troszeczkę z samochodem. Tak czasami jest, to jest motorsport. Thank you, dziękuję. Dziękujemy pięknie.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Well, you hear there from Václav Burin saying he didn't have Polish, didn't have English, but saying it in Czech there, and David Callis will understand that one. But as you said, Alan Hines there, great interviews from both, but as you said, maybe just we saw the result dropping in there, Adam Gomalicek getting the win, and the judges agreeing maybe that, he just wasn't given the room to make the transition, and it's the risk versus reward thing that we always see in drifting. How hard do you go? And there's a certain point when you can just go a tiny bit too hard.
Yeah, exactly that. And look, it's one of those transitions where, it's quite tricky. You've got an inside clip to an outside clip. You don't have a whole pile of space in the first place as a chase driver. And to be honest with you, I don't see Adam Gomalicek doing anything wrong. It was just a slightly incorrect timing and placement of Václav in that carbon fiber E92. Just didn't give enough space. And honestly, if it was a bigger chassis that he was chasing, it probably would have been a little bit more destruction. But, luckily there, the small little Alfa Romeo Veloce pulling through as per usual. Well, we move on to the finals, Mike.
Well, we are ready for the final. Exactly, Alan Hines. Exactly that. We have Max Power, Max Minkosh on the line. And I mean, how good do both of these cars look? Fantastic liveries on both opposite ends of the spectrum. But Ivan Baby, the chase driver extraordinaire, is ready to rock here in the chase position. Ivan Baby, I believe, is the higher qualifier. Let me just check that. Is he not?
Nope.
Oh, he's not, sorry, he's the lower qualifier. So yes, the higher qualifier once again choosing to lead.
Left.
Yeah, and he has left the line. It is the final here, guys, at DMP Round 3 Semi-Pro action. Max Minkosz flinging the Sylvia from left to right and back to left again. Beautiful stuff here from the Motthold sponsored S14. But look at this, Ivan Baby, the Ukrainian, doing Ivan Baby things, popping out of the smoke in the E46. You can't shake him. He's like super glue in your hands. You cannot get rid of him. He is just stuck to you. And Max Minkosz knows all about that here, Alan Hines, because he will know all about that in his peripheral vision.
Oh, well, first thing off the rip from the start line. Look, but Ivan Baby gets left behind, and that's what I was referencing at the very, very start, Mike. It was just massive proximity loss at the start. And outside zone 1 to inside zone 2 to outside zone 3. Maximilian doing a fantastic job. Look at the lead run he's providing. Ivan Baby here, and Ivan Baby, should I say, is only really closing up. Wow, look at that. A great door-on-door action there just before the transition. And it's only really this point on that we see the incredible driving that of Ivan Baby. And as Maximilian actually drops a wheel on the outside of outside zone 5 there, judges won't be liking that. And also again, so a bit of a mistake there for the last 2 zones of Maximilian, but of course we have to remember too that sometimes that's almost easier to chase than barely getting on the wheel in the zone in the first place.
Exactly, so we swap them around. Lead becomes chase, chase becomes lead. March in our start line. Extraordinaire Marshall has set the red light. He has activated the green light. Ivan Baby leaves the line. Max Minkosz leaves the line for the final of DMP Round 3 Semi-Pro action in 2026, and it is a beautiful entry from Ivan Baby. Max Minkosz is a little bit on the inside of the track here. Let's see if he can get back into position. He absolutely can. Ivan Baby making it easy with that perfect lead line around outer zone 4. Let's see if Max can now close the gap and do as Ivan Baby did. Indeed he can. He's right there with the Ukrainian. He puts foot to floor. Both drivers fill up outer zone 5. Tyre smoke, full throttle, horsepower, excitement, and that is DMP Round 3 in a nutshell.
100%, and I do feel, again, similar chase initiation for Maximilian as it was to Ivan Baby, just losing a tiny bit of proximity from outside zone 1, but I mean, this is super close, Mike. I mean, the only difference here between these chase runs that we see especially is that they really only close up onto the door at outside zone 4, and I think the difference here is going to be in the lead runs, if I'm honest with you, and they're very, very similar, and I think the biggest mistake that Maximilian made in his lead run was he dropping a wheel on the outside of outside zone 5, and we do see a little bit from Ivan Baby there, perhaps. We can't really confirm that. We don't get a clear shot of that from the drone, but he does pull a bit of a gap across the finish line, and that is the last thing the judges will remember for that battle.
It is. And Ivan Baby in second position in this championship, currently behind Adam Gumalicek.
The car starts to run away from
as Ivan Baby's car tries to get away from the punishment that he's putting it through. So it is Poland versus the Ukraine, but the Polish driver on the left, the Ukrainian on the right. We might get a glimpse of the hair as well if he takes off the balaclava with any luck. And Max Power, you know, for all the world, the factory driver there in the Max Racing ECU Master sponsored S14.
I love that car.
Yeah,
Incredible.
It's a cool car. Ivan Baby in a T46, and the lads having the laugh here, but we are about to get a result for the final. It is 3 votes for Ivan Baby, your winner of the craziest semi-pro action that we've seen so far. Round 3 of DMP, crazy stuff, and I've just been blown away by the action, Alan Hines, here in semi-pro. You know, I'm almost speechless. It's been so good, and the future is bright for drifting. The future is bright for DMP with this level of talent on show. So what a result there for Ivan Baby as Victoria goes down and shakes hands with Max. And so she's down there with Ivan Baby. We're going to catch him in the moment. He's delighted. You can see the smile on his face. Victoria's pumped. Ivan Baby's pumped. Max gets back into his car. We're going to go to the results.
Hey baby, you just won the 3rd round of DMP. Hello, congratulations.
Unreal. My spotter told me that I lost, so I was congratulating the guy, but it's crazy. Thank you, organizers, for providing sim layouts. I trained a lot.
Okay, so you say the secret of your winning is the simulator.
Yeah, I had 150 hours on the track, so it was very nice.
You know what, I think not only simulator, but have you drank the energy drink which you gave me before this run?
No.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. For sure you have drank it. I feel it already from the Friday. Thank you very much. It was a wonder one.
It's insane. Thank you.
Well, there you have it from Victoria and Ivan Baby. Fantastic stuff from the finish line there of DMP Round 3 Semi-Pro action. 2026, and what a round it's been. It's been a quick one, Alan Hines. We didn't, it doesn't seem like long. We didn't have a very, very long time in semi-pro action. It seemed to absolutely fly by, but I think that's because it was just so entertaining.
100%, and I love there from Baby Ivan, or Ivan Baby there. 150 hours on the simulator before this track, and it certainly paid off. And we're going to head to our driver standings here shortly, but incredible action there all day today from the semi-pro crew, and great driving by everyone. Of course, we see a lot of great stuff there, and looking forward to pro action a little bit later on, Mike.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the driver standing in a second, because Ivan Baby was in second position behind Gomelicek. He's still in second position, but he has closed the gap crucially to just under 30 points there, 27 points between Gomelicek and Ivan Baby. Vaslav Vurian, who we just saw in action as well, in third position now behind, and Oli Boyko behind him in 207 points. Now, it's Poland, Ukraine, Czech Republic, and Ukraine again for your top four, and they are the guys in the championship hunt. Interestingly, Matt Bienkosh there making a big, huge jump from 15th up to 5th. Mike Tesler in 11th, the Ukrainian with 122. Bartosz Ostrawski still in the hunt for top 10 there with 105 points. And what a fantastic round there, as you see all the drivers here in the semi-pro standings. And Tim Heydrich there in 21st position with the Mercedes, not having the greatest season, but we look forward to seeing him and his V12 a little bit closer to home as well in Tor Poznan for round 4. And what a great championship. I know I've said it many times here, but it's just been so entertaining for semi-pro, and I'm stoked, genuinely stoked to see what happens at round 4, because this championship is still wide open between the top 4 basically, but especially I think Gomelicek and Ivan Baby. So,
that's an incredible event, Mike. And I think we have a few minute break before we move on to top 32 pro action, if I'm right in saying that.
You are right in saying that. I'm just checking my times here as we look. We will have a couple of minutes break, and we will let you know on the graphic on screen. But we are scheduled for pro top 32 action in just a few minutes time as we grid the cars here at DMP round 3. So join us back in, I would say, just a few minutes time here, and we will be into the thick end of the action here at round 3 for pro top 32 in DMP. Thank you very much. Hello guys and welcome back to DMP round 3 here at the Autodrom Jastrząb just south of Radom in Poland. My name is Mike Fitz and I'm joined here by the one and only Driftmasters current driver Alan Hines, and we are at the business end of the championship here where we are at round 3 of 4 here in 2026. It has been a fantastic afternoon's action already for semi-pro top 16 action. We saw thrills and spills galore, and you know what, it's only going to get turned up now because we are ready to rock here for pro top 32 action through into a top 16 which will incorporate night drifting. Alan Hines, it's going to be exciting.
I'm super excited, looking forward to the night drifting later on this evening, but first of all we've got 32 up first. You know what? Incredible driving yesterday we saw in the pro class. It's Łukasz Kaliszewski taking top step in qualifying. We'll talk about his run a little bit later on. But what an incredible show we saw yesterday, and it's only going to get spiced up a little bit later on with some incredible top 32 battles.
Absolutely. Well, if you are joining us for the first time, you're very welcome, number one, and we will be helping you to understand the action, and if you are a seasoned drift fan, we will be calling the action to the best of our abilities, and of course hearing from the judges in the event of any kind of close decisions or anything that they might want to explain the decisions about. So you know, once again, we are heading into pro action. If you were watching semi-pro, I'm sure that you will agree that it was excellently entertaining, and we are going to take it up a notch now. The horsepower generally goes up, the experience levels go up, the tyre grip goes up massively from a 225 up to a 285 maximum with semi-slick rear tyre, and the action is going to get turned up to 11 or possibly 12, Alan Hines. And anything stand out for you in the course of the evening?
Well, of course, I mean, like you mentioned, the control tyre, that is the Zestino control tyre 225 for the semi-pro class, saw incredible battles. But you know what, like you said, it's going to get spiced up. We're going to go to the big boys. We're looking at many thousand horsepower machines. Some drift masters, expert drivers, some wildcards have joined the mix. And of course, we got the normal grade of DMP Pro drivers. This is it. This is the stepping stone for drift masters. This is the feeder series. And it's going to be an incredible action ahead.
It is indeed. And of course, as we mentioned, we are at round 3 of a 4-round season. Right now, we had a great cracking start to the season in Warsaw in 40-degree heat, followed by Katowice where stormy conditions almost halted play, but the guys got it done in the top 16. We are here now in Radom, of course, at round 3, and we will be heading to Poznan for round 4 in this quite short but action-packed 4-round championship. And here at Radom, we are once again at Autodrom Jastrząb, and it is a custom venue on 21 hectares where the judges can basically make out any kind of layout they want, because as you will see once again on the drone shot, the track kind of is just intertwined. There's so many possible layouts here, but the judges have gone for a very fast, very challenging and very technical layout which requires full commitment from the get-go from all drivers and challenges them to the absolute ends of their abilities, especially down into the teardrop section, which we call it, into outer zone 5, where they have to scrub off quite a lot of speed just after doing a transition and then get back on the throttle just at the right time where they won't push themselves off track. Alan, we saw a lot of drivers running off track, but you know what, this guy showed us how it was done.
Yeah, incredible stuff. 97 points in the Worthouse. Mark 5 Super, Łukasz Kaliszewski, incredible stuff. The story of this guy is incredible. Wildcard at the end of last year in Poznan. Peter Wieńcek, the owner of Worthouse Drift Team, giving him the keys to the Supra and taking it to second place on the podium, I do believe, last season, and now full season driver here in DMP. Another sim god, that is Łukasz Kaliszewski in his incredible S14. We heard from him a little bit earlier on during the stream that handing the keys over back of the Alfa Romeo Veloce and handing back into his own personal Q8 oils and this Sylvia S14. Great driving from him yesterday. 96.5 on the scoreboard, and setting the scoreboard alight. Was one of the first early drivers to get into the 90-point scores. And look at this incredible run as he crosses the line. Great driving by Łukasz there. As we head to our third place finisher is the wild card for this season, the Driftmaster driver Jakob Kroll. His incredible HPS performance, Nissan S14.9, incredible driving for him yesterday. Was one of the first drivers, Mike, that we talked about the pace that he had as he especially leaves outside zone 4. You might see it here. You can see the car surge forward across to the transition of outside zone 5. And again, another driver scoring really well. Just at the tail end of the raindrops that we seen yesterday, you can see the wiper blades on the screen going up and off the windscreen there a little bit, and got away with that one, a little bit lucky for the weather conditions. But you know what, Mike? Great driving earlier, and of course judges will be expecting those incredible lead runs a little bit later on, again for top 32 action. So of course, well, I'm sure we'll hear from them later on as well.
Turn on my mic. We will indeed. So yeah, you know, Alan, the one thing I did notice was we had those great qualifying runs which we just saw, but we also had towards the end of the top 32. You know, we had a cut-off point around the mid-70s, I believe, yesterday, which is a little bit lower than expected. So I think we're going to see some trills and spills in the top 32, especially where we have a little bit of a deficit in qualifying scores. And you can see our schedule for the day here on screen, guys. We have done our semi-pro top 16, great action in that. Now we are into pro top 32 action here, DMP round 3 live with you here from the Autodrom Jastrząb. We have a paddock opening and a little bit of time for the spectators after the top 32 to meet the drivers and get down up and close and personal with them in the builds. And we are then into the evening section, the main part of the event for top 16 pro action here at 7 o'clock, which will hopefully get us into some night drifting, which we saw some practice of last night, Alan Hines, from the comfort of our hotel room and down by the track. And very impressive stuff, I must say. So be sure to stay tuned for that, because you are in for a treat. Hopefully not going to rain here. We did see one shower of rain during qualifying yesterday, but hopefully the weather holds, because as we mentioned, Alan, as we were having a chat on our way to Radom last night, night drifting and rain is difficult, but
it is spicy.
It is spicy, but
it is tire smoke, rain, night, not easy.
The weather forecast looks like it is going to hold. So once again, guys, just to introduce ourselves, my name is Mike Fitz. I am a former pro driver from Ireland, former judge, and do a lot with the sport, including currently commentating on our series at home in Ireland IDS. And this is Alan Hines. He is almost a similar history in the sport, but continues driving and is a sim god himself, and currently a Drift Masters competitor.
Yeah, certainly so. Drift Masters, Lucky Day competitions, Sylvia S15. We're preparing ourselves for Warsaw at the end of the year for Drift Masters, so looking forward to that. We're not far from Warsaw right now. Could probably drive right there, pick up the car and bring it down here, but we're concentrating on commentary. That's what we're here for, a bit of analysing commentary here on my behalf. So yeah, incredible stuff. Looking forward to the top 32 action later on, Mike. It's going to be an awesome show.
Absolutely. So if you have just joined us, guys, if you missed semi-pro action, once again, you're very welcome, and it is going to get pretty crazy, to be honest. And you just saw the qualifying runs there, but of course things change in the battle action, because you have two cars on track, you have a layout that really challenges the drivers, and there is lead and chase. And Alan Hines, if you could just talk us through the track layout here,
yeah, of course,
to see how the drivers will win in the lead and chase positions.
Well, of course, as we spoke about earlier, Autodrom Jastrząb, incredible venue here, as the drivers will be expected to have a little flick of initiation. The judges were talking about that yesterday with myself, through the decel zone there. A decel zone allows them a little bit of slowing down there, but of course outside zone 1, crucial clipping point to setting themselves up for inside zone 2, should I say. Of course, opening up the transition for the chase driver through outside zone 3. We're looking for decent proximity in these areas, and of course timing the transitions will be crucial by the judges. Of course, mimicking and synchronization of the transitions is super important. The orange zone there is your adjustment zone. Do expect a tiny bit of left foot braking and a little bit of handbrake there, but no major diesel there through outside zone 4. And we've got one final transition here to the teardrop, as I like to call it, outside zone 5. This incredible long zone here, very easy to drop a wheel. We saw that in qualifying yesterday, so keep an eye out for that later on to see if you see any drivers dropping the wheel outside those white lines. And the final clip, outside zone 6. This is the finisher. We see quite a bit, especially in practice this morning, Mike. I watched a good bit of it. Some awesome door-and-door action across the finish line, so we're expecting quite a bit of rubber on doors.
That's exactly what we want to see, Alan Hines. That is exactly what we want to see, and I think we are going to see it. We did see a bit of a collision in the top 16
Only
there
one,
in semi-pro,
yeah.
Just one, but according as the grip levels go up, I think it might be a little bit crazy. Now, this event has a little bit of a unique character in terms of we will be drifting at night, so we're going to hear from some of the drivers exactly about that.
Tak samo jak jest jasno, tylko że jest ciemno, więc mniej widać, ale trzeba robić to samo. Zupełnie jak z kamerą. Na manual trzeba się przestawić, nie? No na części jest łatwiej, bo musisz być blisko tej osoby przed tobą, a na lidzie musisz zapamiętać to, co jeździłeś po tym, jak było jasno, i pojechać tak samo.
Wrażenia są super. Powiem szczerze, że dużo emocji. Taka ciekawa ta widoczność, bo trochę widać, trochę nie widać. Jedziemy trochę w ciemno, ale jest super. Ja miałem taką adrenalinę, że mi się mega podobało. Mi się wydaje, że to będzie podkręcone o kolejne procenty, chociaż nie musiałoby być, ale będzie.
No u mnie było akurat ciekawie, bo Supra ma tak silne światła, że na dobrą sprawę na się w dymie to działa trochę tak, jakby się długie odpaliło światła we mgle, więc było tylko gorzej, ale prawdopodobnie na lidzie będę jeździł na włączonych lampach, a na części będę je wyłączał, żeby było trochę lepiej z widocznością, ale ogólnie tak, to jest coś nowego. Ostatni raz po ciemku driftowałem ze Stańczakiem na jakimś treningu w Toruniu, ale to jakimiś takimi wręcz gruzami, więc to było moje poprzednie jakieś doświadczenie, ale w DMP tak, no. Fajnie, bo już jest szybciej, a niewiele widać, no więc fajnie. No, mniejsza jest pewność, przynajmniej na razie u mnie, mniejsza jest pewność za kółkiem jadąc za kimś, jak się mniej widzi. To jest po prostu coś nowego. Ale no zobaczymy jutro. Jeszcze najpierw mamy jakieś chyba treningi normalnie, jakby za dnia, więc no.
Zapamiętasz trasę.
Jakoś tak, no po ciemaku będzie trzeba tylko zapamiętać, gdzie są klipy, zony i tak dalej. No, zobaczymy. Treningi były spoko. Zrobiłem 3 przejazdy i było good.
Well, you had it there from some of the drivers that the night drifting, not exactly the easiest thing to do, but very, very exciting. And I think they're looking forward to it as much as we are, because not only is this track technically challenging Alan Hines, but bringing it up at night, I don't know, but I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what happens here.
Oh, of course, certainly so. And nighttime always adds a new spice into the whole thing. Drivers did have a nighttime training last night after qualifying. So, of course, yeah, great things ahead.
Well, exactly. So the judges, of course, will be the men in charge, and we're going to hear now from head judge, Mr. David Callis, about what they exactly want to see in terms of how to win a twin battle here at DMP Round 3 at Autodrom Jastrząb.
Watching the competition in the dark is not every time completely easy, but with our setup of cameras and drones and different views, I think we can manage. But also you as spectators will have the similar setup to us. You're not having the same switches because you need to enjoy the cinematic view, but we will be really looking on each zone very, very carefully and looking on every mistake what the drivers can do. The lead driver needs to do what they've been doing yesterday. That's fulfilling the qualification. And the chaser needs to be as close as possible, mimicking the line and mimicking the angle. We already saw during the semi-pro very, very good battles, and our expectations for pro are very high.
Well, dziękuję. There, David Callis, fantastic stuff from the head judge of head judges. Alan, you have to impress that guy in Drift Masters as well. And explaining there that he's looking forward very much to what they're about to see later on. And the judges taking no prisoners, Alan, they're very, very technical. They watch everything in minute detail. We did actually see a couple of split decisions, interestingly, in the semi-pro competition. So will we see some of that in pro? We'll have to wait.
Certainly so. And we have to remember as well, the judges do have a few extra camera angles than what we would see here on stream. So they will use that to find the finer details. And I'm sure that we will see a little few calls that we will be relying on those judges to give us some explanations later on. So, I think we'll be looking forward to hearing from them again soon.
Well, we will indeed. So, I guess that is all she wrote about the intro, guys, and we are ready to rock for top 32 action here at DMP Round 3 for the pro competition. I'm looking forward to it. Alan's looking forward to it, I'm sure. You're looking forward to it at home as we join the track here now, guys, and you're treated to a little bit of a montage here of the action that is about to come. Of course, guys, as well, we have as well as that, we have a car show here, presents and helicopter rides, all that kind of good stuff, Alan Hines, so it's all going to be good. So, exciting stuff, and the championship is still wide open here in pro competition, and I think by the end of round 3, as I said at the start, it's getting into the pointy end of the championship now, Alan, because it's going to be so close, possibly by the end of round 3 here, that I think it's setting us up for a great final in Tor Poznan. Or it could be that the championship leaders might put their stamp on it right now at this stage and take the win that they need, take away maximum 100 points from an event win. Remember, they could have gained 12 points from winning qualifying as well. So we will have top 32 battles coming your way right now, and then a little break, and then into top 16 later on. And you can see on screen right now your top 32 battles full of the best of Polish and indeed European talent here right in front of us on track. It is a melting pot for nations here in DMP in 2026. And our top qualifier, Łukasz Kaliszewski, to take on Orest Michalczuk in the first battle, and that will be a very, very spicy one, because Orest is maybe the lowest qualifier in top 32, but a good driver, and I mean, we can pick out any one of these battles and it has its own story. Each battle will have its own story. It's full of superstars. It's loads of current Drift Masters drivers, former Drift Masters drivers, former champions of DMP like Jakob Kroll, who is currently a Drift Masters driver. There's a story in every battle here, Alan Hines, and I'm not just saying that as commentator speak. There really, really is, and we're looking forward to bringing it to you guys, and I hope you're as psyched as we are at home. And we are ready to rock for battle action here at DMP Round 3 Pro competition in the top 32. There's a lot at stake here, and a man who knows that is Łukasz Kaliszewski in the beautiful Warthouse in 90 Supra, but the lowest place qualifier, Orest Michalczuk, is up against him. Both Polish drivers, both ready to rock. Roughly about 950 brake horsepower in both cars, and we are ready to go here for pro action at DMP round 3 as Łukasz Kaliszewski fires in the beautiful Worthouse sponsored A90 Supra into the first corner. Orest Michalczuk is a little bit on the inside of the track here. He has to get into formation with the super fast Supra, but that is not an easy thing to do. It is much easier said than done. Now he makes the dive but loses a little bit of angle in the process as Łukasz Kaliszewski does Łukasz Kaliszewski things and does a perfect lead run. Alan Hines crossing the line.
Yeah, what incredible stuff there. Just repeating that incredible lead run that we saw yesterday in qualifying, once again doing exactly what the judges want Łukasz to be doing, to be honest with you. And unfortunately for Orest, making a few mistakes in the chase position, not really able to get to the door of Łukasz in the incredible Worthouse Mark V Supra. But look at the, look at the proximity. He's trying to catch back up, just cannot get the front of the car into the pocket of where he needs it to be. And Łukasz says goodbye and slams the pedal in the Mark V Supra of Worthouse Supra, and sings it across the line, Mike. This is going to be a tricky one for Łukasz because I think he's going to have a nice advantage after this first one, and so it's going to be, can Łukasz keep the, I suppose keep his head on the shoulders and make sure he can stay calm going into the second half of this battle.
He took the win in Katowice at round 2. Let's see if he can take the win here. He is currently way up there in the championship, and is he going to take another step towards the championship win? It's a big wide entry there, unfortunately for Michalczuk. He does manage to keep it on track though, as you can hear there, the turbos absolutely screaming in both of these cars. 1850 odd brake horsepower on track right now in the pro competition here. 285 semi-slick racing tyres on the rear. Crazy stuff here in DMP in 2026, and Łukasz Kaliszewski once again doing fantastic stuff there in the chase position and maybe giving the judges less of a hard decision to make here at it.
I don't know if Łukasz is a carpenter, but he certainly nailed the coffin together there with that incredible chase run across the finish line there. And you know what, Łukasz, look, he's not obviously matching of angle in these areas, but he's certainly closer than what the Orest did in his his chase run, should I say. So I think this one is just kind of, as you would say, doing what he needs to do to cement that win and try and move on into the top 16 here. But of course, all to play for here. I don't know, is there anything here that we're missing here from that might be in this battle that the judges might need to pop out or spot out? But I think it's pretty clear cut in my opinion.
Oh, what a good looking car as well. Both gorgeous cars. Look at the wrap there on Orest's car. Is beautiful, and just a clean race car, the red, blue and white, fantastic stuff. And the judges have a decision made, and it is indeed Łukasz Kaliszewski who moves on to the top 16, taking his championship charge one step further. He's currently in third place in the championship with 145 points. The legend, who is Kuba Przygoński, is in first place with 203. So Łukasz really needed this win. He manages to get the win, and he picks up several championship points for his move up into the top 16, as well as, of course, 12 points for winning qualifying yesterday. So this is a lot of points on the board already here for the Polish driver, and we have our first battle in the books, Alan Hines.
Yeah, incredible driving there by Łukasz. Considering the amount of experience that he has, taking a win there, qualifying top. He's only had 5 or 6 pro events under the belt. That's incredible driving. But Mike, we move on to the next battle. This is P16 and P17 in qualifying. As you remember as well, highest qualifier can decide if they lead or chase first. And it's Kevin Robel that decides to, in that lead position, higher qualifier taking the lead position here in this battle, Mike.
Yeah, a very interesting one here. Kevin Robel actually caught the rain yesterday and he almost didn't qualify.
Right. Yeah.
He was the only driver to really get caught out by that shower, but he did manage to get it done in the second run. Qualified in 16th position. Now Janos Anodi in the beautiful Motul sponsored E36 Coupe putting in a very similar lap in 17th position.
I hope now there's not something wrong here. Marcin is spotting something. There is a drop of water. I'd say that's water.
Is it fuel?
Something is dropping.
Yeah, hopefully
we can see actual drops.
Hopefully it's just water under a rear mounted rad, but it could be
it looks
fuel.
kind of oily. If you look at the ground there, Mike, I know it's obviously wet on the ground, but it does have like a slickness to it, if you get me, like a shininess to it.
As we see the Bulldog quick change in the back there under Kevin Frobel's car. Kevin, very interesting driver. I'm a big fan of his style. He tends to just do what he feels in his heart and drive with flair, putting on a show for the crowd, and it really comes out in his driving style. So hopefully we get to see him running But obviously, guys, here in terms of safety, it's obviously of utmost importance that the cars are not allowed to run if there is a flammable liquid leaking onto the track, because especially in pro competition, it's not uncommon to see the tyres on the rear getting up to such temperatures that they actually light on fire.
I think the issue here is it doesn't matter if it's kind of water or fuel, it's still stuff that's dropping on the track, right?
Absolutely.
And like you mentioned, if it gets under the tyre, it is an issue. So Marston's going to probably make the final decision here. It doesn't matter what the crew say to Marston, it's okay, it's not going to cause any issues to the car. It's just Marston's concerned about what it's going to cause to the chase driver.
Yeah, well, I want to see these two E36s battling, to be honest, and hopefully, we do. It's
Awesome.
okay. It's
Brilliant.
okay. We don't have a leak from Kevin Vrubel's car. We do get to see a battle, thankfully. So Kevin Vrubel, the slightly higher qualifier in 16th position, leads in 17th place qualifier in the form of Janos Anodi. Now Vrubel pulls away a little bit. Anodi's on the inside line, and it's all going wrong for the Motul sponsor car here. And contact between two drivers. Anodi finds himself in the wrong place on track, catches Vrubel on the transition, and unfortunately that's a big contact from both drivers.
Happened here, Mike? Well, first of all, we see the flicking from Kevin Vrubel. Fantastic initiation, incredible. But I did notice, even in practice, Janos Anodi was struggling a little bit in practice, and maybe some power issues there. It looks completely straight. That's almost incomplete. Oh wow, I mean, that was a major mistake by Janos Anodi, I'm sorry, but you can even see the coilover. Look at the coilover, the half shaft, the axle falls out of the car and falls across the back of the track. That's incredible amount of damage. Wheel on wheel contact with the rear of those cars. Wow, what a drama filled top 32 so far, Mike.
Yeah,
this
straight into the action here at DMP round 3, guys, and hope you're enjoying the action. We don't want to see any carnage, but you know what? It is. It was definitely a drama-filled second battle of the top 32, and I think we can say pretty confidently, Alan Hines, with this view, Kevin Vrubel not doing anything wrong here. He maybe misses on two slightly,
not
but
ideal. But I mean
the chase car
was in the no man's land,
Yeah, the chase car just in the wrong position on track, wasn't in drift, and Onodi will be deemed at fault. I can say pretty confidently there, as the front tyre is even possibly punctured there.
Interesting
as well. Yeah, so I mean a lot of damage to repair there for the Slovakian in the beautiful Motul sponsored E36 Coupe, and the race shop sponsorship there as well. It's kind of hard parked there though, Alan. It's kind of stands there.
It is. Well, I mean, some people will think it's personal opinion. It's not at the end of the day, but I mean, it looks kind of cool there. Now, we have to remember as well, there is no 5-minute rules here in DMP. So Janos Anodi, if he is at fault, which it sounds like he might be, he will not be granted time to repair that vehicle.
Yeah, but, there are no 5-minute rules, and even at that, I don't think that car is getting repaired in 5
No,
minutes.
I don't think so either, especially when an axle falls out the back of it and falls across the back of the track. But, I think it's interesting enough, as we see an awesome shot here of our S14, incredible roll cage, the NASCAR style door bars, the maximum protection for the driver. Incredible cockpit shot there of this incredible S14. Pull up style handbrake, actually, that's an interesting one. Just very rare you see that in drifting competition nowadays. But look at
Jack Shanahan uses that actually.
Jack Shanahan, I think there's a few drivers in the US. Ryan Littrell is another one that uses the pull up style handbrake. Chelsea Denofa is another one as well. I'm sure there's many drivers within Europe as well, but they're the big names that we all know about. But incredible stuff there by Kevin Vrubel on initiation of, unfortunately for Janos Anodi, that big mistake there. And we're going to be able to clean up on a track there. I said it's going to be a tiny bit of a delay here as we wait for this. But as I was speaking about there with the 5-minute rule, there is no 5-minute rule, of course. I might confirm that. But of course, Kevin Vrubel, if there was a case here, he would be possibly granted a competition timeout, and he won't need to use it in this case, because I'd say we'll probably get confirmation a little bit later on, or very soon at least, what's going to happen with the remainder of this battle. But it might just go straight to Kevin Vrubel as the winner.
Yeah, I would agree.
We have to wait and see, of course.
We have to wait and see and make it official, of course. But with no 5-minute rules, the damage looks very extensive there, and I don't see Vrubel being at fault here. So I think what's going to happen is Vrubel will probably be awarded the win and will advance to the top 16, and will have quite a long time in order to repair his car and get it out for top 16 action, where he will be greeted by Łukasz Kaliszewski. So we just have to get the car, of course, here of the one and only Janos Anodi, the Slovakian, recovered, and we do see Kevin Vrubel here, and the judges are about to confirm it, and indeed Kevin Vrubel books his place in the top 16 against Łukasz Kaliszewski. He will be gearing up for that one because you know what, the Polish driver Kaliszewski, his fellow Pole, is I think a man on form, so Kevin Vrobel will be very much gearing up for that one. And a bit of mechanicking work going on here, Alan Hines.
Yeah, a lot of mechanicking work going on. In fact, of course, they're trying to get this wheel up to be able to put on the trolley to bring it onto the recovery truck. But yep, Kevin Vrobel getting the win. I think you know, I mean, we saw the initiation. We didn't see much of the battle, but yeah, doing a great job there, of course. And yeah, he'll be moving on to top 16 against Łukasz Kaliszewski.
Well, indeed, and I do believe that Victoria might be down on track just to have a quick chat with Kevin Vrobel and get his opinion on exactly what happened.
Chciałam wam szybko powiedzieć driftingową bajkę, bo znalazłam tutaj pantofelek i kopciuszka. Pasuje, wydaje mi się. Kevin, zobacz, przymierzmy, czy to by na pewno ty? Zgadza się. To jest historia z happy endem. Dobrze się zaczyna, chociaż pechowo dla twojego rywala. Co ty czułeś, jadąc teraz ten przejazd?
Wrzuciłem się w pierwszą zonę, w klipa i po trzeciej zonie czułem, że coś za blisko jest mój rywal, no i dopiero jak się spotkaliśmy, to wiedziałem, że na pewno jest za blisko.
Zrobiłeś sobie taki spokojny przejazd, sprawdzałeś, czy auto w porządku?
Tak, mamy krzywe zawieszenie z tyłu, także będziemy musieli do tego zaglądnąć, no i trochę moja ulubiona felga została uszkodzona, także szkoda.
O, będzie bolało, ale dobra, na razie o tym zapomnijmy, nieważne, to są rany walki. Wczoraj walczyliście, a propos walki wieczorem ze skrzynią, wszystko już jest okej?
Tak, wszystko jest naprawione, auto jest gotowe.
No to trzymamy kciuki, w takim razie prostujcie zawias i zaraz się widzimy. Dziękuję.
Well, thank you, Victoria there, and Kevin Vrobel. And we will be once again just recovering the car here, the stricken car, unfortunately, of Janos Szenodi. But the guys are a great team, Alan. The Team Motul guys, they're one of the top teams in the paddock, and I'm sure that they'll have that car repaired probably before the event this evening.
I do believe it's a separate team to the other Motul team that we have seen. But to be honest, a lot of damage there, unfortunately, and a bit of damage to Kevin Vrobel there. He's speaking there in his interview there with Victoria. He has a bit of suspension damage, so hopefully he gets that sorted for his top 16 battle against Łukasz Kaliszewski. But of course, I mean, we have to factor in as well that yeah, you know, we've got a bit of delay between, well, we've obviously got a delay now, but there's a bit of time there for Kevin to get that car started for his top 16 battle. We have quite a few hours for that top 16 battle commences, but unfortunately, yeah, we have some, unfortunately, a bit of damage here to Janos Szenodi's car. I mean, this is not a pretty shot to be showing. I've seen the car be literally dragged onto the recovery truck. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Sometimes more damage is caused to the car by recovering it than what is actually on the track. But sometimes we got to do what we got to do to make sure the show continues on here at DMP. And of course, we've got an action-packed show right ahead of us, Mike, and so I actually cannot wait for Janos' car to be collected here, to be honest with you, because the next couple of battles are stacked.
Yeah, they are indeed. Well, I don't think there's going to be any more damage done to the back of that car, unfortunately.
I think unless I was a bit exaggerative there, to be honest with you.
unless they push up the floor underneath there with the jack a bit or something. But I don't think there's a lot more damage. But they are doing a great job here, and I have to say, you know, take this opportunity to speak about DMP. And what an organisation it is. You know, I've been lucky enough over the past almost 20 years to see a lot of drifting, both at home and internationally in the Middle East and everything. And I've been nothing but super impressed by the organisation from the get-go, from the first round in Warsaw. It's just been, they are such a fantastically efficient organisation, and they just show resources at absolutely everything and make it happen, including some of the best staff in the business. So thank you for having us, number one, and yeah, big up to everybody in DMP for making a great championship and an international championship as well happen here domestically in Poland.
Of course, we finally have some light at the end of the tunnel for this recovery, and
thankfully it's offline as well. The oil is offline.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, certainly so. And obviously, you know, bit of damage there, obviously, of course, but it'd be nice to see this car recover off the track. We can move on to our next battle. As yeah, this is a incredible drone shot here in DMP. As I fill in the rest of my top 16 bracket.
I'm after
Kevin.
I'm after doing my writings.
You've done
there.
that already, Mike, have you?
We do fill in our battle brackets as we move along.
Exactly.
So if we go quiet for a second, we're on the Boyros.
Oh yeah, we're ahead of things here. We have to be, because otherwise we will get lost.
Absolutely, there's a lot happening. It's not too bad in the top 16, but in the top 32 there are a lot of cars, as we see Kevin Vrubel's machine here. The toe plates are out.
Toe plates are out. Yeah, I'd say it's just after either bending a trailing arm there. I'd say, that's kind of your toe on the back of these BMWs, is that trailing arm, and sometimes they can just easily affix it if they have the adjustment bucket, let's say, for the front of that trailing arm. They can just slightly move it in a little bit, so hopefully it'll be an easy fix for them. We get to see that car out pretty quickly. We obviously saw some drops on the back of the car, so I don't know, was that just maybe like overflow? That could have been it. Maybe just topped off some water and it just maybe getting a bit hot and just dropping some water on the track, and
possibly
that's why they let it go through. But
now,
either way, I'm sure they'll get it sorted.
The only thing is, I wonder, you can of course fix the rear toe on E36s and 46 as well relatively easily, but I wonder, will the car be 100%, or is there a little bit of a compromise here in terms of geometry? We'll find out in the top 16, I guess, against Łukasz Kaliszewski, because he'll have to have that car absolutely perfect for that battle. But you know what, if there's anybody capable of taking out the third place man in the championship, it is indeed Kevin Vrubel, who puts foot to floor and leaves it there for quite a lot of the run.
I mean, I saw some of his chase runs in practice this morning, and I mean, Kevin was on another level when it came to the commitment on transitions when chasing. I mean, there was one there and I was like, man, this is like your second lap in practice. This is nuts. But I mean, that's exactly what you want to see here. And I mean, that's where you're going to see this type of talent is at a competition level like this in DMP.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And we almost have the E36, of course, of Janos Anodi recovered, and Kevin Vrubel's car just getting set up. The guys wasting no time. They have quite a lot of time, but of course you might find some extra damage. If you're inspecting it now, you're better off get it done right away. You might find something extra
100%.
That you didn't really know about in there, and it is time, of course, you have time then, if you discover it quickly, to repair it. And each team here will, depending on their resources, will carry a lot of spares and have some of the top guys in the business underneath the cars. And yeah,
I mean, there's definitely something not right there, because you could even see from the back shot there, it looked a bit, on the toe outside, which means the front half of the rear wheel is sticking out further, let's say, than the back half. So ideally you'd have a bit of toe in. But anyway, who cares about the analytics side of it? We have our next battle, Mike.
Well, we do indeed. It is the one and only Radosław Gajkowski, who qualified in 8th position actually against the man in the brand new build, fresh from HDK. It is Vladislav Burda, who qualified in 25th position in his BMW. So Radosław, the higher qualifier, to lead us in here. Gajkowski in the S15, firing it in. Beautiful line here from the Polish driver. Look at this, so from the brand new E92, he's still learning this car, but it is not a bad run so far from Vladislav Burda in the chase position. He's looking like he's getting better and better in this car as the weekend goes on, but there is a little bit of a gap opening up now slightly as the Polish driver starts to pull away in his S15 and opens up a little bit of a gap with the hotel here in the background. You can see all the people on the viewing spot there, Alan. A fantastic venue, and that is the first half for our third battle.
Major mistake from Vladislav Burda on initiation there. He started to jump the light a bit. You might have noticed that on the live run, and that's okay to do, but I think he might have just not timed it right off the line and lost a bit of straight line speed there. But I mean, this is literally a brand spanking new Eurofighter. I was kind of told about that earlier on. Brand new, first event or pro event in this car, and here he is. He's struggling to keep up with the S15 Sylvia of Radoslav Gajkowski, as Radoslav pulled away across from the line. I mean, look.
So we are ready to rock for the second half of the battle, and just one thing I did notice there, Alan, was that the chaser was very straight through on the initiation there, so we'll have to see what the judges think of that as we move along to the second half. And it is, as you were, the E92 leads us in. Vladislav Burda doing what he can with the new build. But a big over rotation and contact once again.
Yeah,
once again. So contact once again, and Alan Hines, did you see anything unusual there?
It looks like the car shut down from Vladislav, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
that's about it really. It looks like he just stops and he just pulls the handbrake. I don't know. Or maybe the car shuts off on him.
Yeah. So Yeah, I think it might be just unchaseable here, possibly, Alan. Let's have a look once more just to see if we can see any more information from this one. And yeah, he just died on loads of angle there, pretty much at 3, and was unchaseable pretty much.
Yeah, I think we'll probably get a clearer explanation from the judges. Perhaps maybe we'll wait to see if we get something like that from them. But yeah, you know what? I think not the cleanest of battles that we would have expected. As we see Radoslav pulling up here to get the result. But I think it's fair to say that we kind of know who's going to move on here, considering of the circumstances of the that lead run in you, especially from Radoslav. Brand new Eurofighter before this weekend. It will not be leaving a brand new Eurofighter after this weekend, Mike.
It will not, indeed, Alan Hines. And it is indeed Radosław Gatkowski who takes the win and books his place in the top 16. As we have an action-packed top 32 so far for you here, guys. A little bit of a drama, as I predicted in the build-up, because, you know, in terms of qualification, there is a little bit of a gap between the top and the lower qualifying scores here in DMP round 3, that's for sure. As we move it along to the next one, it is Mikołaj Zakrzewski on the line, and I don't think we have a Daniel Pelican to join him. I think there's a mechanical for Daniel Pelican, who qualified in 24th position, but the higher qualifier anyway, Mikołaj Zakrzewski, who's actually Pavel Karpolinski's spotter, I believe, Alan Hines, is he?
Correct. Yeah, that is correct. But as we see from the buy run here from Mikołaj, I mean, look at the pace of this Fogo, this Silvia S15, incredible stuff. And I mean, just showing, you know, a little correction there, but I mean, it doesn't matter, it's just a buy run. Unfortunately, Daniel Pelican with a technical issue, not able to make that battle, as you said, Mike. And just a nice clean lead run, showing what he's made of. Into top 16 he goes.
Yeah, so easy enough, quick enough one to get into the books. Unfortunately for Daniel Pelican, didn't make it to the line. Big shout out to him for his performance yesterday in qualification, but we don't see him. So Mikołaj Zakrzewski making his way into the top 16, and that will be to face off against Radosław Gatkowski, who we just saw there. So Alan Hines, that is a stacked battle for, we have our first two
quarter.
battles. Yeah, first quarter done already, exactly. And it is definitely going to be a very, very, very exciting top corner of the battle bracket as we look to our next battle now and through the replay, and it is the one and only Abdul Karim Yehin versus Karolina Piarczyk. So it is Switzerland versus Poland, and both cars, interestingly, pumping out about 900 brake horsepower. So here in DMP, guys, in a battle, 1800 brake horsepower in a domestic championship. Crazy stuff, and we are about to see these two cars going to battle. And look at this, look at the big V8 with the big old compressor poking its way out under the bonnet. Alan Hines, what a build this is.
Incredible machine. Yeah, it looks like a Vortex style kind of turbocharged, supercharger, whatever you want to call it. But let's leave the line here, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. So the higher qualifier, 4th position qualifier actually, Abdul Karim Yehin, leaves the line in his little 1 series, followed by a hard charging Karolina, but she's a little bit all over the place here in the chase position. She really has to find the door here of the Swiss driver, or she's going to be in trouble, because he will not be giving her an inch in the return leg. Now a little bit of a wheel drop here from both drivers, I think, but definitely from Abdul Karim, and he crosses the line. A little bit of separation opening up there, Alan.
Yeah, I think this is not a horsepower battle, but more so of a timing battle, really. The M50 turbo and that 1 Series BMW powered 1 Series BMW versus LS of some sort, S15 Silvia of Karolina Pilarczyk. Unfortunately, getting left behind there. I mean, we've seen Karim absolutely incredible amount of pace in this BMW, and I mean, even in practice this morning, it was probably one of the fastest cars on track in that spotter tower up on top of the hotel there. That's the spotter's area. I'm sure his spotter will be telling him, you need to take it a bit on the easier side. Unfortunately, Karolina not able to keep up there, so I think he's got one step placed into that top 16 battle.
1 foot in the top 16, exactly.
1 foot, that's the one.
1 foot, exactly, yeah. I'm helping you out all weekend with the sayings. So Karolina Pilarczyk leading us in this time. Lead becomes chase, and we're ready to rock here for our second half of the the bottom half of the bracket in the left hand side of the top 32, and Karolina leads us in with a nice lead line, maybe sacrificing one a little bit there, but she's perfect on 2 and 3. This is much better from the Polish driver. Now Absolutely getting chased down here by Abdul Karim Yehan, though in the chase position. He knows that he doesn't have to push it terribly hard. His sponsor will have told him that as Carolina drops a wheel on the edge of the zone. Now Abdul Karim really turns the screw here with the BMW, and Alan Hines, you can just see the BMW putting down so much grip there. He was able to find the door of the Silvia pretty easily.
He is indeed, and it's interesting. I mean, look, he's kind of, as we said, he had one foot? 1 foot into the top 16 battle. I think he might have had the other half straight in there too. It was incredible chase driving by him, doing what he needs to do. And I mean, here in our studio, we can hear the anti-lag in a 1 Series BMW. Proper hardcore anti-lag, the proper growl out of it. As the growl from the V8 of Karolina Palczarczyk in her Nissan Silvia S15 is not enough, I think, to pull away the gap from that of Karim. As they crossed the line here, I think it's pretty clear who's going to get this one, in my opinion, anyway, Mike.
Yeah, well, you never know. Let's see what the judges say.
100%.
But yeah, I do agree with you, Alan Hines. I think let's as the crowd gives them a round of applause. Both drivers there with the matching race suits to the livery, such fantastic cars there, both beautiful livered. And it is indeed Abdul Karim Yehan who goes through, the Swiss driver with the 1 Series, going through to the top 16. Drivers having a chat there, and Carolina absolutely delighted with her run there. A great lead run, to be fair, there from Carolina, but not enough, just a little bit too little, too late, Alan, I think, in terms of Abdul Karim just had that chase run.
Certainly so, yeah. Great driving there by both drivers. As incredible to see Karolina Palczarczyk here in the top 32 action. Incredible sportswoman when it comes to all motorsports here in Poland. An incredible talent, and of course a great spokesperson for all types of animal rights and all of that stuff. So incredible athlete here, an incredible personality and character here for the sport here with DMP.
Yeah, be sure to follow her on her various socials, guys, and Abdul Karim as well. Both great sports people and some great characters here in DMP 2026 and hopefully 2027 as well. And looking forward to seeing where this championship goes, because it is going from strength to strength, and like I said a few minutes ago, a great crew behind the scenes who are pushing this championship to new heights. And it's basically just a feeder for Drift Masters, Alan, at this stage. We go back to the line, and it is an interesting one. It is the beautiful BMW of Simos Tikis, who qualified in 13th position, facing off against another beautiful car in the hands of the Danish champion Anders Madsen, who qualified in 20th position. So two very distinctive, very different liveries here, about to leave the line, and it is 13th versus 20th position. So Simos Tikis about to leave the line here in the almost Batman BMW CSL inspired build. Two BMWs, very different driving styles and very different cars here, as Simos Tikis flakes in the car in here into the second clipping zone and absolutely snaps it onto angle. Beautiful transition there from Simos, as Anders Madsen now starts to chase him down and starts to find the door of the Cypriot driver. Has to back out of it a little bit here. Alan Hines just pulls up a little bit on 5 there, as Simos Tikis from Cyprus puts foot to floor and crosses the line, and the Danish driver just backing out a small bit there, Alan.
I mean, see, what I do know from, as Andrew said there, he had a bit of a collision in practice, so I'm actually delighted to see him back out. It was a pretty big smash, and I'd say this is his very first lap since that collision this morning with the wall. So I mean, I have to give credit to him. Incredible chase run there, considering the circumstances. Probably first lap on this car for a considerable amount of hours, and first lap to see if this car is actually okay. But we can't take anything away from Simos. Incredible lead run there in the E36. The Cypriot there doing a great job here in the lead run. I mean, not fulfilling the zones perfectly, should we say, but giving the chase there to Mads to be able to put his door or his wheel to the door, and of course see that type of chase run that we all want to see. But I do think it's not the type of chase run that Mads needs if he wants to cement his place in the top 16 battle.
Absolutely. Well, Simos Tikis, 2-time Cypriot national champion, Anders Madsen, current Danish champion, so both bringing championships from their respective countries. Let's see what they can do here as Simos Tikis now chases in Anders Madsen, and he's really close on initiation there. Look at this from the Cypriot in the E36. He's right on the door, snaps back through the transition. Now can he time the transition perfectly? He can, Alan Hines. You love that one, I know. He almost has more angle there than the lead car. Has to drop back a little bit as a result, just loses a tiny bit of proximity and brakes once again just through the transition in order to avoid the collision. But Simos Tikis shuts it down. It might be all about the change here in the split second that we just saw there, Alan Hines, and in the blink of an eye this battle could be after flipping on its head.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what went wrong there out on zone 5. Obviously, we see the first half of this battle. I do think Simos doing a great job here, you know, adapting to the lead run that of Mads Andersen. But of course, we have to factor in here, the lead run is actually fairly decent. It's almost on par with that of Simos's first lead run. So, I mean, it's going to be all down to this transition here from Simos. Not the nicest there, but then, of course, Mads drops 2 wheels. And I mean, this is a very tricky situation here. I mean, this is going to be the judges have to dissect this. I feel like this is going to be the deciding factor of the battle. Is outside zone 5 there from the lead run of Mads, and of course, Silas trying to adapt to that, of course, as he goes in there.
Well, as we saw there from the drone shot, I mean, Anders did dial on quite a lot of angle. Was Simos backing out because he thought that he was going into a spin, or was the proximity a little bit too far away in order to deem it as the chase car's fault?
Was it,
you know,
to play devil's
the lead
advocate?
car's fault, sorry.
Well, sorry, yeah, but to play devil's advocate, of course, Simos was kind of on the inside going in there too, so he's kind of teeing off on the line a bit. So, I mean, was he placed incorrectly by Mads going into the transition, and that's why he was on the inside, or was it an independent mistake from Simos to be able to misplace the car there, and then the incorrect line from Mads kind of expedited the issue, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe.
But I guess, look, judges make the decision. We're just going to...
We got to get the angel eyes going on the right hand side as well of Simos' car.
Especially if he moves on, you know, you need that extra pair of lights to see a bit further.
He's going to need them tonight, actually.
He will definitely need them, that's what I'm saying, yeah, exactly.
So, very tight decision. So, we might even hear from the judges possibly on this one, as we said in the intro. We will bring you the judges' explanations in the event of a tight one. So, we'll see if we will be going to them as they still deliberate over this one, and we wait for the result to drop in between the current Danish champion and the 2-time Cypriot champion. Both very similarly aged and similar horsepower cars, and both national champions, so it's an interesting battle for sure. And big high level here in DMP with a lot of drivers using 265 semi-slick tyres, but the majority using 285. We have a result dropping in, and it's a one more time split decision once again here, as we saw in semi-pro. So Matt Jedic going for Anders Madsen, but the other 2 judges going for a one more time. So I think we might be able to hear back on this one at some stage, but we go back to the line, and it is a championship battle here. It is Stavros Grillis, who is in the championship hunt in 2nd position with 170 points, and he is looking to increase that tally to close the gap on Kuba Przygoński. But we are going to go to the judges.
So in this battle, we saw many mistakes from both drivers. When me and Karol thought, like, hey guys, clean it up, show us better. Mateusz said that Simos's mistake on his chase position, where he almost stopped, was too big to let him win or even put one more time. So that was the reasoning.
Well, short and sweet like myself there from David Callis, and that is the explanation. We will get to see that one more time. Multiple national championships in the hands of those guys, but we do go back to the line now. Stavros Grillis, the Greek god, position 5 in qualifying, and he will of course face off against the one and only Peter Utassi, who qualified down the order in 28th position, but let's not rule him out because he's a great twin battle driver. Beautiful BMWs, quite similar chassis here leaving the line, and let's see what happens as the Greek god Stavros Grillis leads us in with the 4-cylinder 2AR Toyota engine under the bonnet. Peter Utassi is in chase here to Alan Hines. He's right on the door of the Greek man, and the Hungarian driver is popping through the smoke, very shallow though, doesn't use a lot of angle, doesn't get the transition tidily done, and now Stavros Grillis puts foot to floor and pulls away a little bit. A very close battle, Alan, but a couple of little technicalities there creeping in for the chase, I think.
Incredibly fast battle, of course, as we see from the Stavros' flick initiation here. Great job there through outside zone 1 as we go back to inside zone 2 here, and with Tuesday Peter, I mean look at this here, great proximity there through the transition. I mean, if there's one place where you need to be on door to door is when a lead driver is making a mistake, and I mean that shows great driving. Look at the transition there once again into outside zone 5 here, and look at the proximity once again. This is going to be a tough one for Grillis. He's going to have to really push here. I mean, and I do be honest, I think Matashi doing a great job, adapting to the lead run there. I mean, a few mistakes creeping into Stavros Grillis' lead run there, but I mean, look here, second half of the run coming up next.
Yeah, well, Stavros Grillis is he's a crazy chase driver. Watch this, guys. If round 1 and 2 are anything to go by, and the rest of the stuff I've seen from this guy, and you mentioned Alan, he's a former Driftmaster driver, I believe, as well. So I mean, great experience here in the hands of the man from the Greek islands as he fires in his BMW in chase of Peter Utassi. Both drivers foot to floor. Peter Utassi goes very, very shallow on the inside. Stavros Grillis follows him, pops back through the smoke. Look at the tyre smoke raising from the back of the wheeling car of Peter Utassi as Stavros Grillis now makes his dive. Yeah, I saw him lining it up. He just hung back and he said, I'm going to go right here. He did it. He's right in the pocket. He's right there with Peter O'Tassi. He puts foot to floor as they both full throttle go over the finish line with the hotel here in the background. And Alan Hines, what a run that was.
Yeah, I don't really like the outside zone 1 to inside zone 2 here from Utasik. Peter pulls the handbrake, didn't really see it there, but we saw from the other angle. And then credit to Stavros Grillis being able to adapt to that and still manage to maintain decent proximity here as the three-wheeling of the F22 BMW of Utasik Peter doing a great job here as he goes to the last transition from outside zone 5. But I think, to be honest with you, I think we have an idea who's going to win this one, if I'm honest with you, Mike, as the Stavros Grillis is in the E36 lightweight BMW, 4-cylinder 2AR, mad power, super lightweight, incredible type of machinery here we've seen here in the DMP.
Yeah, it is a crazy machine, that's for sure. But like you said, and I think I've an idea of the way it's going to go, but it wasn't definitely a massively clear-cut battle. So let's see what the judges have to say as both drivers get their helmets off and the results drop in, and it is indeed Stavros Grillis, the Greek god, in second place in the championship, continues his championship pull and makes, for right now anyway, until the battle of Kuba Przygoński happens, he pulls a couple of points back on the championship leader. So that is a good news for Stavros Grillis, and he continues his championship hunt, and we lose Peter O'Tassi. Now we move it along. Alan Hines down to the line again in a second, and I think that was the fair decision, to be fair. But we look back to the line and it is the one and only, it is Mad Max, it's not Mad Mike, it's Mad Max Heydrich from Germany, the former Driftmasters driver, against Krzysztof Józwiak in the chase position. So the higher qualifier, Max Heydrich, choosing to lead, one of the other advantages of qualifying higher. And Krzysztof, I saw him in briefing last night, looked very attentive in briefing, taking it all in. So let's see what he can do in the chase position as the German leads us in. And the Polish driver in the BMW. Oh, but Max Heydrich goes very wide here. Alan Hines is all falling apart before he almost even starts for the German driver. Wild entry there from the very, very experienced Max Heydrich. He gets it back online now. He doesn't let it face him. But Krzysztof Józwiak kind of had to adjust there and didn't really get the proximity, didn't get the chance to get on the door of the German driver. So this is going to be a very interesting one to see how the judges call that.
Well, I mean, if we can't call him Mad Max because of copyright issues, why don't we call him Maximum Max?
Maximum Max. I like that. I think if we called him Mad Mike, there'd be copyright, but Mad Maximum might be okay. Oh, the movie. The movie, oh yeah.
We'd have to paint his car black and everything, you know.
Yeah, and kind of pull a few bits off it.
Yeah. That would be pretty cool, to be honest with you. Maybe an idea for next season.
We'll talk about nicknames maybe tonight afterwards with him.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a party happening here in the paddock, so we'll do it tonight. But for now, let's do
we'll
the
concentrate
drifting.
on this. Unfortunately for Max, a big mistake there in outside zone 1, falling out wide, dropping a wheel. And unfortunately, a major mistake there from the lead run. We do want to see those clean lead runs, and I don't think Max is really giving that to Krzysztof Józwiak there. So it's going to be all to play for here. We have to wait and see what the lead run that Krzysztof is going to give to Max.
Yeah, well, Max is only 15th in the championship. He's a driver who I could tip to win this championship given a good year, but unfortunately not the season that he's been wanting so far. He's probably a better driver than 15th place in the championship would suggest. Is he going to take a little bit of a jump here in the championship? I'm not so sure, because that initiation caught him out first time. Now he's much better this time as Krzysztof, the Polish driver, does everything right in the BMW. Beautiful transition on angle. He's perfect around 4, leads the zone to get himself set up for 5. Look at this big tyre smoke from the BMW, but Max Heydrich now looks for the door. He's right there with the Polish driver, and now he finds the door. Now he gives the judges something to think about. He disappears in the tyre smoke as they go over the finish line, and yeah, Alan Hines, that was much better.
It was much better, but I still don't know if it's going to be enough. We have to wait and see what the judges will say about the mistake from Max Heydrich on the very first run. And of course, Max doesn't really give a crazy chase on the second run either. We expect, I suppose, Max to have a little bit more. And look, the thing is here, Mike, as you mentioned earlier, I think this is the first season Max is actually back in full season of competition. I think he took a season off last year, maybe still trying a few gremlins with the car over the off season that he took off last year, getting the thing back together again. Obviously had a crash last weekend in Germany as well. Unfortunate there for him, but you know, there might be a few issues creeping into this chassis. But
if you look at Max's story on Instagram as well, they had massive subframe issues, cracked subframe after a collision there, and they had the welders out and big repairs to the back of this car going on Friday night. So maybe the car not 100%. Big repairs, subframe down on the ground job, welders out and all that kind of thing. I think he got a welder from Kuba Przygoński. So we are going to have a result, and it is Krzysztof Józwiak who takes the win, and Max Heydrich, who would have been the favourite for this battle in terms of qualification positions, bows out of competition early in the top 32. He can put the car in the trailer and relax for the night. It won't be the season he'll be wanting, but unfortunately that is how it goes, and that's how the judges saw it. So, you know what, Alan Hines, I think it is the fair decision as well, to be fair, and Max Heidrich unexpectedly out of competition early. So we are going back to the studio to Marcellina for a second.
W innej roli.
Dzień dobry Państwu, dzień dobry Pani. No, musiałem zrobić rok przerwy, bo już naprawdę bardzo długo startuję. W zeszłym roku sobie pozwoliłem na cały sezon, żeby przejechać jeszcze raz. No, w tym roku musiałem się trochę poświęcić pracy i innym obowiązkom. No, może za rok pojadę jeszcze raz.
Ale z tego, co się dowiedziałam, masz tutaj też pod swoim skrzydłem zawodników, których obsługujesz, którym pomagasz, więc też tej pracy byłoby całkiem sporo, gdyby to tak łączyć jedno z drugim.
No, pracy mamy sporo, ponieważ zajmujemy się autami na co dzień, więc pomagamy wielu osobom, kierowcom. Jeżeli chodzi o strojenia, mapowania, silniki, także szkolenia i tak dalej, więc tu jest parę osób, z którymi współpracujemy. Jest co robić, dlatego też jestem.
Fantastycznie to słyszeć też, biorąc pod uwagę, jak szerokie masz doświadczenie, jeżeli chodzi o drifting, bo były tytuły driftingowego mistrza Polski, brałeś udział także w Drift Masters Grand Prix. Jak oceniasz poziom rywalizacji do tej pory tutaj na torze w Radomiu? Bo z tego, co widzimy, naprawdę jest do tej pory bardzo gorąco.
Nie, no jest bardzo fajnie, naprawdę poziom jest wysoki. Trasa jest ustawiona zdecydowanie fajnie pod właśnie bliskie pary, pomimo tej prędkości, która jest na początku trasy. Zawodnicy bardzo ładnie dają radę. Super, ja czekam naprawdę na to widowisko, kiedy będzie wieczór, bo sam parę razy brałem udział, jak jest wieczór. Zupełnie inaczej się jeździ, są inne warunki. Zobaczymy, kto się najszybciej zaadoptuje do trasy, która jest ciemna, w której nie do końca wszystko widać, a trzeba dawać siebie 100% i czasami trzeba jechać po prostu na ślepo.
No właśnie, tak trochę na pamięć po tej trasie. Wiemy też, ile potrafi narobić bałaganu dym, który wydostaje się spod opon. Dobrze by było, gdyby tutaj trochę wiało, prawda?
Dym tak, jak wieje to rozwiewa, okej, ale podczas tego przejazdu to niewiele pomoże, bo i tak leci to prosto na auto i niestety te światła nocne, sztuczne, które podświetlają tor, robią idealną barierę taką białą przed nami, przed autem, więc naprawdę niełatwo się jedzie, trudniej niż w dzień.
Natomiast dla widowiska, dla kibiców, no to jest coś spektakularnego, bo my wiemy, że też zawodnicy przygotowali sobie pewnego rodzaju dodatki świecące, kolorowe, że będzie to naprawdę wyglądało przepięknie.
Nie, no zawsze to jest tak, to w ogóle inaczej wygląda. To trzeba zobaczyć na żywo i cieszę się, że na tej rundzie będziemy mogli zobaczyć, bo zazwyczaj ciężko to zorganizować, tak? No ale tutaj jest, super.
Zdecydowanie tak. Powiedz mi, jak patrzysz tak na rywalizację też poniekąd swoich podopiecznych, kolegów z toru, nie kusi, żeby jeszcze czasem polatać bokiem? Czy ty może masz jeszcze w planach coś takiego, żeby wrócić?
Kusi, oczywiście, że kusi, ale w tym roku nie zdecydowałem się na żadną konkretną ligę, żeby po prostu przejechać cały sezon. I w tym roku byłem na początku sezonu na jednej imprezie niemieckiej dla odmiany, na którym byłem drugi. Teraz za tydzień jadę na jedną węgierską imprezę, też sobie pojeździć, więc też sobie pojeżdżę. A no, może za rok jeszcze zrobię cały sezon DMP, zobaczę jak mi pozwolą warunki i wszystko, tak? No, przygotowanie, czas, bo to jest najważniejsze.
Czyli to nie jest tak, że zupełnie odwiesiłeś gumy na kołek i to już jest zakończona historia. Jeszcze możemy Ciebie zobaczyć w tej rywalizacji.
No cały czas jeżdżę i też jeździmy na treningi z zawodnikami, których uczę i tak dalej, jeździmy w parach dużo. Więc naprawdę dużo tej jazdy jest w moim życiu, ale czasami jest aż za dużo, bo po 20 latach aktywnego uczestniczenia w tym, że tak powiem, rok w rok, sezon w sezon, nie wiem, 10-15 eventów co roku, to jest naprawdę dużo i naprawdę dużo czasu to zjada, nie? I czasami trzeba też odpocząć i coś innego zrobić.
No to na pewno, chociaż wiem, że tego odpoczynku nie będzie Ci dane zbyt dużo, bo wiem, że Twój syn także bardzo interesuje się driftingiem i chyba chce iść w ślady taty.
No nawet nie tyle, że chce, tylko już poszedł, bo już akurat brał udział w zawodach dwa razy na pierwszym miejscu, co prawda w zawodach, gdzie jeździ się jeszcze samemu, bo od czegoś trzeba zacząć, więc bardzo dobrze mu idzie, pozdrawiam go z tej strony i pamiętaj, jeździsz moją furą. Więc
nie zarysować.
Jest super, naprawdę fajnie jeździ i liczę na to, że będzie szedł w moje ślady i też będzie miał fajne wyniki.
A stresuje Cię to, kiedy oglądasz syna w rywalizacji?
W ogóle.
A sam się stresowałeś, jak byłeś zawodnikiem?
Trochę się stresowałem, no każdy ma ten etap przejściowy, oczywiście na początku jest bardziej, później się mniej to przeżywa, jeżeli chodzi o siedzenie za kierownicą. Jak staje się na tym starcie i te światła zaczynają czerwone, zielone, to naprawdę w głowie się wszystko zmienia i można się naprawdę nie skupić na tym, co trzeba. Trzeba z tym walczyć i popracować. No, młodzi z tym mają trochę prościej, później te nerwy, stresy wchodzą, więc też jest trochę inaczej, nie?
To jeszcze ostatnie pytanie, bo bardzo mnie to interesuje. Jak wygląda praca z takim początkującym zawodnikiem, który dopiero rozpoczyna pracę zawodową, karierę zawodnika driftingującego, bo właśnie jestem ciekawa, jak przekazuje się tę wiedzę i co jest najważniejsze na samym początku takiej kariery, jak się tego w ogóle nauczyć, jak załapać tego bakcyla, jakie ty ciekawostki, jaką wiedzę, jakie podpowiedzi przekazujesz swoim podopiecznym?
Znaczy to bardzo zależy od kierowcy i od tego, co ma, że tak powiem, już na swoim koncie, bo niektórzy nigdy nie jeździli, nie wariowali żadnymi samochodami, nie wiem, sprzętami, motocyklami, czymkolwiek, kładami i chcą się nauczyć i wtedy mają trudniejszą drogę. Po prostu muszą się dłużej trochę pomęczyć w samochodzie, żeby zrozumieć, jak działa samochód, balans, trochę poprzeginać granice na torze i tak dalej. A ci, co od zawsze wariowali, bo mieli do tego smykałkę, jest dużo łatwiej, bo oni po prostu tak wsiadają i mniej więcej już zaczynają czuć i od czego innego wtedy zaczynamy.
Ale jest możliwe, żeby laika nauczyć.
Oczywiście,
tak od zera.
Oczywiście nie ma żadnego problemu, można bez problemu każdego nauczyć. To jest tylko i wyłącznie kwestia czasu i kwestia zapału osoby, która chce się nauczyć.
I odwagi pewnie trochę też.
Odwagi też, ale przy takich początkowych torach i tak dalej, jak się uczy, to tam naprawdę nie ma się czego bać, bo tam nie ma się co wydarzyć.
No jest to sprawa do przemyślenia. Bardzo ci dziękuję za udział w naszym studiu. No i co, oglądamy rywalizację dalej i ściskamy kciuki także za twoich podopiecznych. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo i powodzenia wszystkim.
Thank you, Marcelina and Bartosz there. And we move it back to the line to a very, very interesting battle. It is a very, very close battle. It is Łukasz Kaliszewski, higher qualifier, against Piotr Kozłowski. And interestingly, these guys have known each other since childhood. They've both grown up in Gdansk. In the team competition, they both represent the UVic Drift team in Q8, and they both compete in Drift Masters. So this season, Łukasz competed in Italy in an Alpha, and now he's against his old car here. So very interesting as he almost makes contact with his old car there, as he makes the dive in through the first corner here. Beautiful scenes here at DMP. Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski round 3 here in the Autodrom, and beautiful line here as well from our lead driver Łukasz Kaliszewski. Alan Hines, it's looking good here from both drivers. I think overall a very clean run from the two of them to get us into action for the right hand side of our top 32 bracket.
Well, certainly so. As the first battle on the right side of our bracket. It's going to be an interesting one. As you mentioned, these guys know each other for many, many years, teammates as well, so it's a super close one. And up until this point, it was a super clean battle, actually. I liked how, Łukasz was super committed on the transition. Had a little error there in the middle of zone, outside zone 4. You don't really see it from this point of view of the camera. But, Piotr doing a nice job with the adaptation of the lead run from Łukasz. As we see the outside zone 5 there, looks like Piotr does drop a wheel on the outside zone there, and that drone camera really is displaying that. But Łukasz probably had the fastest car leaving outside zone 5 I've seen all weekend so far, and definitely pulling a gap there against Piotr there in the Alfa Romeo Veloce, should I say.
The Veloce indeed. So we will have lead becoming chase now. We swapped him back around. Kozłowski in the lead line, Kaliszewski in the chase. Both putting out big horsepower here. V6, of course, under the bonnet of these Veloces, I believe.
Yeah, V6 bi-turbo with Alfa Romeo Giulia.
Yeah, interesting build. Super
cool. Yeah.
Super interesting builds. And again, these guys both growing up in Gdansk together and doing a lot of driving together. And Kaliszewski against his old car as well. So a very, very family affair here at DMP round 3 at the top of the right hand side of our top 32 bracket, as Marcin, our start line legend, lights the red lights, and we're ready to rock here for the second half of this battle. Kozłowski to lead us in. The Alfa Romeo leaves the line. He will be putting foot to floor, pulling first, second, third gear, flicks in the little Alfa. Oh, but it's slow up there from the lead car, and I think Kaliszewski there doing a good job in the chase position in the Silvia. Now flicks it back around. Kozłowski putting foot to floor once again in the Alfa Romeo, and he's looking like he's pulling out a little bit of a gap here. These Alphas are very, very fast and very quick to move forward through the drift. The Silvia of Tyszymski not quite with an answer here, Alan Hines, so maybe a bit of a gap opening up there in the hands of Kozłowski, the significantly lower qualifier as well in 31st position versus second place Tyszymski.
Yeah, well, a bit of weird timing there on initiation. I think Łukasz was going for the door as Piotr was kind of leaving the outside zone there, so kind of a bit of a weird stab there, and I don't think, you know, you mentioned, you know, the pace there or whatever. I don't know if it was that necessarily. So, I mean, yeah, the chase is probably not what Łukasz kind of wanted here, but maybe this is him being collectively smart, right? He knew the chase from Piotr from his spotter. Maybe his spotter told him, hey, look, Łukasz, you can just do what you need to do here to, you know, to just get across the line. It's something that the spotter would give that information, and yeah, so we'll see what the judges have to say about this one.
Yeah, a lot to take in, certainly, on this pair of runs here. And again, these guys will be very good friends. You'll see the friendship, I'm sure, as they get out of the cars, as we get a beautiful close-up there of the Alpha on the left-hand side, and a much more commonly seen Silvia, but a very much race car livery on the Q8 sponsored S14 there of Tyszymski. As the crowd show their appreciation and the claps go up here at the Autodrom Jastrząb.
I think the judges are watching a few extra replays here, or maybe not.
Well, we have a result, and it is Łukasz Tyszymski, our second place qualifier, who takes the win and moves into the top 16. Piotr Kozłowski, unfortunately for us, we don't get to see that little Alfa Romeo anymore in competition. What a beautiful sight it is, but look what it means to Tyszymski there. The second place qualifier taking names and taking his spot in the top 16, where he will face off against the winner of the next battle, which we will get to in just a second. But I think overall, Alan, the fair decision happened there.
Yeah, I think so. I think Łukasz's lead runs were considerably stronger than that of Piotr, so I think he won that off the lead run more so than the chase. Of course, you need to have a good lead run to have a good chase, so yeah.
Absolutely, and we move it along to Pavel Grosz on the line, 15th position in qualifying, versus the man in the BMW in the imtuning.pl sponsored Łukasz Wroblewski, who was in P18 in qualifying. So on paper here, Alan Hines, very, very close battle. Once again, the higher qualifier Pavel Grosz leads us in. Oh, very much to the right hand side of the track there. We'll have to see if the judges penalised him if he impeded the chase car, but we'll have to see. The GT86 looking great as it snaps onto angle from one direction to the other. A little bit of a more tentative transition this time as he makes his way into outer zone 4. Beautiful line here now, once again from Pavel Grosz as he puts foot to floor. Very, very closely chased by Łukasz Wroblewski in the BMW. And yeah, the GT86 looking good there, Alan, but I'd like to see that initiation again. Did he put off the chase car just a bit?
I don't think so, Mike, to be honest with you. I think everything looks good there. I think we have to wait and see. Obviously, you did see it from a different point of view than what we see it here, so I think you might be right there. No, there was a weird decel there in the middle of that zone from Pavel Grosz, and I do think the BMW of Łukasz Wroblewski adapted that really, really well. But of course, the lead run for remainder of this from Pavel Grosz, really, really good, and nice wheel and white line there all the way through outside zone 5 there. Maybe he dropped it a little bit over, but look at the door-and-door action. Wow, incredible. A little bit of contact there, but of course, both drivers stay in it. That's exactly what we want to see. Number 4, 5, 6 there for Łukasz Wroblewski, doing a great job there in the chase road. Have to wait and see how the positions change once I get my words together.
Exactly. Well, we as Irish guys, we have a lot of languages to learn here in terms of the names, and we do our best, so bear with us if we unfortunately sometimes mix up our names a little bit, but we do our best, and we are getting to know these drivers quite well at this stage, as Łukasz Wroblewski leaves the line in the BMW, very closely challenged by Pavel Grosz here in the little GT86. That could, beautiful livery on the chase car here as well, on both cars actually, very clean liveries, very race car like once again. And Łukasz here doing a good job in the lead position. Alan Hines, nice consistent line, very, very chaseable. Grosz is on the inside here a little bit. He's looking for the door. Does he start to find it? He does start to find it now, and they cross the line in formation flying there. Great stuff from both drivers.
Definitely some, yeah, exactly. There's definitely some mistakes creeping in there from a little bit of both drivers. Lead runs could be a little bit cleaner on both behalves if you compare those, but I mean, chase run for chase run, it does seem like that Pavel Grosz does a little bit of a better job, especially for these few outside zones here as we go to outside zone 4. Look at the pace of the E82 1 Series from Łukasz Wroblewski in the white 1 Series BMW, of course, and the transition here from Pavel Grosz, a bit calculated, taking it handy. Once he has his his sights set on the door of that of the M-tuning E82 BMW, he really does close the gap and maintain that proximity all the way across the finish line, Mike. I mean, this battle is pretty close, but I mean, there's a lot of mistakes here, so it's going to be an interesting one for the judges to decide for this one.
Yeah, so both Polish drivers, Wroblewski versus Grosz, both good camaraderie there between both drivers as the judges make up their decisions. And it is GT86 versus 1 Series. A chassis campaigned very well by Jack Shanahan in Formula Drift at the moment. Qualifying very highly last night, I believe, in 4th position, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, definitely Łukasz Wroblewski doing a great job in the lead run here, especially the Polish driver putting down a very, very chaseable lead run. But the judges have made up their mind, and let's see what happens. And it's a one more time from all 3 judges. So we're going to see Pavel Grosz versus Łukasz Wroblewski one more time here, Alan Hines. And I couldn't split them either, to be honest. A lot of little nuances between both.
Yeah, I think it's well deserved. I do notice some major mistakes on their lead runs from both drivers, and the chase runs were incredible despite those little mistakes in the lead runs. So I think that makes sense. So I think we do move along.
Yeah, we do indeed, and it is good to see a couple of one more times creeping in. The judges not able to split the drivers, and we get our great shot there of the intercooler. Yeah, Alan Hines leaves a gasp here as he sees this car. I mean, look at this. Marek Vartovovic with the beautiful, beautiful Motul-sponsored Silvia against Artem Hushva, who qualified significantly lower in 26th position here. It is 7th versus 26th. So Marek Vartovovic will lead us in. Look at this Silvia S13, one of the best S13s in the world in terms of looks and performance, that's for sure. Oh, what happened there? I think there was contact because there was a front bumper there, possibly just a little bit of contact from Artem Hushva. Contact again. Hushva fires it in and sends Marek into a slide there and into a spin, and big contact. And you know, Alan Hines, drama here in the top 32.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. So obviously I love the initiation from Marek, maybe a little bit slow, but definitely hit oh my god, lights up the throttle quite early. A little bit bumper snapped off the front of that, and then look at this transition here from the S14 that of oh my god, look at this, incredible stuff. And then we see a little, that's it there, we see there a little deceleration there in the middle of outside zone 4 just to get back into it. Marek does a little correction there, a bit of, I don't know if it's a handbrake or maybe some other kind of foot braking, but it does look like he kind of had to make a little adjustment there to get back into the zone, and contact there being caused from the chase driver. So it's interesting to see how the judges will decipher that one.
Yeah, interestingly, I didn't spot that one at the first time of asking Alan, but the drone shots there giving great replays and just showing here just a kind of a sudden, you know, I mean, he's a little bit late into the zone. He dials on the angle to get into the zone, and there's a sudden deceleration unexpectedly there. And unfortunately, yeah, I think it might have just been a little bit difficult to chase there for Artem Hushva in the chase position. I mean, you have to say that as a 7th place qualifier here, Marek will be the favourite to take this battle coming into this battle, but that could be all after changing here, Alan.
Certainly so, and look, we should remember too, track conditions have changed, the sun is coming down, you know, it's easy to make a mistake there with the track conditions. So
it is, but we still have a second half of the battle to go. Anything can happen in drifting. We've seen that time and time again as Marcin, our start line marshal, gets the thumbs up from both drivers, gets the wink, gets the nod, make sure the bonnet pins are down, and we are ready to rock. Artem Hushva leads us in. Marek Vartovovic is in chase. He could be in a disadvantaged position here, but he's going to give it his all, I'm sure, in the chase position. Look at this from Artem Hushva in the lead. Beautiful line here from the S14 driver as he now opens up a gap on the S13 man of Marek. And yeah, I think Artem Hushva a little bit tentative there on the way into 5, but not a big mistake here. And Marek can't find the door here of Artem. And overall, I think here it might be the lower qualifier, Alan Hines, as he crosses the line. Yeah. He might be about to make an upset here.
I think you're dead right there, Mike. Unfortunately, and to be honest with you, I think there was actually, obviously there's damage to both cars. They're missing their front bumpers. But one thing I noticed, Marek has a bit of a weird kind of angle bobble here. Hits the inside cone pretty badly there. It looks like a weird wobble of the front wheels. And then a little bit later on in the battle, we actually see the same from Artem as well. When he goes through outside zone 4 here, we see a little bit of a push there in the front as he leaves the outside zone here. As he comes up the transition, you see the front wheels starting to strain up a tiny bit, but managed to collect it together quite well. But look, I think it's a little bit too late for Marek to be able to put back any advantage. I mean, it all depends on whether the judges do give it to that chase driver, the lead driver at the mistake for the first run, because I do think they have to have point fault for that contact. So I think we do have an idea of where this direction is going to go for the winner of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to come down to that first battle ultimately. Good second run there, but the result will drop in, and it is indeed Artem Hushva who drops into the top 16, knocking out the higher qualifier Marek Vartovovic. Unfortunately for him, you can follow him down Max Racing Official, and great stuff there from that S13, and I think we all want that body kit. I'd nearly buy an S13 to put that body kit on it, so be sure to get in contact with those guys, and they might even sell you those fenders and body kit.
I think it's private. I think it's only for that car.
Possibly, but
Custom wheels,
I think
everything for
I
that.
think he's mad not to sell it because I think he'd have a customer base there. But anyway, we move on to the line once again, and it is Piotr Stanczak on the line versus Dominik Kur. Look at this, the Opel GT, just qualified in 23rd position. Difficult car to drive, Alan, extremely fast as we saw, but he mightn't be the top qualifier, but you know what, this car is so fast that I really wouldn't be taking this one for granted if I was Piotr Stanczak. So Piotr Stanczak leads us in the bigger BMW, but look at this, just like I said, the Opel GT has the pace, it has the power, and it has the forward bite. Now he might not be on that perfect outside line, but look at this from Stanczak, really nice outside line. Now the Opel GT, watch it pop through the smoke here. Has he gone a bit wide? He has. He loses a little bit of proximity here, gets lost in the smoke a little bit, does Dominik Kur. And Stanczak is doing a great job here. Alan Hines in the lead run and pulls away.
Yeah, we saw the pace yesterday with that E82 BMW of that of Piotr Stanczak, and unfortunately his first run not the strongest of what he needed, but pulled it out of the bag for the second qualifying. But look at the dive on the door from Dominik Kur, Opel GT, great job there, cold as ice as he says on the side and the front of that car. But yeah, the transition here from Piotr Stanczak doing an absolutely great job here as Dominik Kur tries to close up the door here on the final transition here, but cannot close it up. Outside zone 5 here, Piotr does a great job there in that car power BMW 1 Series, drops 2 wheels actually there, so that's going to be a major mistake there from the judges for that. But I don't think he gained an advantage. If anything, it opened up the door more for Dominik Kur, and he didn't really utilise it.
Yeah, well, the good spot there, Alan. The 2-wheel drop will definitely pull it a little bit back in favour of Dominik there, so I think it is still all to play for here, and anything can happen, as we said in the last battle. So Piotr Stanczak now is the chase driver. Dominik Kur leads us in the little Opel GT with all the horsepower and all the forward bite, but he's up against a very, very fast BMW in the hands of Piotr Stanczak. Now both drivers get into the mix really strong here now around outer zone 4. Now the hardest part of the track coming up the teardrop into 5, where the radius of the corner is not perfect, and just as I say it, Dominik Kur puts wheels off, followed by Piotr Stanczak. Difficult corner there to get perfect, and both drivers across the line, and a lot to take in once again in this battle, Alan.
Yeah, I think the judge is going to watch that back, and they are watching it back from their own point of view there, and see if he's going to drop 3 wheels over that white line from outside zone 5. But before we get to that point, this battle was probably going to go, I think it was actually going to go one more time again up until this point. It was looking super clean. I didn't want to obviously speculate that much. Obviously outside zone 4 there for Dominik Kur could have been a little bit better, but obviously the proximity from Piotr Stanczak could have been nicer. Now watch this, as we see here as the camera switches to the other drone camera, 2 wheels definitely off of Dominik Kur. Do we see the other point of view on it? We don't, unfortunately, so we have to wait and see from the judges. Have they made a final verdict on the outside zone 4 or 5 should I say, from Dominik Kur, pushing the limits there for wheels off for an incomplete.
Indeed, as we saw the 2JZ there in the Opel GT earlier on, as we had a little bit of downtime, as both drivers shake their hands, and they're enjoying, as we say in Ireland, they're enjoying the crack here, they're enjoying the laugh in the sunshine, and yeah, enjoying the events here at Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski. And you can see, oh, Dominik Kur puts his hands in the air. I was just going off driver reaction there, but it's Piotr Stanczak actually that gets the win. All 3 judges going for him. Dominik Kur, I think, thought that he won there for a second, but and caught me out as well. But Piotr Stanczak, possibly deservedly so, Alan, they are taking the win and booking his place in the top 16. And we are actually down into the bottom right hand side of the bracket, so we're knocking out this top 32 really quickly here. Alan, we are heading down now, so this will be, of course, the winner of this will have taken on, of course, Artem Hushve, so it will be Piotr Stanczak versus Artem Hushve as we lose Dominik Kur. So we go back to the line, and it is a man who is in the championship hunt. It is current Drift Masters driver, P3 in qualifying, Jakob Krull, versus the myth, the legend, Alexandra Fiau, who has all the horsepowers there in this very interesting build, S13, with the V8 there, with the charged V8. But you know what, she's got a tough opponent here in the man who is Mr. Consistent. Dominik Kur leads us in the beautiful S14.9. Let's see if Alexandra can do anything here in the chase position. She's in trouble here, Alan Hines. She's in the middle of the track. Dominik Kur is doing Dominik Kur things. Uses the left foot brake very much there, actually, to get himself into outer zone 4. Now as he puts foot to floor, Dominik Kur leads us around the track here. He's doing great things here around the outside, around outer zone 5. Alexandra is doing everything she can in the chase position, but doesn't quite have the power of her Polish countrymen.
Yeah, well, Jakob Krull,
not power, but
Jakob Kroll launches off the line. Unfortunately for that, Alexandra just was not prepared for the pace of that S14.9. A bit of a handbrake drag there from Jakob Kroll in outside zone 3, but unfortunately for Alexandra, she's just nowhere near close enough for that really to affect herself, and it does close up the gap. If anything, Jakob Kroll does close up the gap there to Alexandra. Sorry, the mistake from Jakob Kroll does allow Alexandra to catch back up, but you know what, the Ford Mustang powered S13 cannot keep up with that of the Driftmaster driver, Jakob Kroll.
Well, Jakob Kroll is currently in a fourth position in the championship, and then you mentioned, Alan Hines, that he is a wildcard driver this year. He didn't choose to do. He's a current champion. He didn't choose to do the whole season, but he started off so well. I think he's deciding to stay in the hunt. And both drivers in briefing last night watching very intently. So Alexandra Fiel has one chance to put it right here, as she is the lead driver. She has to put in the lead line of her life, but Jakob Kroll, he is no slouch in the chase position. Alan Hines hints his championship position here in a very competitive DMP 2026. Alexandra hits the throttle in the V8 here, sends it off the line. The Ford Coyote Power getting the grip down in the S13, misses zone 1 as a result though. Picks up zone 2 pretty well, but she was slightly offline coming into it after missing 1. Now look at this from Jakob Kroll, rotates beautifully in tandem with the lead car and doing a great job here in the chase position. Alexandra Fio's now online, does everything right, gets the braking done as she enters zone 5, runs a little bit wide there, but Jakob Kroll is giving the judges no decision here to make Alan Hines, and they cross the line, and I think it's going to be Jakob Kroll taking this one.
You're dead right there, Mike. And look, it's unfortunate. I think Jakob realised on initiation he might have gave a bit too much space, but I think he didn't realise at the time that Alexandra actually missed outside zone 1 entirely. And from that point right there, that was it. I think it was the one hand or the 1 foot in the top 16 was for that of Jakob Kroll. Unfortunate that, but it's a credit to Alexandra Fial for maintaining the power and the grip in these cars. Is absolutely incredible as the SR line. 200SX S13 does a great job there, but unfortunately a few too many mistakes there, and I think we have a clear winner here of who is going to win this one.
Yeah, I would agree, Alan. I would agree. Just, Alexandra Fiel there, a legend, like I said, super to talk to in the pits there. So if you are here listening in attendance, be sure to get down there for the paddock walk at 6 p.m. Or if you are making your way over to Tower Poznan for the last round, which I strongly advise, even if you are from the other side of Europe, because this is such a great championship, be sure to catch up with her in the pits. But look at this great camaraderie from both drivers, and the judges' decisions drop in, and it is indeed Jakob Kroll who books his place in the top 16, and we are in the bottom right hand corner of the top 32 bracket with that battle done and dusted. So we are knocking out this top 32 here very quickly, guys, in DMP round 3 here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, a custom 21 hectare facility which is pretty much customizable to any track that you can dare to dream up, as you can see from the various channels of track here. But the judges coming up with a fiendish one this time, Alan Hines. So we are seeing the great drawn shots here, and we're going to go down for a quick word with Jakob Kroll, with Victoria.
My tutaj sobie tak z kuzynem obok siebie jesteśmy. Dzień dobry, kuzynie, dobra robota, naprawdę serdeczne gratulacje. Tak serio.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję
tak serio, Kuba, ty tak kąsasz, bo w generalce bardzo wysoko, ale mijałeś się z podium na ostatnich rundach, ale jesteś bardzo widoczny.
Tak, staram się nadgonić dwie pierwsze rundy, 4 miejsca, także najgorsze. Jestem głodny podium, także na tej rundzie będę jechał all-in, nie ma innego wyjścia, w końcu muszę się odegrać. Z Olą ładny lead, potem starałem się zachować zimną głowę, żeby nie odstawić czegoś głupiego. Udało się, następna para w top 16, prawdopodobnie z moim kolegą teamowym Walerym Szewelewem. Życzę mu wygranej z Mateuszem Szuskim. Mam nadzieję, że pojedziemy fajną parę i zrobimy fajne show.
To jest dobra energia. Trzymamy kciuki w takim razie, żeby mogliście się spotkać i do zobaczenia.
Dziękuję bardzo, do zobaczenia.
Dziękuję, Victoria there, and Jakob Kroll. As we go back down to the start line with Marcin and Co, it is the Ukrainian Valery Shevelov, 14th position in qualifying. A tough battle here on his hands in the form of Mateusz Szusky in the A90 Super, one of my favourite cars on the grid, one of the fastest cars on the grid, and one of the most aggressive drivers on the grid. Valery Shevelov, though, well able for anything that comes in front of him, as look at this. Mateusz Szuski leaving the line a little bit early here. Alan Hines getting the whole shot, but Valery Shevelov firing in his 180SX in through the first corner. Beautiful line there from the lead driver, the Ukrainian, doing a great job. But you know what? I think Mateusz there just getting a little bit offline. The Polish driver a little bit excited, but now getting back into the pocket in the A90 Super with all the grip and all the horsepower here. Now he's right in the pocket with the Ukrainian, and we can't even see it with tyre smoke here at DMP 2026. And what a run that was. One and done really quick there, Alan Hines. Super fast run.
Well, this is another one of the HPS S chassis that we've seen already, two already into the top 16, I do believe, and this is going to be the third one. Can Valery pull another win here for the HPS team? We'll have to wait and see. The CF Moto Mark 5 Supra of Mateusz Szuski. I mean, look at the three-wheeling. We never saw that the first time around. The three-wheeling in the chase position is incredible. The pace of that A90 Supra is fantastic. But of course, we're finally closing up on the door of Valery Shevelov. And yeah, I mean, look, it's all to play for here. We saw a fantastic initiation from Mateusz Szuski. Unfortunately, losing by approximately 2 outside zone 3, but closing it back up again for the remainder of the track. Mike, we're going to switch positions here. It's going to be a close one, I think.
Well, we are. As we watch this A90 make its way to the line, just remember, guys, that Matt Szuski in 2020, he bought an E36 330 with about 192 horsepower, and look where he is just a few years later in this car, the CF Moto sponsored A90 Supra. What a crazy build it is. So keep dreaming, guys. I would dream of having a car like this myself, to be honest. We're ready to rock. Lead becomes chase, chase becomes lead. Valery Shevelov in the chase position, Matt Szuski in the lead position, and a great initiation in the chase there from Valery Shevelov, the Ukrainian, getting right into pocket from the get-go. Now look at this from the lead driver, Matt Szuski, getting right onto the outside there, round 3. Not quite as perfect on 4, but looking good once again now coming into 5 here. Does he keep it on track? He doesn't. He drops 2 wheels off track. So a big mistake there from the Polish driver in the lead position. And Valery Shevelov right on the doors. They cross the line. What a run that was from the Ukrainian in the chase position there, Alan Hines.
Certainly so, and Artem Chulkov will be very happy there. The spotter there, Valery Shevelov. Yep, Artem Chulkov, a fantastic driver as well, his own right. Spotting here for Valery Shevelov, telling him what to do, of course. And I think we saw the type of chase driving there of what to be expected there, as we see Mateusz Szuski, unfortunately not really fulfilling the outside line there. The drivers, or the judges should I say, are expecting of him. And he finally does get into the zone, but it's a little bit too wide, drops 2 wheels over the white line, as we see the proximity start to be closed up by the S13 of that in the HPS performance of Valery Shevelov. I don't know, Mike, this one is pretty close, but I think there's too many mistakes there from Mateusz Szuski. But then again, I'm not the judge here. We'll have to wait and see what the judges will finally say about this one.
Yes, indeed, Alan, as both drivers get out, and I think just the chase there from Shevelov kind of dealing with the slight little variations on the lead run, and then the proximity that he managed to find crossing the line might be enough to swing it in his favour from the judges, and so it is. Valery Shevelov takes his place in the top 16, knocking out the fantastic Matt Szuski and his beautiful A90 Supra. I'll be devastated not to see that later on, but you know what, Valery Shevelov has a beautiful S13 as well, and we'll get to see him and his consistency in battle action later on. So as I write this into my notes, it will be the Ukrainian to move on, and we go back to the line to a battle with championship implications here. It is a very high qualifying Kuba Przygoński, who qualified in 6th position against Dominik Pawłowski in the Lexus. What a legendary car. This is a great build, and 2 legendary builds here actually. The GR86 versus the Lexus RC, and Kuba Przygoński, currently your championship leader here in the Pro class in DMP 2026, coming into round 3 with an almost perfect 203 points. Let's see if he can continue his charge into the top 16, but he has to get through Dominik Pawłowski first. Fires in the GR86. Look at the transition from this in the hands of Kuba Przygoński, and there's a big mistake in the chase position there as well from Dominik, but Kuba Przygoński doing Kuba Przygoński things. It's a really, really nice lead run. Now, once again, Dominik finds the door, but drops back a little bit one more time. This Lexus still in development with the 1.5 JZ Alan Hines, and maybe you can see it that the car, it's a good car at this stage, but maybe it's not quite at the level of the GR86 of Przygoński.
Certainly so, and it's certainly twice the size of a GR86 too at that. I mean, what I find interesting here is the snap of transition right here. Watch the RCF that of the Alexis of Dominik. It starts to push a bit of understeer, probably put a lot of grip into it, knowing that this is the championship leader, Kuba Przygoński, the rebel athlete, the incredible athlete that is Dakar, did all types of other forms of motorsports, trying to keep up with that incredible GR86 And just not able to hang with the incredible drifting god that is of Kuba Przygoński. Dominic has it all to play for here. He needs to have a really clean lead run to have any hope of being able to pull this back in his favour.
A drifting god, Alan Hines.
Drifting god,
that's strong. That's strong words.
Certainly a rally god.
Are you hoping that he's going to let you have a handy battle if you meet him in Drift Masters?
Well, I fancy my chances.
I know what you're doing. But anyway, Dominic Pazłowski leads us in against Kuba Przygoński. The Lexus leading in the GR86. It's the green car versus the red car.
Had a race?
Yeah, and they had a race. It's usually the blue car, but it's the green car and the red car have a race this time. A little bit of an inside line there from Dominique in the lead position. Przygoński doing a great job in the chase position in order to deal with that kind of unexpected line. Now let's see, as we see the drones hovering above, let's see what we can do. And Jakub Przygoński doing a great job there in the chase position, Alan Hines, and I think he's just bought himself a place in the top 16.
Fairly confidently so as well, Mike. I think you're dead right there. It's incredible too, as we see one of the POV of the drones, we see the other drone in front of the other one. It's incredible to see it. And timing the transition there from Kuba Przygoński, very good. But of course, Dominic not really doing the lead driver goals there of maintaining that outside line through outside zone 4, completely, entirely missing it. You see chunks of rubber actually here in a moment flying up over the roof of that. Oh, you can see it. This amount of rubber flying everywhere. Incredible stuff. As we see that Przygoński closes up the door onto that of the Lexus RCF of Dominic. And I think it's a pretty clear-cut decision there, in my eyes at least.
Well, two of the best-looking cars on the grid, and that's saying something in this championship. Let me tell you that. If you've been watching since the start of Semi-Pro, you'll know what I mean. But the crowd giving their applause here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. And Kuba Przygoński there, a great competitor, enjoying the laughs with his competitor, and the universal symbols in drifting of the hands doing the motions come up, and indeed it is Kuba Przygoński who booked his place in the top 16, ladies and gentlemen, and he continues his championship charges. He thanks his GT86 for its fantastic service both in DMP and Drift Masters this season, and moves on to the top 16. He's on 203 points. He's just after taking a couple more, keeping the gap still kind of consistent against Stavros Grillis, Łukasz Kaliszewski and Jakub Krull. So we move it along to our last battle, guys, of the top 32. We've knocked out this top 32 pretty quickly, and we are of course set for top 16 action heading into night drifting later on this afternoon after a quick paddock break, and we are ready to rock with our last battle. It is the one and only Szymon Suvema versus the man who made it in from qualifying in 22nd position, Samuel Mladenov in the BMWs. It is another GR86, I believe, and against an E92 BMW. So you've had several Japanese chassis here, several German chassis, as well as a couple of wild cards like the Italian stuff, the Alphas, and a great mixture of machinery. But it is the GR86 of Szymon Suvema, the Estonian, leading us in with a big jump into outer zone 1, 2, 3, and now rotates the car very nicely into 4, gets foot to floor, keeps on that nice medium outside line, making it quite easy here for Samuel Mladenov to maintain proximity. And he's right there in the pocket, he's right there in the chase position. Look at this from the Slovakian, he's right in the car with the Estonian, and they cross the line. Alan Hines, a great battle for our last one of the top 32.
Yeah, certainly so. And I was speaking with Simon Sueva's spotter last night, and he was saying that their game plan is just to stick with the lead runs, and certainly so. Look at the lead run here, certainly carrying on the momentum of that 90-point run that they had yesterday. But you know what? Samuel Mladenov doing a fantastic job there, utilising the lead run that Simon provides to him, and does a really good job adapting to that lead run, knowing exactly where he goes next. But as we said before, Mike, we said many times, any drifting fans of competition stuff will know that you need to have a very good lead run to have a very good chase run. And so because of that, I do think this is quite a bit closer than what it might seem.
I would agree, Alan Hines. Yeah, you have to have a great lead to have a great chase, and the judges will always really reward a great lead run. So,
correct, yeah.
You know, even though it was a really good chase there from Samuel, I think Szymon Suvema will be still in a very good position here coming into the second half of this battle, which is our last of the top 32, guys. So enjoy this. We will have a break for slightly over an hour as we get the cars ready for top 16 and have a paddock walk. Marcin, our start line man, gives the thumbs up, gets the thumbs up, and we are ready to leave the line as the lights go green. Samuel Mladenov leaves the line in his E92 BMW, very, very closely followed by Simon Savema. Both cars fire it into third, possibly fourth gear, unleashing all the horsepower in the world here in this last battle of the top 32. Look at this from Ladinov, really nice outside line. It's as you were from the first battle. There is nothing to separate these two so far here. Let's see if anything happens around the last zone. A little bit of a left foot brake there from Ladinov, but look at this from Simon. He is, just as he got done to him, he is doing on to his opponent, Alan Hines. I mean, this is copy and paste from the first one.
I did spot a few things there from the leader on that of Samuel, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Of course, yes, is Simon as close as Samuel was on initiation compared to lead? No. However, I think, yes, misses outside zone number 3 does Samuel, and that is going to be the deciding factor, I feel like, in this particular drift battle. It doesn't open up the opportunity for Simon to have that door-and-door proximity as what Simon provided to Samuel on his lead run, but of course we have to wait and see what the judges say. They will be the deciding factor in this run as we see, wow, look at that door-on-door action, tire-on-door action, leaving a bit of a lasting mark on that incredible E92 BMW Simon.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, well spotted there on the zone 3. It might be the defining factor as we see the air filter poking out through the right hand headlight of Sam Mladenov's car there, the Slovakian, waving to the crowd, just 22 years old, Slovak drifter, just 4 years into the sport and already driving in the DMP Pro class. So making the trip north here to Radom for round 3 and competing in this championship. Simon Savema currently 16th in the championship then across the way, and all the way from Estonia in his GR86. So I think, Alan, you know, some of the drivers with 700 horsepower, they're at the lower end of the horsepower scale, believe it or not, but they're still doing stuff. Simon Savema there with 700 horsepower.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mike, but I do think this is going to be closer than what we expect. Oh, I'm wrong.
Well, we do have a result, and it's Simon Savema who takes the win, marking his place in the top 16, where he will face off against an unenviable battle in the form of Kuba Przygoński. But of course, the one more time left to run as we go back to the line. It is, of course, Simos Tikis on the line.
One more times, I believe, yes, against Anders Madsen, the Danish champion. Remember, Danish champion here on the line, both their national champions. So let's see what happens in this one. As the E36 leads us in, Anders Madsen comes in hot behind, but look at this, it's a beautiful run here, and the beautifully sponsored E36 BMW, almost Batman CSL BMW like again. Simos Tikis doing everything pretty much right here, Alan Hines. Yeah, I saw a bit of contact there. Did you notice that?
I didn't, Alan Hines, I didn't. I was watching, I was too busy looking at that E36.
You was too flabbergasted. Well, as you see, Simos flick it in through outside zone 1. Great job there as he goes into inside zone 2. Nice job there. Mads trying to close up the gap there. And there's a bit of a wheel and wheel contact there. Now, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. I don't want to speculate here because I don't really know who to point the finger at per se. So I think we'll leave that to the judges to decide that one. But there was a bit of contact there. Doesn't seem to really affect Simos too much. It affects Mads a little bit more. So whether if that was a lead driver fault to cause that contact or not, we don't know yet. And we probably won't know until the very end of this battle. But all to play for still. A bit of a proximity gap there opened up by Simos. So yeah, we'll wait and see what will happen next.
Indeed. So we go back to the line. Lead becomes chase. Anders Madsen, Danish champion, leads us in against the former multiple Cypriot champion, Simos Tikis. Anders Madsen now pulls second, pulls third. You can see the front of the BMW popping up as he pulls the next gear, but Simos Tikis is right there with him. He's really in formation with the E46. Oh, wild transition there from the Danish driver as he just about catches that transition. Beautiful style there from the E46 driver. Simos Tikis now just dropping back for a split second, maybe braking a little bit before he had to there in the transition, but now starts to find the door once again. Does he have the power? Does he have the grip? He does. He just about finds the backlight there of his younger 3 Series sibling and crosses the line.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from both drivers. It was quite an interesting initiation for Mads. It looked kind of a bit forced, a little bit maybe. The snappy transition here, this was incredible to see. but I don't know is that the type of fluidity style that the judges would have been looking for, let's say, in qualifying yesterday. So it'd be interesting to see how they view this and value this lead run that he provided for Simos to chase, that of Mads Andersen. But of course, I mean, when you compare the proximity here, I do think Simos does a better job when it comes to total average proximity throughout the whole run, Mike. But the lead runs are very similar, so I mean, there's quite a bit of mistakes in both runs here. So I don't really know what direction the judge is going to go for this one, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think they will be making a decision, I would think, but let's see what happens as those two beautiful cars there.
Is there different one more times? Is there more?
I believe it's one more time is allowed, that's it. And we do have a decision indeed. It is Simos Tikis who takes the win over his Danish counterpart, both national champions, but at this stage Anders Madsen unfortunately bowing out of competition in his E46 to the E36 of Simos Tikis, the Cypriot champ. So that is one more time in the books, and that should see us ready to rock for our last one more time and our last battle, full stop, of the top 32 bracket here, Alan Hines. And I do think it should be, if I'm not mistaken, over on the right hand side of the bracket, as we see the intercooler indeed of Pavel Grosz, just as I was about to say his name, pop into view here, as we hear the fans there possibly pulling air through the intercooler as well, keeping the IATs, the inlet air temps, cool, as Anders Madsen leads the track there. And of course it is Łukasz Wroblewski ready to rock in the chase position. Wroblewski in the beautiful white M-Tuning.pl BMW. Pavel Grosz in the GT86, my apologies. Let's see what happens here. Beautiful entry there from Grosz, gets the car right onto angle, and this GT86 looks so good as it snaps from angle to angle, but the E82 is right there of Łukasz Wroblewski. Can he make the dive onto the door? Oh, he just backs out of the transition there and makes a mistake in the chase position. I'm going to call that in the chase's mistake there, and in the favour of the lead car as both drivers cross the line. Pavel Grosz there with a nice lead, Alan, but you're going to diagnose this one a little bit better than I could.
Yeah, well, of course, Lukasz's initiation there, really good, actually. Nice, quickly onto the door of that of Pavel Grosz. But Pavel Grosz has to open up a tiny bit of a gap outside zone 3, but then, of course, Łukasz closes up the gap by cutting some line to try and gain some proximity. And yeah, it's this transition here. I think he got lost in the smoke a tiny bit, Mike, and I think you're dead right. That mistake there from the dive of Łukasz in that incredible M-Tuning BMW, forces a tyre as well over a white line as a chase driver, so that's a major mistake there. And I think this is kind of setting sights for Pavel Grosz. He should know what to do next to be able to get this win.
I would agree. I think he's in commanding position here, and let's see if he can capitalise on this. Both drivers looking good on the graphics there, looking excited. Łukasz Wroblewski ready to leave the line. Pavel Grosz, both Polish drivers heading up for the initiation point here. DP round 3, big break there from Wroblewski in the lead position. Grosz dealing with it very well. One wheel sticking in the air there from the BMW as it wheelies through 2 and gets rotated back around through 3 and 4, dropping a wheel though in the process. A little bit of mistake creeping in once again here now in the lead run from Łukasz, as Pavel Grosz is Mr. Consistent in the chase position in the GT86 and pushes his Polish counterpart across the line here. Alan Hines, what a run.
Yeah, great driving there by Pavel Grosz, to be honest with you. I don't think he needed to do that type of chase run on Łukasz Wroblewski, but I mean, look, proving the point that he needs to win this battle, and I think he's showing to the judges that he deserves that win. So we'll have to wait and see, will that be enough for him to get it? But I'm sure, do you know what, Mike, I'll put, a few euros on it, on Pavel Grosz right now.
I won't bet against you.
Yeah, well, you better not, because I'd be very disappointed if you won.
If you watch qualifying yesterday, guys, Alan Hines was predicting scores. I think he's in the 80s. Well done, Alan.
Yeah, I was thinking he'll get less than 100 more than 0.
So we will wait for the results to drop in here with the judges. We have Łukasz Wroblewski already out of the car. Pavel Grosz joins him. Big fan of the both of these cars. Beautiful white livery there, and they're white and blue. And it is indeed Pavel Grosz who advances to the top 16, where he will meet the one and only Łukasz Kaliszewski. That'll be a crazy battle and a tough battle for Pavel, but he is looking good. So that concludes our top 32 action here already, guys, at DMP round 3 at the Autodrom. And that was an exciting top 32, and on screen right now you can see your top 16 here. And as we just said there, Łukasz Kaliszewski and Kevin Vrobel, and then over on the right hand side Łukasz Kaliszewski and Pavel Grosz there, some of your higher qualifying battles, and that's going to be a crazy top 16. And so that concludes us. Alan Hines and myself, that will be us for about an hour's time here, or an hour and a quarter actually. We're back at 7 p.m. and we are ready for top 16 action here. We're locked and loaded. It's going to be crazy here under night drifting. By the I would say by the Grade 8 Final Four, we'll be under the floodlights, and be sure to join us, guys. So from Alan and myself, we're going to grab some food. We're going to get ourselves ready for a crazy top 16, and we're going to hand you over to Marcelina in the studio just to close us out here for a crazy DMP round 3 top 32. From us for a little while, thank you very much.
No i hej panowie, bardzo wam dziękujemy. Słyszymy się o 19:00, a ze mną Maksymilian Miękoś, który jest już po robocie, ale za to jakiej robocie? Gratulacje, drugie miejsce w trzeciej rundzie driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski w klasie semi-pro. Wczoraj też było nieźle, bo drugie miejsce w kwalifikacjach, no pasuje ten tor i chyba też z autem dogadałeś się odpowiednio.
Cześć, tak, dokładnie. Jestem wjeżdżony tak naprawdę od piątku, więc ja myślę, że te moje przejazdy zaowocowały takim wynikiem, jakim mamy teraz.
Ile ci radości sprawiała ci dzisiaj ta jazda? Bo tak jak słyszałam naszych komentatorów, to Tomek Więcek określił cię mianem profesora Miękosia, patrząc jakie piękne lidy dzisiaj, szczególnie te lidy, wykonywałeś.
Jak mi się jeździło? No bardzo dobrze. No, po prostu jestem zadowolony na 200% z tego wszystkiego, co dzisiaj pokazałem i no, będę wracał na pewno szczęśliwy do domu.
To chciałam zapytać ciebie jeszcze o to, o czym rozmawiałeś z Iwanem Baby po tym finale, bo tam dosyć taka burzliwa dyskusja między wami się nawiązała. Czy coś ciekawego ci powiedział? Bo z tego, co się dowiedziałam, to on chyba przez chwilę myślał, że to ty byłeś zwycięzcą i spieszył z gratulacjami do ciebie. Czy to prawda?
Tak, to prawda. Moment po wyjściu z samochodu podszedł do mnie i powiedział, że no chyba wygrałeś. Ja powiedziałem, że no nie, no ja nie jestem pewien, że wygrałem, bo tutaj odjechałeś mi i mój spotter nie jest tego pewny. A on odpowiedział, że jego spotterzy są pewni, że ja wygrałem, więc tak naprawdę się przebijaliśmy.
Ty weź puchar, nie,
tak,
ty weź, nie,
tak,
ty.
dokładnie.
Świetnie, to też mówi wiele o tym, jak dobra atmosfera panuje w padoku, prawda? Wspominałeś też dzisiaj, że między innymi Simon Tigis obudził cię rano jakąś wesołą muzyczką i właśnie ta atmosfera jest bardzo pozytywna, prawda?
Tak, dokładnie. No, jest bardzo rodzinna atmosfera, mimo to, że z wieloma zawodnikami widzę się tak naprawdę pierwszy rok, ponieważ w tym roku dokonał się napływ zawodników z zagranicy, co też jest bardzo według mnie pozytywną rzeczą. I tak, po prostu lubimy się, wszyscy się lubimy w padoku.
I to jest najważniejsze, to skoro o tej atmosferze, to jeszcze o twój team zapytam i współpracę z Markiem Wartałowiczem. No to jest człowiek niezwykle doświadczony, jeżeli chodzi o scenę driftingową. Jak ta współpraca wam się układa?
No szczerze nie mógłbym sobie tej współpracy wymarzyć lepiej niż jest teraz. Tak naprawdę powiem, że wiele lat temu, już ponad 10 lat temu, jak przyjeżdżałem tylko na zawody driftingowe i oglądałem Marka, który jeździł w swoim tamtejszym samochodzie rekinie BMW 21. To słynny rekin z lusterkami w światłach. No, sprawia dla mnie takie wielkie wrażenie, że no, można powiedzieć, że to był dla mnie mój idol z tamtych lat, więc tak naprawdę no, nie mógłbym sobie tej współpracy lepiej wymarzyć. Tak?
Też podpowiedzi, podejrzewam, daje jakieś wskazówki, jak tu ostrzej jechać, jak lepiej jechać, czy takie rozmowy też są, prawda?
Takie po prostu wskazówki już zahartowanego w boju driftera otrzymuję na świeżo i poza tym też otrzymuję dużo jazdy w parach, no bo trenujemy razem w parach, trenujemy i też na torze i na symulatorze.
Właśnie o tym rozmawialiśmy. Iwan Baby powiedział, że 150 godzin w tym sezonie już przejechał, a ty chyba powiedziałeś, że jeszcze masz więcej natrzaskanych.
Tak, że 150 godzin to w tamtym sezonie zrobiliśmy, bo to był jeszcze taki dość, powiem, delikatny sezon symulatorowy, a w tym roku naprawdę poszliśmy już na całość.
Wspaniały w ogóle weekend, jeżeli chodzi o Radom dla Ciebie, a zapowiadało się dość burzliwie, bo rozmawialiśmy trochę przed anteną o tym, co działo się wczoraj, jaka wichura przeszła tutaj przez Autodrom Jastrząb, jak Ty musiałeś ratować całą swoją instalację, wszystko co dookoła, prawda?
Dokładnie, z kolegą spaliśmy na torze, więc...
Całe szczęście.
Całe szczęście, tak, bo o 5 rano obudziła nas ruszająca się konstrukcja, zdołaliśmy to wszystko opanować, więc na szczęście wyszliśmy z tej wichury raczej bez zniszczeń.
To co runda, a dzieją się meteorologicznie bardzo ciekawe rzeczy. Pamiętamy, co było w Warszawie, wiemy, co było w Katowicach. Strach pomyśleć, co będzie w Poznaniu, ale tam też tor do wyścigów samochodowych. Jak Ty się zapatrujesz na tę ostatnią rundę?
Nie mogę się jej doczekać, ponieważ po pierwsze, że to jest tor wyścigowy, a ja preferuję tory wyścigowe niż prowizoryczne tory wyścigowe, to tor Poznań ma niepowtarzalny klimat, który uwielbiam i no, czekam po prostu zawsze na tą rundę.
No to ja Ci życzę tego, żebyś świetnie się bawił podczas tej ostatniej rundy. Dziś też oglądając jeszcze do końca zawody w klasie Pro. My Państwu bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Maksymilian Miękoś był moim i Państwa gościem. Dziękuję Ci pięknie.
Dziękuję.
A my wracamy do Państwa o godzinie 19 już z rywalizacją Top 16 w klasie Pro. Proszę być z nami.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DMP Round 3 here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, just out of Radom in Poland. 2026 has been a crazy season so far at DMP, and round 3 has been no different, guys. Let me tell you something. We have had a fantastic afternoon and evening's entertainment all the way through semi-pro top 16, through pro top 32, and now Alan Hines here, who joins me, current Driftmaster driver, by the way. We are into the real business end of proceedings into the evening. We might see a little bit of night drifting. Alan Hines, it is time for pro top 16.
Incredible stuff. Cannot wait for the action ahead of us tonight. Of course, top 16, we saw some incredible driving in top 32 with these pro class drivers. Of course, it's not over yet. It's still a lot of driving ahead of us, and we're going to be calling it with you live for the remainder of the evening.
Well, I can tell you as well, guys, a little bit of an announcement to come in at just a second's time here. But after we get to this first, it is, of course, the 2026 season we are in. We had Warsaw at round 1, the fantastic Katowice City Centre event at round 2. We are here in Radom at round 3 at the Autodrom Jastrząb. And, of course, we are heading to Torpaz then for round 4 for the grand finale of DMP 2026 on the 26th and 27th of September, just about 5 weeks' time. Absolutely massively. What a season it has been. And we are, once again, at the thick end here, guys. This is where the championship starts to be decided. This is where the real points get on the board, and this is where each and every driver will set themselves up for that big finale in Torpaz then. We're at a very much custom track here in the Autodrom Jastrząb. It's a very, very bespoke layout for round 3, very fast layout as well. And if you have just joined us, welcome. You are in for quite the evening. And if you have been with us all day, thank you for joining us. And I'm sure that the top 16 we're about to see will trump everything we've seen all day, believe it or not. Now, we can say as well that we have a little bit of information here that for the Red Bull Drift Masters grand finale at the PGA Narodowa, the top seeding driver in the championship after round 3 here at DMP will be eligible for a wild card. Of course, the top seeding driver that is not a current Drift Masters driver, so Kuba Przygoński is out of the equation because he's already a Drift Masters driver. So the top seeding non-current Drift Masters driver, that could be Stavros Grillis, Łukasz Kaliszewski, it could even be Mikołaj Jastrząb, and one of those will be eligible for a wildcard entry here. And Alan Hines, to get us to this point, you're going to run us through a couple of the battles we've seen so far.
I am indeed. So this is our pro highlights from top 32 earlier today. Utasi Peter leading us in from Stavros Grillis. This was an interesting battle, of course. A few major mistakes from Peter Utasi. In centre punching that inner clipping point was the nail in the coffin for this particular battle. But Stavros Grillis, look at this, an experienced driver, many years of experience, since the age of 11 years old has this guy been driving. And look at this for a chase run. Great driving by Stavros Grillis, showing why he is at the top end of the DMP Pro Championship here in 2026. Of course, though, still long road ahead just yet, and this is another battle, of course, which was one of the highlights from top 32. This is Valery Shavralov versus Matsuo Suzuki, and there's a little mistake there from Valery Shavralov, but unfortunately for Matsuo Suzuki, he just could not hang on to the incredible speed of the HPS Performance Nissan S13 200SX. Of course, Matsuo Suzuki does dive back onto the door here, but again, it just was not enough. As we do see here a little bit later on from this transition, Suzuki does a massive dive and does slowly start to fall back. Valery Shavralov doing a great job overall, and we will see him again a little bit later on in top 16 action at the end of our top 16 bracket. And for our final battle, it was our very first battle. This is up against Ores Michalowski versus the Worthouse driver of the A90 Super, that is Łukasz Kaliszewski. Of course, Lucas showing us as to why he qualified P1 yesterday with that 97-point run. As he showed here, his chase run showing exactly as to why he's up at the top end of this Pro Championship. Of course, winning round 2 at Katowice, and of course showing as to why he's going to try and potentially take the top step at the end of today. Of course, Lucas is in for the fight with that Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale wildcard slot, so we'll have to wait and see, Mike. Will he be the one that will get it, or will it be someone else? Either way, still long road ahead yet, so top 16 action coming up too.
Well, it's all going to happen this evening, Alan Hines, because we are at round 3, of course, and it is after this round that the final in the PK Air Narodovo will happen. You will be there yourself driving, but one of these guys, more than one of these guys actually, because several are actually current Drift Masters drivers, but an extra one of these guys is about to join you, and there is a lot at stake. And of course, as I said there at the start, there is a huge amount at stake in terms of the championship here, because it's just a 4-round championship, and in a 4-round championship, each and every round is a huge proportion of the season's score. So each and every driver will be going for the glory of the DMP 2026 champion, and that is something to be very proud of, because let me tell you, this championship is an international one, and this championship is of a very high standard. So Alan Hines, that would get us into the next part of the portion. We of course will be ready to rock for top 16 battles in a little while. Our schedule for the day, of course, as well, was we had our top 16 in semi-pro, and we had our top 32 in pro, and now once again you join us for top 16. And a little bit about the track as well, Alan Hines. It's a fiendishly difficult layout out here. The judges have deliberately set out a very fast track that's quite technical then towards the end.
Certainly so. Of course, as we spoke about a little bit earlier on, this is a grand motorsport facility, and open to any type of motorsport. We see all types of things, skid pads and stuff like that for driver training, and even for probably a manufacturer development too of their own motor vehicles. But obviously, Drift DMP developing their own drift layout here, unique layout. We've seen different types of track layouts here in the past, drift layouts of course, but this one I think is probably the best one yet. Certainly utilising the aspects of a racing circuit and also throwing in a few street circuit style drift type competition layout as well into the mix. So fantastic facility here at hand.
It is, and it's showing up quite a lot of I guess curveballs for the drivers, because especially as we spoke about in that teardrop section around outer zone 5, quite a lot of drivers coming in a little bit too hot, dropping wheels, making mistakes, allowing the chase driver to really get on their doors here in the battles. And it's a fiendish layout by the drivers, because it's not even a perfect radius around number 5. So I think they've pulled out all the stops in order to make it a little bit difficult for especially the lead drivers here. But the chase drivers have been stepping up to the plate, and we are going to have a look here. Alan Hines,
of
you're
course,
the expert.
and we will talk about that teardrop that you were referencing there not too long ago, Mike. Of course, as a reminder to everyone, this is a very fast initiation here, very quick initiation. We do expect drivers to have a little bit of a flick initiation through outside zone number 1. Obviously the decel there allows the chase driver to understand what the lead driver is going to do in that area, gives a lead driver a bit of a breathing room there. Inside zone 2 there, drivers it's super important not to put the wheel on the inside of the box. So if you see any driver doing that, that will be a deduction. Outside zone 3 is pretty quick, as you didn't have to power and leave outside zone 3 immediately to power out towards outside zone 4. There is a little adjustment zone there, the orange zone there you see on your screen, and that is for a blessing area for those lead drivers to make a tiny little correction if they need it. Then is this final transition into outside zone number 5. This is the teardrop zone that Mike was referencing there earlier. It's not a perfect radius, so you will see quite a few drivers possibly dropping wheels, especially midway through that zone, and that is a major deduction here. And of course, the final clipping point outside zone 6, we do expect some plenty of door-and-door action across that finish line to ultimately finish off in a fantastic battle.
As I turn on my mic again, it is going to be absolutely exciting, and we did see quite a lot of contact in a couple of battles there already in the top 32. I think we're going to see a little bit more of it, because the top 16 traditionally is a little bit closer as well, Alan, and drivers pushing that little bit harder. They're just going to be pushing that extra 5% maybe than they did in the top 32, because they have to. Each driver will be after winning a battle, of course, now that they're in the top 16, or having a buy run in a couple of instances where their opponent had mechanical failure, didn't make it to the line, and it's going to be crazy, and it's going to be night drifting, of course.
Więc mniej widać, ale trzeba robić to samo, zupełnie jak z kamerą. Na manual trzeba się przestawić, nie? No na części jest łatwiej, bo musisz być blisko tej osoby przed tobą, a na lidzie musisz zapamiętać to, co jeździłeś po tym, jak było jasno, i pojechać tak samo.
Wrażenia są super. Powiem szczerze, że dużo emocji, taka ciekawa ta widoczność, bo trochę widać, trochę nie widać. Jedziemy trochę w ciemno, ale jest super. Ja miałem taką adrenalinę, że mi się mega podobało. Mi się wydaje, że to będzie podkręcone o kolejne procenty, chociaż nie musiałoby być, ale będzie.
No u mnie było akurat ciekawie, bo Supra ma tak silne światła, że na dobrą sprawę na się w dymie to działa trochę tak, jakby się długie odpaliło światła we mgle, więc było tylko gorzej, ale prawdopodobnie na lidzie będę jeździł na włączonych lampach, a na Chase'ie będę je wyłączał, żeby było trochę lepiej z widocznością, ale ogólnie tak, to jest coś nowego. Ostatni raz po ciemku driftowałem ze Stańczakiem na jakimś treningu w Toruniu, ale to jakimiś takimi wręcz gruzami, więc to było moje poprzednie jakieś doświadczenie, ale w DMP tak, no. Fajnie, bo już jest szybciej, a niewiele widać, no więc fajnie. No, mniejsza jest pewność, przynajmniej na razie u mnie, mniejsza jest pewność za kółkiem jadąc za kimś, jak się mniej widzi. To jest po prostu coś nowego. Ale no zobaczymy jutro. Jeszcze najpierw mamy jakieś chyba treningi normalnie, jakby za dnia, więc no.
Zapamiętasz trasę.
Jakoś tak, no po ciemaku będzie trzeba tylko zapamiętać, gdzie są klipy, zony i tak dalej. No, zobaczymy. Treningi były spoko. Przejazdy i było git.
Well, as we heard there from Łukasz and the guys, very, very tough conditions heading into the night drifting here at DMP Round 3 at the Autodrom Jastrząb. And Alan, this is a difficult enough track, as we've mentioned, in the dry and in the the light conditions, and we're heading into night drifting, but we do have 3 judges on hand in order to split the drivers up, and we have of course Karol Jabłonski, Mateusz Jedic and head judge David Callis, and they will explain to us exactly what you have to do in order to win a run here at DMP Round 3 on this fiendish, devilish almost track that they have designed in order to catch the drivers out a little bit.
So at this moment, we are moving from top 32 to top 16, where everybody will rise up their game. We just hope that they will try to fulfill their positions. So on the lead, they need to fulfill the qualification, so fulfill all the line, have a good angle, and also very important part, have good fluidity. They should not try to run away. They should just do what we were asked them for. On the chase position, they need to be as close as possible, mimicking the line and mimicking the angle. And as you said, we are now going into the darkness. So the game will be changing every minute. The conditions on the track will be changing a lot. But that is more for the drivers than for us. We will keep our judging the same. We need to, but the drivers will need to adapt a lot for the changing of the conditions, no matter if it is change of the grip on the track itself or how the sun in the beginning will shine in their eyes and then it will disappear completely and they will need to run under artificial light.
So there you have it from David Callis, the head judge. A couple of different things being thrown in here. The low light in the sky, is going to be thrown in. That's something that I didn't even factor in here, Alan Hines. The sun is low in the sky right now, and that's going to kind of catch out drivers according as the tyre smoke, billows up from the car in front of them. They have to see through that with that crazy, crazy low sun in the sky. And it is sunny. We're looking out of the studio here. It is quite sunny here still. And it's going to throw up another curveball for the drivers. So it's going to be a very interesting top 16. And again, lots at stake, including obviously that those championship points heading into round 4 and that wild card place heading into the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale at the PGA Narodowe in a couple of weeks' time, where Alan Hines will be driving. But we are ready to rock, guys, almost for the top 16 here at DMP Round 3. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the time for talking is over and the time for top 16 action is upon us here at round 3 of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski Championship. And what a season it has been, as you see the beautiful shots here of the sun setting over us at the Autodrom Jastrząb, just about 20 kilometers south of Radom here in kind of middle eastern Poland. And what a fantastic venue that we're in. We are stationed in the hotel to your right, and on the shot you can see the roundabout in the centre here. Beautiful, beautiful shots here as we see the fantastic stuff on display at the car show. And of course we had helicopter rides, and we had the speed games trials as well going on in the background there. And this is your top 16 bracket here, guys, packed with the best that Poland and many countries further afield have to offer, all converging here on the DMP grid for round 3 here in the beautiful Autodrom Jastrząb. And what a grid that it is. And we've been treated, Alan Hines, to quite a lot of action, as I said earlier on, and quite a lot of talent on the grid. And we'll do our best, ladies and gentlemen, to call the run, to help you through it. If it's your first time watching drifting, stay with us. We'll explain each and every little bit. And if you have watched many runs of drifting like we have ourselves, welcome. Thank you for joining us, and we hope that you enjoy the evening's entertainment. So, we are ready to rock. I do believe we're getting cars to the start line. Of course, the start line is the Driftmasters, the Red Bull Driftmasters start line guy. It is Marcin on the start line, one of the best guys in the world for that. And he will be getting the cars ready to rock here now for our first battle in the top 16. As we're still treated to this beautiful shot, which is fantastic. But we do have to get down to the line. And you know what? It's not bad scenery on the line either, because on the line it is Łukasz Kaliszewski, of course, Piotr Więcek's spotter in Driftmasters, the Polish driver, qualifying first with that fantastic run against Kevin Vrubel, who just about qualified, met the rain, the only driver really to get a wet lap yesterday, barely qualified, getting it done in one run, but qualifying still way up there in 16th position, and they leave the line. It's the first battle, guys, here for the top 16. We're ready to rock for DMP round 3, the finale action, and it is the fantastic Warthouse A90 Supra of Łukasz Kaliszewski leading us in with the beautiful transition, snapping it onto angle 285, semi-slick rear tires, gripping up, pushing the Supra forward, but he can't shake his fellow Polish man Kevin Vrubel, who is right there in the much older, maybe a little bit more basic, but what a car it is, this E36, and they cross the line, and Alan Hines, we're into the top 16.
Incredible intro into the top 16. That was Łukasz Kaliszewski sending it through outside zone number 1. That's exactly what we want to see, especially as the spectators of the sport. But look at the transition from Kevin Vrubel. Incredible stuff. Does put himself on the inside of outside zone number 3, but it's fine. He transitions lovely behind Łukasz into outside zone number 4. Łukasz now is going to have to push pretty hard on this chase run. This is an incredible chase run from Kevin Vrubel, doing what he needs to do to maintain proximity. Yes, he is cutting the line in places, but he's got to do his best to maintain proximity at all costs. And of course, this incredible Warthouse Supra is probably one of the fastest in the biz.
It really is, Alan. It's such a fast car, but Kevin Vrubel, again, I'm a big fan of his driving style. He's all or nothing. He says he's just out to entertain, but you know what? He gets the job done as well, so that's a win-win for me as we see the headlights there of the Warthouse Budmat A90 Supra of Łukasz in the chase lane. We swap them around. Lead becomes chase, chase becomes lead. Oh, contact before they initiate already. Fireworks happening here in the top 16 already of DMP round 3. Look at this, Kevin Vrubel with that perfect lead line. Watch the snap transition. Oh, he snaps it onto angle, has to adjust on the handbrake, allowing Łukasz to get back in the fight here. The A90 Supra now looking for the door of the much older E36. Kevin Vrubel slows up a little bit, running wide. Łukasz Kaliszewski takes the advantage and sticks it on the door of the fellow Polish drivers. They cross the line, and Alan Hines, wow, that's the top 16.
That is incredible stuff there. I do think Łukasz got a little bit lucky there. Kevin made a few minor mistakes in the lead run there, and it made it a little bit easier for Łukasz to catch back up. However, one of the major mistakes that Kevin made was this massive handbrake drag in the decel or the adjustment zone there. Kind of fell into the outside zone 4 there a little bit too much, was what I noticed from the live cam. But this transition here is incredible, and as you can see from Kevin Vrubel, he does drop a wheel, 2 wheels over that white line. Major deduction there. And I do think that seals his fate for this particular battle. Look at the door-on-door action from Łukasz Kaliszewski. You would not believe that this guy has only got a handful of pro competition events under the belt. He really is gelling with this A90 Supra.
Yeah, well, we might be seeing more of it, but Kevin Vrubel is a top competitor and kept himself in the fight there, but a couple of mistakes, like you said, Alan, so we'll see what the judges have to say about that when the results drop in. But Łukasz Kaliszewski, you know, he's third in the championship, just behind Stavros Grillis, and he'll be delighted as both guys shake hands there and pat each other on the back after a hard-fought, pretty clean battle. And the results are about to drop in, and we do see a result for David Callis and co voting for Łukasz Kaliszewski, giving the vote there and advancing to the Great 8, deservedly so, I think, Alan. You know, a good run there from both drivers, but Kevin Vrubel just with a couple of mistakes creeping in, and Łukasz Kaliszewski keeping his championship alive and, you know, working very, very well, I must say. As we move it along to the second battle, it is a thumbs up from Radosław Gatkowski, and he will have to face off against a hard-charging Mikołaj Zakrzewski in the chase lane here. Again, double Polish battle here, which is an unusual thing in DMP for 2026. Gatkowski, the higher qualifier, with a qualifying position in 8th, choosing to lead. And we are ready to rock for our second battle of the top 16. Who will win it? We're about to find out. Look at this beautiful entry right there from the fantastically livered Silvia of Radosław Gatkowski. Now big transition into the second half of this track. as they make their way down into the very, very difficult outer zone 5. Oh, and a big break up there from the lead car, giving Mikowi a chance to get maybe back into chase here a little bit, and he does exactly that, and he pushes Radosław across the line, and it was a great battle once again, Alan Hines. That was really, really tight, and I don't think there's a big advantage to either driver after this one.
Certainly so, Mike, and I think it's going to be a super close one, as always, here at DMP. This top 16 battle versus these two guys, two S15s battling it out. One with the JDM styling, the other one with the incredible, gold and black livery that of Radosław. But of course, it all comes down to the chase run here, and look at the proximity from Mikolaj as he dives onto the door after the transition there. Great driving there, great precision driving. As the Fogo Nissan Silvia S15, the AAA car, sends it to the door once more across the finish line of that against Radosław. Great driving there by both teams.
1850 brake horsepower on track right now.
Between the two cars?
Yeah.
Incredible
Crazy,
stuff.
incredible
stuff. You wouldn't even see that in drag racing. Well, I guess actually you would.
Well, you would, but it's still a lot. For cars weighing around roughly 1,200, 1,250 kilos, that's
incredible stuff.
Crazy
Really
stuff. Of course, Mikołaj Zakrzewski as well is Paweł Karpolinski's spotter.
That is true.
In the European Series. So up at the pointy end of Europe at the moment, these guys, he'll be no stranger to top level competition as Marcin gets them ready and brings up Mikołaj to the line, and we are ready to rock. We swap them around. Lead becomes chase. Mikołaj Zakrzewski leads in. Radosław Gatkowski. It is an all Silvia battle. Let's see what way it ends up after this one. Oh, look at this from the chase car. Radosław Gatkowski not giving an inch to Mikołaj on entry. Takes out the cone as he manages to stay right on the door, and it's all action here at DMP Round 3 2026. Look at this from both drivers, absolutely covering the arena here in smoke as they make their way down into the teardrop section here, outer zone 5. Little bit of a fall back there from Radosław, but Mikołaj doing everything perfect in the lead line and across the finish. Alan Hines, a great pair of runs there.
Sorry, Mike, for cutting across you there as we initiated in there. That initiation was extremely tight, and look at the proximity from Radosław. What is he doing inside there? He manages to make it work. He does knock over the inside zone 2 clipping point cone, but it's okay. He managed to collect it together really nicely. One major mistake. Look at Mikolaj completely missing outside zone 4. Because of that, has to angle up before this transition, get himself back on the correct arc to get on the correct line back into outside zone number 5, and that has kind of messed up the transition for Radosław, in my opinion at least. Mikolaj does drop a wheel over the white line, exiting outside zone 5, and Radosław does a great job to maintain proximity across the finish line. Mike, you know what? I think this one is going to be super close, I do feel like, and it's going to be a tight one, I think.
Well, we're being treated to fantastic battles in the top 16, which is exactly what we expected from DMP, and I'm excited for the evening, because if this is a top 16, I don't know where we can go from here with a great 8 and a final 4, etc., as the guys shake hands and have a chat about the battle to see exactly what happened. The crowd loving that one, and the local commentators getting the crowd up and amped, and it is a great evening to watch drifting here as the judges' scores drop in, and it is a one more time from all three judges, so we get to see this one again. Alan Hines, Radosław Gatkowski and Mikołaj Zakrzewski, nothing to separate them. Both drivers loving, or both judges, all judges loving that one.
I mean, it was a battle of mistakes, to be honest with you, Mike. I think it was a pretty, I think mistakes on both sides. I think it's fair to say to send them one more time. I think good call there.
Yeah, well, it is the higher qualifier Abdul Karim Yehin in our third battle to lead us in, and he is going to face off against a hard-charging Simos Tikas, who made it here into the top 16 after one more time earlier on against Anders Madsen. So it is going to be an interesting one here. A little bit of extra practice maybe in the hands of Simos Tikas, but Abdul Karim Yehin is a top competitor. It is an all BMW battle, quite an old school BMW at this stage in the form of the E36 against the much more modern 1 Series of Abdul. But you know what? This car is super fast from Simos Tikas, and Abdul Karim is looking really good in the lead position, as he has looked all weekend here. Now he runs a little bit wide, but dials in the angle and runs wide again here, making a little bit of a mistake there on the outside. Simos Tikas makes the most of it and gets right on the door as they go over the finish line, Alan, and again a really good battle. No major mistakes, just a couple of wheels here and there, nothing crazy.
Well, I mean, we have to factor in here the track conditions are changing. The track technically is starting to cool down now. In theory, that would mean the track will get looser. However, in some cases the track can get grippier at the night. We've had some decent weather all day. I don't know if there's enough weather to make the track cool down and maybe make it grippier. My personal experience, I've had experience both where at night it gets colder and it gets slippier, and also at night it gets grippier. So it'll be interesting to get some feedback from the drivers to see what the track conditions are looking like. But as of right now, it does seem to be getting a little bit grippier here right now, and it possibly could get a little bit grippier throughout the night.
Yeah, well, of course, it all comes down to where the tyres are in their happy temperature range. These semi-slick 285 maximum width rear tyres are allowed any manufacturer as well. So these cars are hooked up, and we're about to see exactly that here as they leave the line. Seamus Tikas, Hook's first gear, Hook's second gear. You can see the bonnet of the BMW hopping. Hook's third, Hook's fourth gear as he enters here. Closely followed by Abdul Karim Yehen, double BMW battle. Seamus Tikas rotates back around, collects three on the way. Beautiful transition once again here from Seamus Tikas, the Cypriot driver, with all the style points from myself at least. Let's see if the judges see it that way. Oh, but a stall up there, and an interesting one here, Alan Hines. A bit of a break there from Seamus Tikas, the multiple Cypriot champion, and Abdul Karim Yehen spinning out when he hit the brakes, and the judges have a big decision here to make.
Yeah, certainly so. And I think up until this point, I felt like that Karim did a really great job throughout this whole battle. I mean, he was given some space in areas, but I mean, to be honest with you, Simus's lead run was really solid too. This very smart transition there from Karim. Look, I mean, what we're looking at here is this transition, and it's a very late transition by Simus, unfortunately, and it is a bit of a stop in the middle of it. You can even see he's even late reaching outside zone 5. So, I mean, I'm just going to throw devil's advocate up there. I mean, I don't want to turn around and say that Simus's, you know, mistake per se that would upset the chase driver, but there is a possibility here that this. Okay. So yeah, apologies for the stopping and talking there. We had a.
Yeah, so we are just going to confirm here. There might have been a bit of an extra braking situation going on here from Seamus Tikas, but you know, it might have been up to the chase car to deal with it as well. But it did seem like an excessive braking to us, possibly. But we're not judges. We will wait for the result to drop in, and we will see if Seamus Tikas has been penalised or has been rewarded for that braking. But it did seem quite excessive. But let's see. Oh, look, and the drivers are talking about it here, that Abdul Karim makes the brake pedal motion with his hand. We're about to find out, and it is Abdul Karim Yehen who moves on. The Swiss driver books his place in the Great 8, and he will face off against the winner of our next battle. And I think Alan Hines, we probably called it excessive deceleration there from Seamus Tikas.
I think when Seamus watches that back, I think he might understand that call as well. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the transition was way too wide. He was several metres in the middle of the transition, in the middle of the I suppose, between the white lines. He should have been way closer to the right-hand side of that track and enter zone 5, outside zone 5 for that matter, a little bit sooner. But I think we're going to go to an interview here with...
Well, we'll have to see. Yeah, let's see if we have a quick interview
from him
with Victoria and Abdul Karim down on track.
Okay, great.
You had congratulations first of all.
Thank you.
You had a discussion after the run. Why?
Yeah, so I felt he kind of slowed down there more than what I was used to. So I over-rotated. If not, I would have hit him. He didn't have the same vision. But I mean, the judges judged what they saw.
You're still on the game. What's your plan for the next runs?
We're taking it battle by battle. I'm not looking ahead too far. There's a lot of good drivers here, and we're just trying our best.
Perfect. Do you like driving here?
I love. This is the best championship I've ever done.
Perfect. Thank you. So keeping fingers crossed.
Thank you very much. That was a good one.
Thanks. It works all the time.
Well, the ever-cool Victoria down on track there with Abdul Karim Yehen, who is 8th in the championship. He's saying he's taking it one battle at a time, and also saying that this is the best championship he's ever driven in, and why would it not be? It is a melting pot of talent from all over Europe. I think we had 15 nations represented at round 1, and I think it's still up around there or thereabouts. So Abdul Karim making the trip over from Switzerland and being rewarded with a place in the Great 8 as we move it along to our next battle, which has championship and possible Drift Masters, Red Bull Drift Masters wildcard for the grand finale implications. It is Stavros Grillis is on the line, and he is going to take on Krzysztof Jóźwiak. It is Greece versus Poland. Stavros Grillis, the higher qualifier, choosing to lead here in DMP round 3. Of course, the higher qualifier choosing whether they lead or chase first in this championship. And Krzysztof Jóźwiak in the chase position, ready to rock. So it is Stavros Grillis with the 2AR 4-cylinder Toyota engine under the bonnet of the BMW. Crazy build here against the 820 brake horsepower M2 of Krzysztof Jóźwiak. Great entry from both drivers. Huge entry, in fact, from the Greek driver as he makes his way in around 2 and 3 with great speed, great transitions. Look at this, the tail swing in the BMW is absolutely something to behold as he almost leaves his competitor in the dust now, pumping tyre smoke and showing exactly why he is second in the championship right now on DMP, and look at this from Stavros Grillis as he puts down a heater of a lead run, Alan Hines, and Krzysztof Jóźwiak maybe not with the answer, the pace of the Greek car there.
Yeah, the pace of that incredible BMW, the four-cylinder, super lightweight build of that of Stavros Grillis, and we could tell from the end of that run, absolutely incredible amount of pace there. Krzysztof Jóźwiak just cannot hang with him. And I mean, we're looking at two different types of builds here. We've got the heavyweight of Krzysztof Jóźwiak with the big ALS or big V8 engine on the hood, and then we've got the lightweight BMW with the four-cylinder Toyota power plant. And yeah, look at the storming away here. Massive pace here in the Stavros Grillis. The Greek god, as you've been calling him, Mike. Great driving there.
Yeah, absolutely great driving, Alan. I mean, you have to really love that lead run. It was so fast, but he was so precise. Now, Krzysztof Jóźwiak, what can he do with his V8 in his M2 BMW? We're about to find out, because he is now becoming the lead driver. And Stavros Grillis, if I know anything about Stavros Grillis, he's quite the chase driver. And I think we're about to find out all about that, as is Krzysztof Jóźwiak. Krzysztof Jóźwiak with a beautiful entry there, uses the foot brake to steady the car through to a beautiful technique there from the Polish driver as he makes his way now into the all-important zone 4. Little bit of a correction on the rear wheels there, slows up a tiny bit, uses the left foot brake once again to slow the car. Stavros Grillis is right there. He's playing with the side of his fellow BMW. He is right in the pocket, and he's going to stay in the pocket right over the finish line and then cross the line. And what a chase run there.
Yeah, great stuff there by Stavros. I mean, he knew exactly what he had to do. They're very smart driving, despite the lead run from Krzysztof. Not exactly what the judges would have been looking for, certainly leaving outside zone 4. We will reference that there shortly. But yeah, Stavros doing a very smart driving. Incredible stuff. And look at this. Look, Krzysztof leaves the outside zone 4 a little bit soon. Look how inside he is. And Stavros, doesn't matter. He adapts to the situation, dives straight back onto the door once more, and maintains that proximity all the way through outside zone number 5 as Krzysztof does drop a wheel, exiting that zone. And look at this door-on-door action, exactly what we want to see. You know, I'm going to put a few cents on it. I think Stavros has this one.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out as well as we wait for the results to drop in from our 3 judges, Mateusz Jedzic, Karol Jabłonski and David Callis. And the guys enjoying that double BMW battle. Stavros Grillis still in for a shout with this championship, just behind Kuba Przygoński with 170 points to Kuba's 203, so he has to have a big result here if he wants to win this championship, and indeed he does claim his place in the Great 8 on the way to a championship podium this season, or a championship outright, who knows. It's all going to be decided between tonight and the next round in Poznan, and he takes his place in the Great 8. A nice run there, I must say, from Krzysztof, but not enough in the end against one of the top drivers in Europe in the form of the Greek god Stavros Grillis. So I do believe we are going to go back to the one more time, which was our second battle in the top 16, which I'll just confirm in a second.
Radoslav versus...
Yeah, Radoslav Gatkowski versus Mikołaj Zakrzewski. And they are making their way to the line. I see Radoslav there.
The 2 lovely S15s.
Yeah, really nice S15s. Beautiful cars, as is pretty much every car here in DMP. And once again, guys, if you are from countries abroad or lands far away, be sure to try and make your way over for the final here. This is a top championship, and what a trip it always is to Poland. Always great times here, as we see once again the thumbs up from Radoslav Gatkowski, 8th place in qualifying, choosing to lead against the person who qualified just behind him, Mikołaj Zakrzewski, and we're ready to rock here. And leaving the line is Radoslav Gatkowski in the lead position. Mikołaj following him right behind him in his S15. Radoslav fires in his S15 into the first leaving point. Once again, Mikołaj goes a little bit tight, breaks his front bumper in the process. It's all happening here at round 3. Almost makes collision on the transition. Almost makes collision again as Radoslav slows up a slight little bit on the transition. Now they are into the teardrop section, and Mikołaj is right there in the pocket with him. This is exactly what the judges want to see. It's a little bit messy once again, but it is never nothing but entertaining here in DMP. And once again, Alan Hines, a battle with many talking points for the first one.
Certainly so, and I love the initiation here from Radoslav. Look at this, full send all the way through inside zone 2 here. A little bit of wheel on the inside. It is the cone that catches the front bumper of Mikołaj, but of course it's this transition. Look at that mad dive onto the door, but there's a bit of a major correction here from Radoslav. Not sure what happened there. I missed it the very first time, and it's hard to even see what happened there from that particular camera angle, but that doesn't affect Mikołaj by any means. Straight back onto the door one last time here for the outside zone 5, and maintains that proximity all the way to the finish line. Great driving by both guys. Of course, this run is only half half done. We still have another half of this battle yet to go.
Well, I'm getting information here that Stavros Grillis is after knocking Mikołaj Zakrzewski out of the running for the wild card for the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale at the PGA Narodowa because he has taken too many championship points, and it is down to 2 now. So it is between Stavros Grillis and Łukasz Kaliszewski to see who takes that. As we see on the line now, as you mentioned, Marcin, the start line extraordinaire man.
Mechanic.
He's a great mechanic. He's a bodywork guy. Panel beater, mechanic, start line marshal, hype man, dancer sometimes, and track controller at other times. Great guy, and he's ready to rock. He gets the red light to the drivers. He gets the green light to the drivers with the semi-repaired car of Mikołaj Zakrzewski. He leads us in. Oh, but Radosław is right there with him. Look at this double S15 battle, and it is fantastic scenes here. Oh, but a bit of a straighten on the transition, the first transition, catching out Radosław a little bit. Mikołaj, no such problems. He's absolutely perfect in the lead. Leaves 4 a little bit early, just as I said. Now he gets in to that all-important outer zone 5. He's perfect on that outer line. He's absolutely textbook. Up to the very end there, might have dropped a wheel, but overall a great one there from Mikołaj in the lead position across the line.
Another great pair of runs there, Mike. This is a fantastic battle between these two guys. Radosław does do a much better initiation chase driving, Mikołaj than vice versa the first time around. But you know what? Here it's the transitions here that is going to affect Radosław. Interestingly, here Mikołaj does miss a little bit of this outside zone 4 once again. Same mistake as he made in the very first time prior to this one more time battle. So again, it's a battle of mistakes, unfortunately. Great chase driving by both guys, though, in fairness. And it's just a matter of who the judges feel is going to be a little bit cleaner. There's no one here, I feel like, has taken the clear win. So it's going to be an interesting one to see which direction the judges go. A few wheels dropped here, a few mistakes here, a few straightens there. They all add up. Let's see where the judges go.
Yeah, I wouldn't fancy being a judge at this stage because they will be making a decision right now that is a very difficult one to make, and both drivers once again look, they're having a laugh. They're like, wow, what do we have to do to beat each other? And you and me, Alan, thankfully as drivers both know that feeling when you've had a great battle with somebody. And we have a result, and it is Mikołaj Zakrzewski who takes the win. And Radosław, maybe, Alan, with that little mistake on the transition, was that enough?
There was a few mistakes as well. He made a major mistake in the lead run 2 and outside zone 4. So I think Mikołaj definitely did a better chase run in general. But I think the lead mistakes were quite equal. So I think it's a fair call. Would have liked to see it go one more time because, to be honest with you, absolutely insane driving by those two guys, but of course only one winner from that one, and I think the right guy got it there.
Yeah, I would have to agree on
See it go again
on the big, well, in the big picture, I would have to agree. As we go back to the line, it's all action here. There's no time to reflect on it at DMP. It is Pavel Grosz who qualified in 15th position against Łukasz Kaliszewski, who qualified in 2nd and who has actually decided to chase first here. Interesting tactic here. So we're ready to rock. And Kaliszewski, the Polish driver, to take on his fellow Polish man Grosz, and they lead us in here. Beautiful entry as always from Pavel Grosz in the beautiful GT86. He's chased down very, very, very closely by the Q8 Oil sponsored, almost race car like S14 Silvia of Łukasz Kaliszewski as they now make their way down into 5, put foot to floor and right on that outside line. Look at that, Pavel Grosz painting the outside line of the track, and a great lead run there laid down by Grosz Alan Hines to make it quite easy for Kaliszewski to chase him.
Yeah, certainly so, and I think Pavel Grosz's lead run was actually clinical, to be honest with you. I don't see any major mistakes, a few wobbles here and there, but nothing that shouldn't affect Łukasz Kaliszewski that much. Łukasz does make an error here on this transition. He does dive on towards the door, and it kind of, oh wait a minute, I think that might have been a big handbrake pull there by Pavel Grosz. I don't know if that was outside of the reams of what the judges would have liked there. So this is an interesting close one. These two guys are sim drifters, so these two would have battled each other, I'm sure, in the sim world, and obviously probably quite friendly as well in ways. So again, another awesome battle here, and of course this is what DMP is all about: great door and door, wheel and wheel action.
That's it, Alan. That's what we all want to see: door and door, wheel on wheel action, and nice clean battles for the most part so far here in the top 16, which is exactly what we want to see. As Marcin checks the bodywork of Pavel Grosz there, maybe after possibly seeing something, but checking everything just as matter of principle, and we're ready to rock. We swapped them around, and Pavel Grosz will now be the chase driver. Łukasz Kaliszewski in the lead position in his 800 horsepower S14 Silvia. They fire the cars into the first outer zone, and they make a great job of it. Both drivers in formation, beautiful lines from both. Great transition from Tashimski in the lead position. Does he get it right? Oh, absolutely, flings the back of the Silvia onto the outside line. What a beautiful transition from the Polish drivers. Now they get into 5, and now they put foot to floor. Is he perfect? He pretty much is. Almost drops the wheel, but I think just gets away with it, touches the left foot just to keep it tight. But Pavel Grosz is right there with him, Alan Hines, and what a pair of runs
that
once
was
again.
Incredible, Mike. I mean, first of all, let's have a look at the lead run here from Łukasz Kaliszewski. Great job here in the outside zone 1 into inside zone 2, almost perfect. Pavel Grosz has a little error here, I believe. Yeah, look how little straight he was. Had to reinitiate or re-pull the handbrake there just to get the car back going again. Another little mistake in heading into outside zone 4. I feel like the lead run here between these two guys was actually fairly comparable, but it's just the chase run I think is going to separate the two of them. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Pavel Grosz does send it to the front wheel of that of Łukasz Kaliszewski and is lucky not to hook onto that front wheel, and pushes it to the door again across the finish line of that Q8 Oils S14 of Łukasz Kaliszewski. So great driving by both.
It absolutely was, Alan, and I very much enjoyed that battle myself. It was a great one for the spectators, and they're showing that by giving up the rounds of applause here. And the track is lined all around pretty much with spectators, and we see, the grandstand here is a great spot to watch, and we watched a little bit of practice there, Alan, from various points around the track, and there's pretty much nowhere bad to watch it here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, which is a great facility with a hotel on site, motorsport themed hotel on site, full of artwork from cars and bikes and race car themed rooms. So a really cool facility and a really modifiable track layout here, of course, as well. I think it's really cool to be here. Fast track, very tough track. It's separating drivers quite a lot and giving them a challenge, and it is a DMP 26 new grounds, of course, and it is a result for Łukasz Kaliszewski, who gets it with that great lead run. Pavel Grosz with the little mistake there, Alan, as you said, maybe just creeping in the second run, and unfortunately Grosz has looked so good but met his match there in Tashimski.
Certainly so. I think it was super close. I think it was just a few too many mistakes in the chaser for Pavel Grosz that unfortunately cemented his fate of not winning that one. Łukasz Kaliszewski doing a great job there. His lead run there is still continuing on that pace, that lead run-esque runs that we do expect from these battles, is to continue that lead run, and Łukasz Kaliszewski doing a great job there, carrying that momentum on. As what a great driving there by both of them. But Mike, this is only part one of I say it's even part one. It's only part. We're only halfway through it for top 16 so far. We still have a whole bunch of battles left to go, and it's going to be an interesting one to see what happens next.
Yeah, well, that is it, Alan Hines, exactly. So we're on to the right-hand side of the bracket there as of that battle, and of course we will be seeing who will join Łukasz Kaliszewski in the Grade 8 with the next battle. And we will be heading into Grade 8 action then outright as the sun sets here over the Autodrom Jastrząb. Just below Radom in Poland. We made our way up to Radom last night to check it out. Lovely city as well. And we get back to the line, and of course it is the one and only Piotr Stanczak in the BMW, charging hard all weekend, to be very honest, and very impressive against Artem Hushva, who qualified lower in 26th position, but is after battling his way, Alan, into the top 16 here. So let's see what happens as the BMW leads us in, and it's a great entry. Oh, look at this chase. Oh, but it's big straight in there, unfortunately. It's all after falling apart here, Alan, and I think there was contact there which maybe dislodged the bumper.
Sorry, Mike. We're definitely going to have to look at this one, because we didn't really see a great angle of that there as it happened. Big dive there from Artem on the front wheel. Oh, it looks like his front bumper catches the front wheel. Then he gets caught underneath pulled underneath the front of the car, and then he just understeers to the side of Piotr Stanczak. So I think it's a pretty clear. This drone camera should tell us the same as well, Mike.
Yeah, I was just about to say it. I saw the front bumper getting dislodged, and he almost sent him into the wall there, but thankfully there Piotr was able to do enough opposite lock, I guess, to keep him out of the wall. But let's just see, is it just over aggression from the chase car?
We do see quite a bit of left foot braking as well from the lead driver going through inside zone 2. Honestly, I don't think that's enough. I mean, look, I don't want to speculate. I mean, we're getting here. It's possibly a major mistake from Artem there. Sure. Look, there's another half of this battle to go, so we still yet to see.
Yeah, so, it could have been just a bit of over-aggression there from the chase driver, Artem Hushva, maybe wanting to get in the pocket there and maybe doing a little bit too much. As you said, there might have been a slight bit of deceleration there from Piotr Stanczak, but
As I was going to say, I don't think it was going to be enough. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No.
Yep. I think he was within his limit there to do the correction of left foot braking.
As we look at the grid here, and we can see some big hitters there,
Teammates.
Jakob Kroll and Jakob Kroll and Kuba Przygoński, both championship hopefuls here for DMP in the line waiting for their battles, as we still have some very heavy hitters to come here in the top 16 of DMP Run 3. New grounds, of course, this season, new tracks all over, and we're heading for Torpaz then for the final in 5 weeks' time. And be sure to check out the flights for that one, guys. As I said, it's pretty cheap to get here to Poland, and it's always a great time. And accommodation is very well priced, and this championship is top tier, and very accessible as well with paddock walks and all that. So be sure to maybe check it out if it is something you think you'd enjoy, and make a little weekend out of it. And Artem Hushva now becomes the lead driver after that possible mistake by him. Let's not call it, absolutely sure yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, let's just see what Piotr Stenchak
is trying to do here. He looks like is he trying to get some maybe eyes on the car, because he did get hit. Okay.
So we are hearing from our production crew that Piotr Stenchak is taking a competition timeout here because maybe some damage on the BMW. So Piotr Stenchak checking over the car, taking a competition timeout, meaning that he basically has, Alan Hines, you'll confirm that he has time until the next battle to fix his BMW if it is deemed that is not his fault.
I don't know if it's to the next battle. It's not necessarily that long, let's say, per se.
Okay.
It's just he does get time given and to check over the car and make sure it's all good. If there's any damage, obviously time to replace it.
Yeah, well, I think we might be calling up our next battle in order to keep things going here, and it is a pretty big one in terms of the championship. It is Jakob Kroll, I just saw leaving the paddock there, and Valery Shevelev alongside him in two cars which we'll be struggling to tell apart. I think we have an S14.9 and an S13 180, so that'll help. But in terms of graphics, I don't think there's a lot of difference in these cars, Alan Hines.
No, certainly not. Obviously, teammates, both part of the HPS Performance crew. Obviously, we just seen their other teammate, Artem Huvala, obviously being part of that last battle there against Peter Stanchek. But of course, these two guys warming up the tyres, getting the tyres nice and clean on the front of them, and then giving a bit of heat into the rear as well to give that good traction. And it's Jakob Kroll, I think, is going to lead us in. We're going to see, is he going to lead or chase first?
Yeah,
interesting rule set. He looks like he's going to chase first, actually.
He's the higher qualifier with a qualifying position of third, and Valery Shevelev qualified in 14th, so it'll be interesting to see what Jakob Kroll decides to do here. He's leading, yeah. He's on the left-hand side, meaning that Jakob Kroll has decided to lead first. The advantage being, again, that he knows how hard he has to chase in the second one based on the information that his spotter gives him after the first run. Yep. So we're ready to rock here, teammates on the line. It is the Ukraine versus Poland, and it is an exciting battle between Jakob Kroll and Valery Shevelev. About 1920 brake horsepower on track right now, so crazy stuff here in DMP, and we're ready to rock. Jakob Kroll, former DMP champion, leads us in, current Drift Masters driver. Let's see what he can do. Of course, he's doing Jakob Kroll things. He's absolutely perfect on 1 and 2. Look at this transition into 3. Valery Shevelev is right there, almost too close. In fact, as he makes the transition into 4, great stuff here from both drivers. Teammates, they'll know each other's driving very well. Jakob Kroll doing a perfect line into outer zone 5, which is exactly what we expect from him. Such a fantastically talented and such a great driver, but Valery Shevelev not letting him get away here, Alan Hines. He looks like he has that 180 really hooked up.
Well, I mean, both cars are just ridiculously quick here, as you see Jakob Kroll going into inside zone 2, and look at Valery Shevelev doing a great job here, mimicking those transitions and trying to get back into the pocket after those transitions. And look at the speed here of Jakob Kroll in the S14.9, absolutely flying it through this transition here, as Valery Shevelev doing a great job on the transition here to outside zone 5. And look at that proximity from this drone cam. Wow, look at that door-on-door action. Jakob Kroll pulled a tiny bit of a gap, but look at Valery Shevelev, no problem whatsoever adapting to that lead run and matching angle across that finish line.
Yeah, you love to see it, and we're being treated to really, really great battles here. And remember, guys, if you're just joining us, this is just the top 16. We are having the sun go down, and we are looking like we're drifting under the lights pretty shortly here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. This custom drift layout laid down by our 3 judges, headed by David Callas and Valery Shevelov is ready to leave the line, hangs on until he gets the green light. Jakub Kroll is ready to rock as well in the chase position. Can Jakub Kroll put this one away? Valery Shevelov didn't give him a lot of space in the reverse fixture. Let's see, Valery Shevelov is now perfect, just as Jakub Kroll was. Oh, but not perfect at that point. Has to reinitiate almost, get back his angle into 4. Dabs the handbrake. That's a big mistake in the eyes of the judges. Jakub Kroll does everything in the chase position that he can to just about adjust. Now, does he get the proximity that Shevelov did? Maybe not quite. Maybe Shevelov just had the proximity, but I think that mistake from Shevelov forced Kroll here, maybe Alan, into a bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lead of Jakub Kroll was really, really strong, but Valery Shevelov does drop a wheel on the inside zone too, and that's a very important clipping point. It gives some space to that chase driver. If you drop a wheel on the inside of it, you will get a big deduction for that, especially in qualifying terms. And there was a major mistake from Valery as well in outside zone 4, and I mean, Jakub Kroll was just trying to adapt what the lead runner was in front of him. At the end of the day, you know, you'd rather predict what the lead driver is going to do. If they're going to make a mistake in front of you, like, you know, do a major deceleration or something like that, I mean, what can you do about it? So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're looking for clean lead runs here. I don't think that was the type of lead run that the judges would have been expecting from Valery Shevelov. So I think...
Can we have a moment for that drone shot that we just saw with the two cars? I mean, it was like something from a Gran Turismo intro movie. That was just crazy. I mean,
good thing this is not a video game. This is real life, Mike. So I mean,
well, it might as well be, because these shots. I'm going to go back tonight and watch this one on YouTube and see. Go back on Eurosport Polska and have a look on the YouTube and see that shot, because that was, you know, kudos to the drone pilots who gave us such fantastic shots in Katowice, down off the skyscrapers, and they just managed to time it. They came down off skyscrapers and managed to get on the back bumper of the cars as they initiated. I have no idea how these guys do this, but they're fantastic pilots. And yeah, the lads having a chat here about the various little nuances in the runs and the little bits, and we are seeing the results dropping in, and it is Jakub Kroll who makes his way into the Great 8, keeping his championship hopes alive. Valery Shevelov with a great pair of runs there, but ultimately not enough to overcome his teammate there, Alan.
Yeah, certainly not. And I think we kind of had, you know, no disrespect to Valery Shevelov or anything like that, but Jakub Kroll is a Drift Masters driver, full season driver that is. He's only here on wildcard status. I think he decided to commit to the rest of the season, especially after round 1 performance. But here he is. I mean, he's hard to beat. He's got the car dialed for Drift Masters at this level. He knows how to use his tyre to the best. If I'm honest, I have seen Shevelov's car there, and it does look like it needs a little bit more setup changes to that to make it a little bit easier to drive. The car looks like it was majorly hooked up.
Jesteśmy jeszcze, ty jesteś, Kuba, calusieńki gorący od emocji. Przede wszystkim to super, bo się udało to, czego bardzo chcieliście. Trochę teamowa, bardzo teamowa walka, wyrównana. Jak się czujesz?
Tak, no szkoda, że nie gdzieś w finale, albo chociaż top 4, tylko w top 16, ale Valery naprawdę jest świetnym kierowcą. Od początku miałem takie podejście, że musimy dać siebie wszystko. Na pewno nie mogłem mu odpuszczać. Miałem trochę lepszego lida, ale wiem, że jechał za mną też bardzo równo. Cieszę się bardzo, że wygrałem, no ale co, tak jak mówiłem, jestem głodny podium, a do tego jeszcze daleka droga, więc trzymajcie kciuki, będę walczył dalej.
Jesteś na doskonałej drodze, jesteś tak wjeżdżony w tą trasę i w samochód, że ja myślę, że czeka nas mega jeszcze show w twoim wykonaniu. Dziękuję.
Super, dziękuję, trzymajcie kciuki.
Well, dziękuję indeed. Victoria there with Jakub Kroll, getting a few words from the Polish master. And he advances to the Great 8, where he will have the reward, possibly, of meeting a championship rival here, but we will get to that in a few moments' time, as we will get our last battle, I do believe, on the top 16 grid. We still have to find out what's happening there between Piotr Stanczak and Artem Hushva with the competition timeout, but we will bring you any news on that as we see the moon rising here over us in Poland, and that means that we are almost ready to rock for night drifting here at DMP round 3. And remember, there is a wildcard entry for the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale at the PGA in Narodowa in just a few weeks' time, where my co-commentator Alan Hines will be campaigning his Lucky Day competition Sylvia there.
That's great. Yeah.
And yeah, we are excited to see that here. It is a fantastic country for drifting.
Figure out who I'm going to have to beat. You know?
Yeah, well, you might meet a couple of these guys. There are 3 drivers on this grid with my count that you could be meeting, but you know, you can be getting some tips here. But Kuba Przygoński is leading our championship at the moment, but Simon Suvema is standing in his way in terms of making his way into the Great 8 and collecting some more championship points. Przygoński is 43 points in the lead with 100 available for an event win. So, you know, I guess the sheer and utter consistency of the Polish driver paying off. He has an Estonian in his waist, Simon Suvema, 27-year-old with the GR86, double GR86 battle in fact actually. Great stuff here to see two GR86 chassis battling it out at DMP, and battling out they are because Kuba Przygoński with the super hooked up Red Bull GR86 is absolutely nailing it around the course. He has to left foot brake it here and there just to maintain angle because this car is so fast. Simon Suvema is absolutely lost in the smoke here, Alan Hines. It's all falling apart for the Estonian driver as Kuba Przygoński makes a great job of his lead run here, and Simon Suvema is a little bit back here, Alan, and crosses the line. And was it a tyre smoke thing?
No, I actually don't think so, Mike. I think first of all he was caught off by the pace of Kuba Przygoński through outside zone 1. He has to do a bit of a dive here to outside zone 2, and I think he just slightly mistimes it a tiny bit and gets caught up at the back wheel and has to give some space. And from this point on, I think he just kind of, yeah, actually, you know what, Mike, I think you are right. I do think he got lost in the smoke a tiny bit. Just ran wide of the line that he needs to be on and kind of like teed himself off a bit. So I think the issue from initiation kind of was like a knock-on effect for the rest of the run and just mistimed every single transition. I mean, we see from run after run, it's important to get the initiation dialed. And it seems like this track here, especially the layout here for Autodrom Jastrząb, it's important to get that initiation spot on, even as a chase driver.
Yeah, I would agree. It's a huge part of the course, and you're in trouble if you don't get it right. Yeah. And one thing I've learned as well, I've been watching Kuba Przygoński for a long time drifting, and of course follow him in the Dakar rally stuff and everything.
That's right, yeah.
But he never beats himself. You have to beat him. He never makes big mistakes to knock him out of a battle. He's so consistent, and that's why he's leading this championship. He's just the most consistent. He's taking a cool down lap. Of course, the rules here in DMP state that once I do believe the battle is finished, you have 2 minutes in which to get to the line.
I think it's within, I think it's when the run is actually crosses the line.
Crosses the line,
yeah.
So you have 2 minutes to get back to the start line. So Kuba will know exactly that. His spotter will be looking at that for him. And you often see it in drift competitions, according as the top 16 progresses, the heat, even though it might be getting a little bit cooler outside, the heat in the chassis, the heat in the gearbox, the heat is in the engine block, and it just doesn't have anywhere left to dissipate to because the heat is in the chassis. And you can see there he had 20 seconds left in which to get to the line, but of course he's a top professional and he does get to the line with 20 seconds left. We swapped them around. Simon Suvema is under pressure here. He had numerous mistakes in his chase position. He has a very consistent Kuba Przygoński up against him in the chase here, and I think there's a lot on the line here in terms of the championship, but the Estonian, he might be under pressure here, Alan, just because of the sheer and utter consistency of the Polish driver.
Well, I mean, look, this is the thing, Mike, you're battling a Dakar rally driver. You're battling a guy who has multiple years in drifting competition. Not only that, but also at the highest level within Europe, that is the Drift Masters Championship. So this guy has battled quite a few legends in the past, that is of Kuba Przygoński, and he, Simon Suvema, I mean, what's he got to lose? He's up against obviously an incredible driver, that is, but as they click the gear, Mike, and the light starts to count down.
Well, will the former Estonian champ, will he be able to claw it back here in the lead run? It's a big ask for sure against a man as consistent as Kuba Przygoński. But let's see, and Kuba is not hanging back, even though he probably doesn't have to be this aggressive due to the mistakes in the first one of Simon Suvema. Is Kuba Przygoński's car too fast here, Alan Hines? He's struggling to hold it back with the sheer grip that he has dialed into this GR86. Will he be able to make it work? He does somehow here, Alan Hines. I thought he was in trouble, but it looks like the Polish driver might just have enough in the tank here to hold it back. His left foot is welded to the brake around here as he crosses the line and puts the Estonian driver under all kinds of pressure.
Yes, certainly. Great driving there by Simon Suvema. I know maybe using a little bit too much left foot braking, I suppose, in areas, but I mean, look at the lead run he does give to Kuba Przygoński, and Kuba Przygoński does a great job to adapt to that. Look at the transition there, great stuff there. Does drop a wheel as a chase driver, but I do think they will give him some mercy for that, considering that he was trying to be aggressive. And you know what, a great driving here by both guys. Two GR86s, both look absolutely incredible. Look at the livery here on the Drift Factory GR86 of that Simon Suvema, and of course the Red Bull GR86 of that of Kuba Przygoński. Great driving by both guys. What an awesome tandem battle.
It really was, and I did notice quite a straight in there from Kuba Przygoński, but I think overall the mistake from Simon might be a little bit more as they get out of the cars. Kuba looking like a man who's done quite a lot of drifting this weekend. He's slow getting out of the car. He might be a bit stiffened up after that run. And
I'd say that left leg was stomped on the foot pedal, trying to slow down behind Simon Swaven area. So
he might have a bit of a limp in the left foot after that run. But Kuba waiting for the result to drop in, as is Simon, and the judges still deliberating. But I do believe we will have a result pretty shortly, hopefully. And it does indeed pop up on screen, and we do see that Kuba Przygoński continues his championship charge here in DMP 2026 with a win in his top 16 battle at round 3, booking his place in the Great 8 against Jakub Kroll, interestingly, Alan Hines.
Oh, two Drift Masters, Polish legends, battling it out.
And that is going to be a spicy battle, that is for sure. So that is our top 16 set, apart from the one issue with, of course, Piotr Stanczak and Artem Hushva. We'll have to have a look at that one, but I do believe that we did think that we kind of knew which way that one was going, but let's have a look. And we are back at the line indeed with the second half of the battle with Artem Hushva and Piotr. Do we have Piotr? Did I see his car on the far side, or is it?
Sure you will, I'd say.
Artem has to be. If Artem is there, Piotr has to be there, because he had the competition timeout basically. So we are ready to rock with this one. We do indeed have the BMW of Piotr Stanczak on the line. It is Poland versus the Ukraine, and if you remember, there were fireworks in the first one, and Piotr Stanczak takes the whole shot here, leaving the line first in the chase position, which he is entitled to do. Artem Hushva fires in his Silvia this time. Remember, he lost this from bumper last time and couldn't complete the run. Now let's see, no such problems this time for either driver. It's much cleaner, it's much better, and it's much more entertaining now as they make their way down into outer zone 5. The lights of the BMW illuminating the way for Piotr Stanczak, and Artem Hushva is currently doing all that he can here, Alan Hines, but I think after what we deem, at least what we think is a mistake in the first run, too much aggression, I think in the first one, that might have been it, and it might have been just one and done, and he was looking for a huge mistake from Piotr Stanczak to even it up.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get away from him to try and see if he could force a mistake out of Piotr Stanczak, but I don't think Piotr's going to really fall for that. He looks to have a cool head on that shoulders of his, and look doing what he needs to do. The lead run from Artem wasn't even the cleanest to chase either, so I think it was pretty clear that Peter knew what he had to do there. Interestingly though, I do think that chassis is an ex-Karpolinski chassis, that 1 Series BMW, so don't hold me to it, I'm fairly certain that it is. We might have seen that car for quite a few years, pass through some hands over the years, so that's a more than capable car of Piotr Stanczak. And of course, as he moves along possibly to the next round of battles, we'll have to wait and see what those final calls are going to be, but I think, as you said, I think we have a fairly clear idea of what's going to happen here.
Yeah, well, we'll have to make it official there. We could be wrong still, Alan Hines, if the judges see it the other way, but we're about to find out as the results drop in. It's David Callas, Karol Lubonski and Mateusz Jedic all going for Piotr Stanczak, making him a very happy man as he books his place into the Great 8, where he will face off against Łukasz Kaliszewski. So that'll be a tough battle for him against the man in the S14. And that is us, as said, for the top 16. All our 8 are in the books, when Marceline is in the studio.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Wiktor Duda obok mnie, który zakończył już rywalizację na dzisiaj. Klasa semi-pro. Pierwszy sezon driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. Powiedz, jak oceniasz ten swój dzisiejszy występ, bo były momenty fantastyczne, ale wkradały się też malutkie błędy.
Nabrałem kolejnego doświadczenia. Wczoraj na kwalifikacjach pierwszy przejazd nie wszedł mi bieg. Trójka mi nie wszedła i co? No i miałem 0 punktów. I kolejny przejazd to był stres. Nigdy chyba nie miałem takich emocji w sobie. Pojechałem na 82 punkty, 10. pozycję zająłem, więc byłem po prostu zadowolony, że mogę jeździć dzisiaj. Dzisiaj top 16 wygrałem. Później jechałem z Miękosiem w top 8 i bardzo fajnie mi się jechało i lead i chase. W chase'ie niestety zepsułem jedną przekładkę. No ale jestem bardzo zadowolony z tego, że mogę tutaj być, po prostu jeździć i zdobywać kolejne nowe doświadczenia i jeździć z najlepszymi kierowcami.
Zdecydowanie tak. Aczkolwiek tak patrząc na twoją historię, to ty zasiadłeś za kółko driftowozu w wieku 11 lat, jeśli dobrze doszukałam się szczegółów.
Dokładnie, jeździłem raz na dosłownie rok. I później dopiero tak naprawdę 2 lata temu zacząłem jeździć gruzem, później przesiadłem się do kolejnego auta i teraz jeżdżę Nissanem do teraz.
No i jesteś, tak to nazwę, młodą krwią, która pojawiła się w driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, a wyszła spod skrzydeł bardzo utytułowanych, bardzo doświadczonych zawodników, Wojtek i Dawid Sposób. To z tej stajni ty wychodzisz. Ile dała ci ta współpraca? Ile dobrego cię nauczyła? No i właśnie, jak to wygląda od tej strony prywatnej?
Szczerze myślę, że gdyby nie oni, to bym w ogóle nie jeździł, bo zaczęła się ta historia tak naprawdę od Wojtka i od Dawida. Dawid jest dzisiaj, no dzisiaj niestety zastępuje jego Stasiem, gdzie bardzo fajnie mi się współpracowało, ale z Dawidem mamy po prostu to swoje flow i jeździmy razem i trenujemy. No i co, tak naprawdę pomogli mi we wszystkim. Mam od nich samochód, pierwsze tak naprawdę kroki podejmowaliśmy razem i oni nas nauczyli po prostu jak prosperować w tym driftingu.
Piękna historia, że taka współpraca w tym świecie, w tej rodzinie driftingowej jest, chociaż wiem też, że ty swoje pierwsze kroki w motosporcie stawiałeś na motocrossie.
Tak, jeździłem od małego, jak miałem chyba 5 lat zacząłem jeździć na crossach, ale jakoś później...
W lataniu bokiem się zakochałeś bardziej.
Tak, dokładnie. Od małego mnie bardziej ciągnęło do samochodów.
Ja tak jeszcze przed anteną miałam, szanowni państwo, okazję zapytać Wiktora, czy ma prawo jazdy już na koncie i okazuje się, że tak.
Tak, mam prawo jazdy od 17 roku życia i jeździ cały czas ze mną mój tata.
O, nie ufa, czy...
Nie, po prostu przez 6 miesięcy, odkąd mam prawo jazdy, musi jeździć osoba
musisz skończyć...
doświadczona.
Tak, doświadczona. Nie kusiło podczas egzaminu, żeby polatać bokiem?
Mam na szczęście to, że mogę się tutaj wyszaleć razem ze wszystkimi kierowcami i jeździć sobie spokojnie i wygodnie na drodze.
Bardzo dobrze. Na torze wyścigowym można poszaleć, na drodze trzeba jeździć bezpiecznie, odpowiedzialnie.
Dokładnie.
Wiktor, bardzo ci dziękuję. To była wielka
Dziękuję
przyjemność. Do zobaczenia podczas kolejnej rundy. A my, szanowni państwo, zapraszamy już na kolejną część rywalizacji.
Marka.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the track here at DMP Round 3, and thank you to the guys in the studio there, Marcelina holding it down and Victoria holding it down on track. And yeah, fantastic to hear some of the first-hand interviews there with the drivers, and we are ready to rock with our great eight, as you see here on the screen. It is Łukasz Kaliszewski against Mikołaj Zarzewski. Abdul Karim Yehen takes on Stavros Grillis. Łukasz Kaliszewski takes on Piotr Stanczek, and Jakub Kroll, as we just saw there, against Kuba Przygoński. And that is a stacked great eight, Alan Hines. There's a lot of guys in the run for the championship there. There's a couple of guys still in the run for the wildcard entry for the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale in the PGA in Ordova. And I think it's going to be a genuinely top great eight in terms of international standard drifting.
Well, it's not too long ago that we've seen the last battle, and look at the track conditions already. It is nearly night time here as Łukasz Kaliszewski is up against the one and only Mikołaj in his incredible S15. Mike, this one is going to be a close one, I reckon.
I would say it is, Alan Hines, because this is a battle where both drivers have won 2 battles so far, so we're ready to rock for the great eight here. DMP Round 3, look at the speed of Kaliszewski in the Warthog Budmat A90 Supra, but Mikołaj Zarzewski is no slouch, and look at him here as the tyre smoke billows off his headlight in the S15. Look at this for absolute scenes here at DMP Round 3. Now as Łukasz makes his way around. Oh, outer zone and contact from both drivers. Huge events here in the first battle of the Great Eight. Alan Hines, what is after happening here? Crazy.
Check this one out, Mike, of course. Look at the send through outside zone 1 by Łukasz Kaliszewski. Incredible stuff. Mikołaj was trying to catch up for the whole half of that run. Finally made some sort of progress after outside zone 3 in transition here to outside zone 4. Great driving there. Bit of an angle switch there by Łukasz there as he transitions here into outside zone 5. Bit of an adding of angle, but I think he'll get away with that one. And as he powers through outside zone 5 here, look at the wheel on wheel contact. That was 100% chase driver's fault there. I don't see any weird wheel dropping or deceleration there by Łukasz to point the blame there. So I do think that will be a chase driver fault.
Well, with our resident Driftmasters driver and current sitting-in technical expert Alan Hines, it is Mikołaj Zarzewski who will be penalised for that one, but we'll have to wait and see, and we might have to see if this pair of cars are okay to get onto the grid for the second half of their race.
Yeah, that's true.
But there could be some suspension bent here on this. Let's watch again to just see exactly how much of contact that this was. So Łukasz Kaliszewski Polish driver against his fellow countrymen, doing everything like you said, Alan. I mean, there's no big brake lights on there, and it's just a big dive, isn't it?
I mean, he loses some proximity through that transition, Mikolaj, and of course he had to do a bit of a dive. And I mean, he kind of teed himself off a small. But what I mean by that, he was on the inside line. He was always going to run out a tiny bit of space, and looks like competition time about 10 minutes for Łukasz. I think that's fair. So that means now that Mikolaj has to sit at the sidelines, and of course, he's going to be sitting around there. Look at the front bumper, absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. So I think he needs a tiny bit of time to clean that up, and hopefully the crew there, Marcin and his starting marshals there, will clean that up for Mikolaj so that he's ready to go for the second half.
Well, Marcin is really good, but he mightn't be that good.
Oh, well, excuse me. He's fantastic. He's the best line marshal I've ever to deal with. I get a fist bump every single time I leave the line in Drift Masters, and he's the last guy that lets you off, make sure that you're nice and safe. So he's not going to let any driver onto that track unless they are in the best condition that they can be. And I think he's going to be sent back here to be set at the sidelines, and we're going to move on to the next battle while Łukasz and the whole Warthos crew there inspect that Supra A90 over with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, Peter Vincek is in attendance here with Łukasz, and repaying the favour. Of course, Łukasz is his spotter in the Red Bull Drift Masters series, and he is repaying the favour here.
I don't even think he spots for him here in DMP.
Well, he's around anyway. He's helping out.
Definitely around, yeah. He's definitely giving
He's giving pats on the back and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure who's Łukasz's spotter. I wouldn't be surprised if it's himself, actually. Could you imagine that? Incredible stuff.
Watching the replay on the way back on the YouTube, watching it, listening to us, telling him that he's great on YouTube.
Because to me, or you.
he is great, to be honest. I'm a big fan. But anyway, it is Abdul Karim Yehan battling his way into the Great Eight against his toughest opponent so far. It is the one and only, the Greek god, as we have jokingly christened him. It is Stavros Grillis, a man who is way up there in the championship in second position. But you know what? Abdul Karim Yehan is in 8th position. He might have his own championship hopes here. He said he's taking it one run at a time. It is Switzerland versus Greece here. It's an international affair in DMP round 3, and we're ready to rock. Abdul Karim Yehan leads us in his BMW, but look at this, the 2AR 4-cylinder engined BMW Stavros Grillis is well up there in chase. A big flick from both drivers, huge angle dialed in from both drivers. They're flicking it onto angle and using those 285 rear tyres to catch the car on the transition so well. Great driving style here from both, as we see great night drifting here. The underglow under Stavros Grillis' car looking great. The left foot braking from Abdul Karim Yehan looking great, and they crossed the line, and what a run to get us into our second battle of the Great Eight.
Yeah, great driving here by both people. Of course, the lead run there from Karim, absolutely flying it. Look at the speed here, but that's not a problem for Stavros Grillis. He's one of the fastest cars on track right now, and he's able to adapt to that. I think actually it caught Stavros a little bit out of small, but he could have been a little bit closer in these few transitions. But to be honest with you, the lead run here from Karim is not the cleanest, especially in outside zone number 4. Nice dive onto the door, into the pocket goes Stavros Grillis in that incredible E36 F22 body kitted machine. The 4-cylinder rockets out of the outside zone number 5 and pushes it across the line. Honestly, this is a very fast battle, Mike, and we're going to see something very interesting happen next, I feel like.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it, Alan. I'm stoked for this Great Eight. It is fantastic stuff. And interesting fact here about Stavros Grillis, he started drifting at the age of 7. So, real, not an old man by any means at 23, but definitely a very experienced driver as we get ready to rock for the second half of this battle. It is Stavros Grillis, the Greek driver, to lead us in with the 4-cylinder engine under the bonnet. Abdul Karim Yehan, the Swiss driver, is leaving the line nice and early in order to keep up with that super fast BMW of the Greek driver. Oh, Stavros Grillis fires it in. He manages to hold it. I thought he was gone wide, and you know what? I think he caught out the chase driver as well, but he makes it work. Look at this angle from Stavros Grillis. Nobody has a right to drive like this here, Alan Hines. This is crazy stuff from the Greek driver. What is happening on track right now? It's absolute maximum attack from the Greek driver in the lead position, and Abdul Karim Yehan, who is usually such a great chase driver, has no answer. But was it a mistake on the entry from the Greek? I'll let it with you.
Yeah, it certainly is. He makes the inner clip work really well here, and it kind of catches out Karim off guard a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what the judges will say about that, considering that we didn't really see any major deductions for being a little bit late to the inside clip. But to be honest with you, for the rest of this run, I mean, I actually thought that Karim had the speed for Stavros. I thought actually he was quicker than him, but it seems like here Karim was actually the one that was struggling to keep up with Stavros. He's certainly an interesting position here to be in. I think Stavros was just literally playing with Karim on his chase run, and then decides to put the foot to the floor and make that 4-cylinder sing for his lead run here. So the decision's going to come in here pretty quickly, Mike. I reckon it's pretty I'll be pretty clear cut, or it could be pretty close. I mean, that's a silly thing to say. It's only going one way.
You're the master at obvious statements here this weekend, Alan.
Yeah.
But I will give you a quick fact as well, that Stavros Grillis was in second position at round 1 in Warsaw, and at Katowice in round 2 he was in third position. So he is very, very consistent, and hence why he's in second place in the championship. Kuba Przygoński equally is consistent, but just taking the wins there. But let's see what the judges say, and it is indeed Stavros Grillis continues his championship charge, keeping the pressure on Kuba Przygoński in second position here, not letting the Polish driver get away. So the former Drift Masters competitor is being joined, I do believe, here by Victoria on track, and he's absolutely psyched, and gets a hug from Victoria. Let's hear from him.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We are ready here, Stavros. Short question. Are you happy? Ohi or ne?
Ne.
I asked him if he's happy, yes or no. It's in Greek. It's really good driving. Do you feel well, for sure?
I enjoy the event. It's a crazy atmosphere. I really like the layout. We do our best, and let's see what happens.
Can you say something in Greek? How happy are you about this? You don't remember your language? You see, to są, drodzy Państwo, emocje driftingowe. Do you remember how to say it in Greek?
Είμαι πάρα πολύ χαρούμενος που βρίσκομαι εδώ. Θα κάνουμε τα πάντα, πάμε όσο καλύτερα μπορούμε. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ όλους τους ανθρώπους που στηρίζουν την προσπάθειά μας και ελπίζω να πούμε και πιο μετά.
Perfect. Ευχαριστώ. Thank you very much. Good driving. Wielkie brawa. Dziękujemy.
Well, Victoria, you never fail to amaze us there with a little bit of Greek as well creeping in there along with the Polish, and absolutely great stuff there as the night has fallen here, and we do have night drifting here now outright in Poland for round 3 of DMP. And if you're just after joining us, you're very welcome. You're in for quite the treat, because we've been treated to the craziest of battles so far all day long through semi-pro top 16, to be honest, then through pro top 32, top 16, and now into the grade 8 as night has fallen. And what a show that it is here at the Autodrom Jastrząb just south of Radom, and we're enjoying it. I have goosebumps, genuinely, Alan Hines, and I'm not just saying that, but this is absolutely crazy stuff. I love the sport of drifting, as we all do, and I think we're being treated to some of the best in the business right here.
Oh, certainly so. And I think we're going to go back to that first battle with Łukasz Kaliszewski, and of course against Mikołaj here. So I think this is going to be the second half of this particular battle. The competition timeout was succeeded by that of Łukasz, and he is back ready to chase this incredible driver in the S15.
Yeah, Mikołaj with the very damaged front on his Silvia there, but it looks like it's a little bit repaired, minus the front bumper, and Łukasz Kaliszewski in third position in the championship. So we just saw Stavros Grillis taking his win, getting himself further down the battle bracket. Can Kaliszewski do it, or is Mikołaj going to stand in his way? Well, I think it might be a bit of an advantage here to Łukasz in this all-Polish battle, Alan Hines, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges say.
Yeah, well, certainly so. And I mean, the best thing about this is the Super is back in mint condition again. That Warthouse team, they know how to put a car together, and it's back being better than ever.
He needs to focus one of his headlights though.
Oh yeah, it's blinding us. Yeah.
It is indeed, but that doesn't matter right now, because Mikołaj Zakrzewski is leading in Łukasz Kaliszewski here at DMP round 3, and we are ready to rock for the first battle, the second half of it in the grade 8 here. Beautiful transition from Mikołaj there in the lead position. No such problems for him this time. Now down here is where it all went wrong for both drivers the last time, specifically Mikołaj, who holds on to that outside line after 4 for a very long time. Kaliszewski doing a good job in order to deal with that. Now he finds the door once again of Mikołaj, and he really puts pressure on with this super fast A90 Supra. And this chassis, guys, this chassis fought each and every driver who developed it at the start, including Peter Więcek, and I think now at this stage the international knowledge is finally coming through on this A90 Supra, Alan Hines.
Yeah, certainly so. And Łukasz was one of the pioneers with Peter Więcek to develop this chassis. I know some of the work that they had to do together to get this thing absolutely dialed, and starting to really reward Łukasz. Look at this, the opportunity he got to drive this car, and I think that's a big thank you from Peter Więcek and the whole Warthouse team, giving Łukasz that opportunity. Obviously with Łukasz for quite some years now is with Peter, and obviously won some championships together as well with the Warthouse S15 from some years ago within Drift Masters. So incredible opportunity here for Łukasz to be able to battle his dream of here in pro competition and taking down one of the Polish greats here, which is Mikołaj. And great driving here by everyone.
Loving it, absolutely loving it, Alan. And both drivers getting huge rounds of applause here from the crowd. Very appreciative crowd. And why wouldn't they be after seeing such an exhibition of drifting as that here under the floodlights just below Radom? And what a championship this is. Again, I have seen quite a lot of drifting in my life, and I'm mind blown by DMP 2026. And it is indeed Łukasz Kaliszewski who books his place in the final four. And what a run it was from him, and how consistent is he? And he will face off against Stavros Grillis for the championship.
That's
so yes,
be rad. That's so awesome to watch.
And we still have in the Great 8, we have Jakub Kroll versus Kuba Przygoński. So this is crazy. And of course, Łukasz Kaliszewski is still to run as well, who is well up there in the championship. So all the big hitters in there. Piotr Stanczak as well, still in the figuring. And speaking of which, that is who we're looking at right now. Piotr Stanczak, number 82, ready to rock here. P10 in qualifying, the lead driver, versus a hard-charging Łukasz Kaliszewski, who has chosen to chase first. P2 in qualifying, the race car-inspired livery there of the Q8 Isles sponsored S14. So we are ready to rock. Piotr Stanczak leads in. Łukasz Kaliszewski, the BMW, leads us in. Let's see, does Łukasz do a typical Łukasz initiation in the chase? He doesn't. Piotr Stanczak is getting away from him here a little bit. You can hear the turbos or the superchargers screaming here as they make their way through the track. Absolutely crazy stuff here, DMP. Now let's see, big dive there from Kaliszewski in the chase position. Now he finds the door once again of Piotr Stanczak, and full throttle once again, full commitment, full tyre smoke, and DMP round 3 crossed the line.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly here, Łukasz deciding to chase first, obviously being the higher qualifier, had that opportunity. Now, there is a major mistake here from Łukasz, to lose a bunch of proximity, but I would question if the lead line from Piotr Stanczak was even chaseable by that point. Not to say that he's going to get a 0 or an incomplete third, but just not the positioning that the judges would have liked, I would imagine. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges will say about that. Of course, the lead line here from Piotr does clean up quite nicely. He does drop a wheel over outside zone 5, but look at that proximity from Łukasz Kaliszewski as he sends it to the door of that incredible 1 Series BMW.
Yeah, I mean, he really did gain the proximity at the very end there, and gave the judges, that last little thought in their minds after the first run of the battle of that proximity. So I think it's quite an even one here, even though there was a couple of mistakes there from Kaliszewski, as you said.
Yeah, certainly so.
So lead becomes chase. We swapped them around. We're ready to rock with the second half of this run. Still all to play for here in the third battle of the Great 8 here at DMP round 3 in the Autodrom Jastrząb. Kaliszewski leads us in. Piotr Stanczak will give chase. Kaliszewski, the higher qualifier, choosing to chase first and lead second. Now, does it work out for him? He's perfectly on 2 there. Now rotates the car beautifully, swings the tail into 3, gets the transition done into 4, uses the foot brake to steady the car, almost drops the wheel, just about keeps it on track. Now, let's see what Piotr can do in the chase position. He doesn't quite have the proximity up to this point. Oh, contact. He gets too much proximity all of a sudden, makes contact with Kaliszewski, and then sticks it to him as they cross the line. And loads of talking points, Alan.
Well, we see why Łukasz Kaliszewski qualified P2 qualifying yesterday evening, and that is why. Look at this lead run from Łukasz Kaliszewski, absolutely clinical. This is exactly what I believe the judges will want to see in this tandem battle action. Piotr Stanczak does do a good job here chasing him down, leaving some space in areas, only trying to really get to the door quite late in the run. And look at the chase from Piotr, really far back, not really matching of angle by any means, and not really utilising the lead run that Łukasz Kaliszewski is giving him. Of course, he does finally close back up. There is a bit of a tap on the door there from Piotr Stanczak, and that does push possibly Łukasz Kaliszewski off over the white line, but I don't believe the judges are going to duck Łukasz Kaliszewski for that. This is it. This is going to be a battle of lead versus chase, Mike, and I think I have a decent idea which direction this is going to go.
I feel like I'm back at my first drift event ever, Alan Hines. Genuinely, I feel like I'm back in Rose Green in Ireland in 2006 with my first event.
Nerves and everything, is it?
No, I'm just excited. It's just so exciting to see, the night drifting, and the crowd are up for it here. The drivers are so up for it. They're all pumped to be in this championship because they all say it's the best championship they've ever driven in. And look at the look on Łukasz's face. They're loving life here, and they're just having the time of their absolute lives. And it's taken me back myself, to be honest. And we do get a result, and it is Łukasz Kaliszewski who takes his place in the final 4 and knocks out a hard-charging Piotr Stanczak. But you know what, Piotr, you can stand proud because you have entertained us so well throughout the weekend, and thank you for that. But unfortunately for you, it is where this is where it ends in the Great 8, and Łukasz Kaliszewski, our second place qualifier, marches on. And you know what, he is well up there in the championship as well, Alan, and I think he's going to be maybe a dark horse for a championship podium if things go his way, continuing in this round and in the last round, of course, in Poznan. But we do have a massive battle. Speaking of the championship, it is Jakob Kroll on the line in the lead position, hitting the window with excitement, and across the way from him it is a very, very tough opponent. Indeed, it is Kuba Przygoński across the way from him. And look at this, two heavyweights, two drift masters, European drivers on the line, leaving the line. They're ready to rock. Jakob Kroll, the slightly higher qualifier, in third position versus fourth against Kuba Przygoński, leads us in. Look at this, it is the heavyweights of Polish drifting, both legends. Kuba Przygoński knocks the cone out of the way in this GR86, who doesn't even want to drift. It is so hooked up. Jakob Kroll cannot shake his fellow Polish driver because the absolute speed in this GR86 is crazy, but it's too much because Kuba Przygoński has a straight and coming into zone 5. Jakob Kroll is doing Jakob Kroll things. He's perfectly consistent, and they cross the line, and Alan Hines, great proximity there from Przygoński, but unfortunately this car is so hooked up that it caught grip all of a sudden at the transition.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not the perfect lead that we do expect from Jakob Kroll. To be honest with you, he made a few mistakes in areas, and Kuba Przygoński did a great job to adapt to that on the spot. But look at this transition here from Kuba Przygoński. Really good job here as Jakob Kroll does pull a bit of a gap here, but manages to close up the gap is Kuba Przygoński. What a drive here in the GR86 as he transitions one final time. Look at this, a bit of an error there, of course. But I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, we're looking at kind of some small mistakes. You're creeping into both lead and chase of this particular run of the battle. So I mean, it's going to come down to the next half of this run. Can one driver clean up their act and be cleaner than the other one, while the other one still makes some mistakes, or is this going to be a battle of mistakes? We have to wait and see.
Well, as Kuba Przygoński, you know, cools his car a bit. Look at the lights. This is so cool.
Kuba Przygoński, look how far, let's say, road left he's actually putting in starting. Very, very interesting. Gives
him a nice line. But look at this. Stavros Grillis is still in competition. Łukasz Kaliszewski is still in competition. Jakob Kroll is in fourth position in the championship. Kuba Przygoński is leading. If Przygoński goes out here, this championship is wide open going into the last round. But let's see what happens here, because Przygoński is Mr. Consistent. He is Mr. Clipping Point, to be honest, and he is leading us in this time. But Jakob Kroll is in chase here. They slam it through the gear. Przygoński does a kind of a double rotation on initiation. It was over on his own side of track, though, didn't put Kroll off. Look at this from Przygoński. Perfect tail swings in the Red Bull sponsored GR86. Look at this stuff from Jakob Kroll. No such mistake so far from the Polish driver, as he now looks for the door, but doesn't quite have the proximity that Przygoński had with him. So it is still all to play for, but now has the proximity. It is red versus green. It has beautiful liveries, and it is full throttle action across the line once again.
Yeah,
very interesting, Alan.
I mean, look, you mentioned the fishtailing down the straight. That three motion entry is not preferred by the judge. Look, actually, there's a major understeer there by Przygoński. It seems like it's hard to really tell. He does almost miss out inside zone 1, which is a major mistake. And Jakob Kroll is just trying to adapt to Kuba Przygoński's lead run here. And I mean, I don't think this is the lead run really that Kuba Przygoński needed if he wanted to secure the win here. Yes, fine, he does that. Jakob Kroll does make a similar mistake as Przygoński made in his chase run, but Kuba Przygoński does drop a wheel on the outside of 5, and Jakob Kroll does clean up the gap here and close the proximity across the finish line. But this is a major battle of mistakes, Mike, and I don't think this is something that is going to be a very easy call for the judges to make.
Well, if we are heading to Tor Poznan with the championship wide open like this, I mean, who can call it? But let's see what the judges have to say, because Kuba Przygoński is a very, very consistent driver, and these two guys will know each other so well from battling it up through the ages. I'm sure they came up through the classes together and will know each other's driving styles so well, and they're having fun. And they're having fun at the top level in the world of drifting right now. And you know what, in DMP here, it's not so far behind it, because the level is absolutely nuts. Both heroes to the Polish crowd here, as you can hear from the cheers. And the judge is still in deliberation about this one, as the GR86 of Kuba Przygoński looks great here in the foreground on the left-hand side of the shot. And the judge is taking a while on this one, Alan, and I think there's a little bit more deliberation going on. We could see it one more time. We could, I think there was a bit of a mistake there from both drivers, but Kroll just did not have the proximity that Przygoński had. So it is a couple of mistakes versus proximity here for me in a simplified version of it, but we're about to find out because the results are dropping in, and it is Jakub Kroll blows this championship wide open. Kuba Przygoński looks delighted for his countryman, and Jakub Kroll in 4th position in the championship has blown it wide open. Stavros Grillis is still in the fight, Łukasz Kaliszewski is still in the fight, Jakub Kroll is still in the fight. They are your 2nd, 3rd and 4th position drivers in the championship. So Kuba Przygoński, who leads this championship by 43 points, bows out in the Great 8. Alan Hines, this championship has just been blown wide open.
Well, we've yet to see who can overtake Kuba Przygoński. Mike, you might know exactly the points difference. Can any of these guys actually overtake him, or is it only a handful of them? If they were, best case scenario to get the win tonight.
Well,
it'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it?
Well, we're going to go to the track. Victoria is done with Jakub Kroll.
Od razu musimy powiedzieć to na głos, że to nie jest ustawione, ty nie masz specjalnych chodów, bo masz Król na nazwisko, żeby było jasne, okej?
Tak, dokładnie. Z tego co wiem, to ty niedawno jesteś dopiero król, więc...
No dobra, wygrałeś faktycznie, ale po królewsku faktycznie jazda, Kuba. No ty jesteś po prostu w takiej formie dzisiaj, że aż przyjemnie patrzeć.
Staram się jak mogę, ale z tego przejazdu nie jestem mega zadowolony. Małe błędy na linie się wkradły, na części też. Wiem, co muszę poprawić, muszę się troszeczkę bardziej skupić. Teraz jadę z Łukaszem. Łukasz jest żądny rewanż za Poznań, także co? Będziemy cisnąć. Wiem, że będzie grubo. Trzymajcie kciuki. Oby chociaż podium, czyli top 4 wygrać i potem dalej zobaczymy. Jestem szczęśliwy. Dzięki wielkie.
Oczywiście, panie kuzyn, trzymam kciuki. Dzięki.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję.
Thank you, Victoria. And thank you, Jakub Kroll. And this championship is wide open, and we're going to tot up the points at the end here, guys. So stay tuned for the championship table after we conclude the battle action here at DMP Round 3. Driftingowe, Mistrzostwa, Polski is absolutely living up to the hype, Alan Hines, and I'm genuinely, not commentator speak, you know, not making stuff up for the drama. I'm genuinely so psyched, so excited for this event, and so excited for this championship. I've grown to love it over the last 3 rounds, and I'm heavily invested in it, to be honest. So I can't wait to see how it turns out tonight and at round 4 in Tor Poznan.
Well, one thing you mentioned previously was the points race, and of course, as we see the drivers here lining up, one thing we did mention as well is that these are the top 4 qualifiers.
Top 5 qualifiers.
Top 5. And we will see how will Łukasz Kaliszewski will leave the line here, and obviously initiated the turn 1, being chased by Stavros Grillis. But of course, Mike, this one is very, very important.
This one is very important because we are told that the winner of this battle gets the wildcard entry into the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale. Not only that, there are huge championship implications on the line here. Alan Hines, it is 2nd place. Stavros Grillis chasing in 3rd place in the championship. Łukasz Kaliszewski in the Supra. We are ready to rock here for the first semi-final of DMP Round 3 2026. Łukasz Kaliszewski fires in the Supra. Stavros Grillis with the 4-cylinder is right there with him. Is the 4-cylinder an underdog? No, it's not. This car is fast as anything you've ever seen. Look at this A90 Supra, one of the fastest cars on the planet, and it cannot shake the Greek god of Stavros Grillis with his 4-cylinder 2AR. Watch this driving from both drivers. I mean, Łukasz Kaliszewski, fantastic line all the way around, and Stavros Grillis, Alan Hines, is absolutely painted to the door.
I mean, this is the best lead run we've seen all night. In fact, I nearly argue, is this better than the 97-point run that we seen yesterday from Łukasz Kaliszewski? Of course, Stavros Grillis doing a great job adapting to that lead run, mimicking where he's going to go, predicting where Łukasz is going to go. Look at the transition, great driving there, an incredible force in the BMW. Of course, look at the transition here one last time into outside zone 5, bam, straight back into the pocket. Great driving there by Stavros, and of course, as he sends it back to the door of Łukasz Kaliszewski, he would see over his shoulder that BMW is right there, and he now knows that he's going to have to push in the second half of this battle if he's going to take the win here.
Well, Alan Hines, I'm just having a think to myself here as you spoke there. We could see if Łukasz wins this, we could see a double workhouse. We could see a Piotr Więcek versus Łukasz Kaliszewski battle at the PGA Narodowa in the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale. But let's not say anything just yet. I think back to James Dean and Peter Więcek in Formula Drift with the 2 workhouse cars in the 2017-18 era. But Stavros Grillis is a top competitor. The Greek god in the M2 BMW with 800 brake horsepower stands in the way of that wildcard position for Łukasz Kaliszewski in the Supra. Let's see what happens. Stavros Grillis leads us in now. Łukasz Kaliszewski in the A90 is a little bit further back here. Stavros Grillis putting the power down so fast in the BMW, doing that crazy transition transition once again. How does he hold that transition and maintain angle? I will never find out. What a great driving style here from the Greek, but Łukasz is right there with him. Kaliszewski is now in the pocket looking for... Oh, and Kaliszewski shuts it down. Alan Hines, heartbreak for the Polish driver as the Greek driver speeds off into the distance, possibly with that wild card position and securing his second place in the championship, possibly first.
To be honest with you, Mike, I think he had a hand on it already from the get-go. He had a good launch off the start line. Łukasz, I was going to call him Peter there for a second. I was so used to seeing Peter drive this car. Łukasz just got caught a bit napping on the light, and I mean, this final transition, I do think Lukasz's lead run was considerably better than that of Stravos, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Look, Łukasz does shut it down. We don't know what's after happening with that incredible E90 Supra, but I think it's a pretty clear-cut result. Unfortunately for these two guys, it's going to be probably Stravos that might get the win here, unless there's something else that we haven't seen already, but I think it's a fairly clear call in my eyes.
Yeah, well, if you don't complete the run, you don't complete the run, and it is a major advantage to your opponent, as we see a yellow out in terms of lighting here from both drivers. I can tell you that is probably the headlight of the A90.
Certainly, yeah.
Which needs focusing. I think it won't pass the car test like that, but you know, it looks great. It's only got one headlight now.
Yeah, well, obviously they had to realign it and decided, look, it's too far out of alignment, we'll just remove it.
Yeah, exactly.
You mentioned about realigning their headlights earlier.
Yeah, so, well, we are awaiting the decision here from the judges, and the legend that is Łukasz Kaliszewski entertaining us so much in qualifying yesterday with that 97-point run. I had to shake his hand in briefing and tell him that he's pretty much my hero after that. It was the best, literally the best drift run I've ever seen after our programme tonight, guys. If you want to see a fantastic qualifying run, go back, watch qualifying from yesterday in the pro competition. It's towards the end of qualification, towards the end of the runs in qualification anyway, because he's quite high up in the championship. So fantastic stuff here, and the winner of this, I am told, will get the wild card to the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale in the PGA Narodowa, and it will be Stavros Grillis taking the wild card and taking his place in the final here, and Łukasz Kaliszewski with the Supra shutting down. And you know what? I think Stavros, he was happy after his great hit, but he has to be ecstatic now. And we're going to send Victoria down to him just to have a quick word, just to see how he feels. And she's going to tell him, I think, here that he has gotten the wild card. Hopefully he can understand her.
Stavros, I have a news for you. You just won a wild card to the Driftmaster European Championship.
No way.
Yeah, you did. I am 99% sure that you did it.
It's a dream come true, really. I can't believe it. We do our best. We are from like a very small island from Greece. We fight for all this.
Will you take the plates up and you will put them down like a Greek party?
I will do my best.
Does anybody have some plate? Because we need a plate right now. Congratulations. Big applause for next driver and PGE Narodowy. Thank you very much.
PGE Narodowa awaits both you, Alan Hines, and now Stavros Grillis, and you know what you're coming up against if you face off against him, because this guy is fast and he has style. So Victoria there, multicultural and multilingual Victoria with English, Polish, Greek, whatever you want. And Stavros Grillis will take his place in the final, securing his second place, if not first place, in the championship. And we move it along to our second semi-final with a hard-charging Łukasz Kaliszewski to face off against this man, Jakub Kroll. And as you said, Alan Hines, interestingly, the top four in the battles have been the top five qualifiers. So Kaliszewski first place, Kaliszewski second place, Kroll third place, and Stavros in fifth place. So we saw the same thing in semi-pro, and you mentioned, Alan, a lot of emphasis on the lead lines here shown by the higher qualifiers getting through. Very interesting fact by you. So it is Łukasz Kaliszewski to face off against Jakub Kroll. Big championship implications here. Jakub Kroll in fourth place in the championship. The higher qualifier to lead us in. The lower qualifier actually to lead us in. Kaliszewski just below him in second position. And let's see what he can do here from the chase position. First contact between both drivers. Kaliszewski makes contact with the Sylvia of Kroll, but Kroll stays in it. And in our second semi-final, we are being treated to fireworks here. Look at this big dive from Tyszymski as he looks for the pocket now of Jakub Kroll, the Polish driver, doing everything in his power to get away, and full throttle and full tyre smoke here and full fireworks, Alan Hines, as they cross the finish line.
Certainly so, as Łukasz Kaliszewski obviously chasing in first here as the higher qualifier driver, picking that chase lane as he's pick up poison here for this particular half of the battle. But of course, big contact there on the front wheel. I'm not really sure. I didn't really catch to see did Jakub Kroll, should I say, had anything going on there. I don't believe he did. It was just a big dive there from Łukasz Kaliszewski. Another big dive once again. It didn't really stick as well as it did at outside zone number 3. But of course, Łukasz Kaliszewski continuing with the fight, not giving up here across the finish line here in outside zone number 6.
Well, we'll have to see what the judges think of that one, but definitely contact between both drivers, but definitely not a run-defining factor there, Alan. It didn't end the run or anything, so...
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if the judges, in that regard, if they do blame contact on someone, if it's like a major, incomplete or so. I don't think they would. I think in that case they're just keeping it in mind, saying that look, you get a little slap on the wrist, let's say, and if you can still pull a really good lead run out of it, you're still possible to get the win there. But I don't believe what they're saying there is that anyone's going to get a 0 or an incomplete for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's still all to play for here. Łukasz Tyszymski leads us in. Jakub Kroll, Mr. Consistent himself, looking very happy with himself there in the graphic in the chase position. And about 1700 brake horsepower on track here at DMP at any one time, to be honest. In any pro battle you want to pick, so crazy horsepower here and fantastic skill. Multicultural, multinational championship this has grown into be. It is one step down from Drift Masters, and you know what, why not make your way over here if you're a driver with aspirations to make it big? This is the place to do it in Europe at the moment, and DMP has certainly delivered tonight, as it has done all season, and we're ready to rock here for our second half of our right hand side battle bracket final 4. And Jakub Kroll, so we are hearing that Jakub Kroll is taking a competition timeout to check his car, because possibly after that contact, Alan Hines, Tyszymski obviously being blamed for that contact, so Jakub Kroll can take a competition timeout here, and just making sure that everything in the suspension in that car is pointing in the right direction. And there was quite a contact there between both drivers. So I am hearing that in the downtime we'll have a quick interview with Karolina Pilarczyk in the studio.
Karolina Pilarczyk dołączyła do mnie i tak jak za oknem zrobiło się nam ciemniej, tak jak Karolina się pojawia, to za każdym razem wchodzi światło. Taka energia od ciebie bije i jestem przeszczęśliwa, że do nas dołączyłaś. Dzień dobry, dobry wieczór.
Bardzo dziękuję za te miłe słowa i oczywiście witam serdecznie wszystkich tutaj, którzy są obecni. Bardzo się cieszę, że tak licznie przyjechaliście wszyscy. Bardzo dziękujemy za wsparcie.
Oj tak, kibiców mamy wspaniałych, słychać ich i wy też chyba słyszycie to wsparcie, prawda?
Widzimy, słyszymy i bardzo się cieszymy. Ja tak bardzo się cieszę, że ten drifting się rozwija. To jest tak piękna dyscyplina i za każdym razem jak widzę te pełne parkingi, jak widzę pełne trybuny, to naprawdę się niesamowicie cieszę i bardzo, bardzo jeszcze raz dziękujemy wszystkim, którzy nas wspierają, którzy są z nami. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Oczywiście, że tak. Porozmawiajmy jednak o tym weekendzie, Autodrom Jastrząb, i to był też weekend dla ciebie z przygodami, bo tak jak porozmawiałyśmy trochę poza anteną, to tych usterek trochę się tam pojawiło w aucie, a mimo to wystartowałaś w tej pierwszej parze. Wcześniej może nie było tak dobrze, ale lead był całkiem niezły, mimo że były problemy w aucie, prawda?
Tak, my rzeczywiście borykaliśmy się z drobnymi problemami technicznymi, a niestety te problemy powodowały, że co chwila podczas treningów byłam wycofywana z linii startu albo nie mogłam kontynuować treningu. Natomiast to były na tyle, na szczęście, drobne usterki, że mój fantastyczny team, z którego bym tutaj absolutnie nic nie zdziałała, więc chłopakom dziękuję z całego serca. Naprawiali to wszystko, stawiali ten samochód z powrotem, no i mogłam nawiązać walkę, mogłam wystartować w pełnym cyklu, czyli oba przejazdy kwalifikacyjne, również moją walkę, za którą bardzo dziękuję mojemu przeciwnikowi i bawiłam się świetnie. Widzisz po moim uśmiechu, pomimo że
tak.
Przegrałam, bardzo dobrze się bawiłam i było naprawdę super.
To jest niesamowite. Mówili o tym także nasi komentatorzy, kiedy widzieli ciebie tuż po ogłoszeniu werdyktu, że ta energia ciebie nie opuszcza. Mimo tego, że w parze wygrał Karim, to ty nadal masz ten uśmiech na twarzy, bo ty też robisz fantastyczną robotę, umówmy się, jeżeli chodzi o kobiety w motosporcie, bo to się cały czas rozwija, ale to jest wciąż proces, gdzie te kobiety napływają dopiero do tego wciąż męskiego środowiska. Czy ty czujesz, że tych kobiet rzeczywiście jest więcej? Czy na przykład zdarzają się takie osoby, które się do ciebie odzywają, proszą o pomoc, o poradę, jak zacząć, co tutaj poradzić? Dzieje się tak?
Cały czas tak się dzieje. Codziennie dostaję takie wiadomości, jak zacząć, co zrobić, czy robię jakąś akademię driftu, bo chciałby przyjechać, chciałby się nauczyć. Ja absolutnie jestem bardzo otwarta, daję swoje wskazówki, ponieważ ja przecierałam szlaki. Jestem pierwszą kobietą, która weszła do świata driftu i nie ukrywam, nie było mi łatwo, dlatego bardzo chcę, żeby te osoby kolejne już mogły ominąć te błędy, które ja zrobiłam. Więc absolutnie daję wskazówki i staram się dzielić swoją wiedzą jak najbardziej. A pytasz, czy ja czuję, czy tych kobiet jest więcej? Tych kobiet jest bardzo dużo. Są fantastyczne dziewczyny. Tutaj wszystkim polecam, żeby śledzić Drift Girl Camp, ponieważ to jest kamp, gdzie raz w roku spotykają się dziewczyny, kilkadziesiąt lasek, 40-50 kobiet, które mają swoje samochody, które świetnie driftują i przyjeżdżają na tor i tylko dziewczyny jeżdżą po torze. Panowie mogą tylko zmieniać koła. Więc absolutnie tych dziewczyn jest dużo więcej i bardzo zachęcam. I mam nadzieję też, że razem z organizatorami driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, przepraszam bardzo, się tutaj już zakręciłam nazwami. Zrobimy kiedyś jakąś może akcję, ściągniemy te dziewczyny, byłoby super, bo naprawdę uważam, że więcej dziewczyn mogłoby jeździć w zawodach, naprawdę mają świetne umiejętności, trzeba je zachęcić, więc też liczę na publiczność, która będzie im kibicować i będzie je zachęcać.
No koniecznie, to o czym mówisz, to jest niesamowite. Ja sobie próbuję teraz wyobrazić, jak ta energia na takich kampach wygląda, bo to musi być coś wspaniałego.
Jest.
Aczkolwiek powiem szczerze, że też jak obserwuję paddock, obserwuję to, co dzieje się na driftingowych mistrzostwach Polski, to trzeba przyznać, że to jest taka jedna wielka driftingowa rodzina. Rozmawiałyśmy też trochę o tym, jak to wygląda, jeżeli chodzi o taką pomoc wzajemną, kiedy coś się popsuje, że bardzo często można zwrócić się do innego kierowcy, do kolegi z prośbą o pomoc i to się dzieje. Tutaj nie ma zamykania się co do swoich kolegów z toru, prawda?
Tak, to jest absolutnie coś przecudownego. Cały czas drifting jest, tak jak wspomniałaś, to jest taka rodzina, to są przyjaciele. Fantastyczne jest to, że jeżeli cokolwiek się dzieje na torze, to inne teamy, jak tylko mogą, mechanicy podbiegają, pomagają. My wczoraj naprawialiśmy koła, naprawialiśmy silniki. Mój zespół zawsze jest do dyspozycji, narzędzia, ludzie, zawsze sobie pomagamy. Inni robią dokładnie to samo. Zresztą oddajemy też tą energię, którą myśmy mieli. Słuchajcie, żeby wam dać wyobrażenie, jak to wyglądało kiedyś, jak miałam walkę i miałam dogrywkę i niestety na końcu przejazdu, zaraz po linii mety, złamała mi się zwrotnica z tyłu i odpadło mi koło. I Mariusz mówi, no kurczę, no nie naprawimy tego w parę minut, żeby ciebie postawić z powrotem do dogrywki. Słuchajcie, wszyscy mechanicy podbiegli, 15 mechaników, podniosło mi własnymi rękoma, podniosło mi ten samochód, wymienili koło i powiedzieli, ty musisz jechać. Więc absolutnie ta energia, to co tutaj się dzieje, to są absolutnie dreszcze. To nie tylko jest przepiękna walka na torze, fantastyczni zawodnicy, którzy pokazują niesamowite umiejętności, ale to, co się dzieje w parku maszyn, ta wiedza, ci mechanicy, którzy naprawdę, to nie są mechanicy, to są konstruktorzy, to są inżynierowie, to są ludzie z niesamowitą wiedzą, z niesamowitymi umiejętnościami i to, co oni robią, no to absolutnie to przekracza najśmielsze wyobrażenia i to jest majstersztyk, więc absolutnie też chylę czoła i bardzo dziękuję wszystkim mechanikom, inżynierom, konstruktorom, którzy budują te samochody, którzy naprawiają te samochody, bo dzięki wam możemy jeździć i dzięki wam możemy robić to show, które możecie wy oglądać.
Piękne słowa, Karolina. To jeszcze tak puentując to, będąc kobietą w męskim świecie, nie czujesz tego, że jest jakaś różnica płci. To jest wszystko porówno, jesteście traktowane tak samo jak faceci, współpracujecie tak samo. Tak to możemy podsumować.
Tak, to jest piękne, że kiedyś było troszeczkę inaczej. Czułam jednak, że albo jestem odsuwana, albo hejtowana. Natomiast dzisiaj, jeżeli chodzi o zawodników, to jest cudowne. Traktują absolutnie kobiety jak partnerów, jak przeciwników. Nie dają taryfy ulgowej, ale też nie robią już wielkiej dramy i wielkich protestów, jak przegrają, bo kiedyś tak to się zdarzało, że po prostu robili wszystko, żeby udowodnić, że na pewno to nie oni popełnili błąd, tylko był błąd zawodnika, albo ja coś jednak wykombinowałam. Więc absolutnie dzisiaj, jeżeli przegrają, to przegrywają, podają rękę i absolutnie traktują nas jak partnerów, więc dlatego zachęcam coraz więcej kobiet do tego sportu, ponieważ ta atmosfera, ci zawodnicy i to, co się dzieje, to jest absolutnie fenomenalne, to trzeba przeżyć.
Wspaniale jest to słyszeć. Bardzo ci dziękuję, Karolina. Chętnie byśmy porozmawiały jeszcze długo, ale szykujemy się na dalszą część rywalizacji. Pięknie dziękuję. Karolina Pilarczyk była
Bardzo dziękuję i miłej zabawy.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Marcelina and Karolina Pilarczyk there. I wish I could have understood that because she was spouting passionate words there, I think, and a great character in the DMP series is Carolina. We hope to see her back for round 4. We are ready to rock, and we were just saying there, Alan Hines, Jakob Kroll absolutely correct to take his competition time out there. Possibly a little bit of suspension damage on that car, but looks like all is good, and we're ready to rock here for our second semi-final. Łukasz Kaliszewski in the S14 leads us in. Jakob Kroll in his 14.9. Right on the door here. Look at this from both drivers once again. Perfect formation flying from both of them. Jakob Kroll over right there, almost takes the back bumper from Kaliszewski's Q8 oil sponsored S14. What a fantastic transition that was. Leaves a bit of room now as he gets his way into 5 and makes the dive at the right time. Just taking his time, maybe sizing up his opponent, and Kaliszewski with a really good lead line that time, Alan, but Kroll was right there with him.
Yeah, incredible lead run from Łukasz Kaliszewski. I mean, not letting that 95-point run that he scored yesterday evening down one bit, giving the opportunity for Jakob Kroll to chase him around the incredible Autodrom Jastrząb layout here for DMP round number 3. Incredible driving here. Look at the transitions from Jakob Kroll. I mean, he's not really utilising, he's not door-to-door proximity, but he's hanging right there. He's setting his eyes and his sights on the incredible Q8 oils S14 of that of Łukasz Kaliszewski, and Łukasz Kaliszewski is doing what he needs to do if he wants to try and secure a spot in that final here at DMP round number 3. Of course, yeah, Mike, incredible driving for both guys. This is going to be a close one. It's all going to come back into that first one, I do think.
Well, Kaliszewski either way is going to jump a long way up in the championship because he's currently down around 20th position, but he's going to definitely jump up a lot despite what happens here as both drivers hug it out despite the bit of contact there in the first one, and they have a chat, and Łukasz says, I don't know what I did in the first one, and then Jakob said, I was steering and I felt you hitting me, man, and look, it is what it is, and they were like, don't worry about it, we leave it in the hands of the judges and we'll see what happens. That's a translation right there for you.
I mean, that's very good. I think you're able to lip read, to be honest with you, Mike.
Well, I'm able to, even Jakob Kroll there with the helmet on, I can lip read through it, so very, very talented. So judges' decisions are being totted up as we speak, as the drivers try to make their own minds up between the two of them, try to figure out which way this one's going to go for a spot in the final, and we are about to find out here, guys. It's a split decision. Alan Hines, it goes 3 different directions. Crazy stuff. So that means, in my reckoning, that is going to go one more time, Alan Hines.
Yeah, I think I can understand. I think I understand why. We're going to go to the judges quickly, Mike.
Yeah, we are indeed going to go to the judges just to get an explanation for that one. So very unusual here. 3 different decisions here, guys. So definitely need a big explanation here from David Callis, our head judge. So just waiting for the judges to get ready to rock with the explanation. And crazy stuff here in the semi-final. And, we are being treated to definitely lots of drama here in DMP round 3. And judges just getting their explanations ready because it was 3 different directions. So we're going to go there now.
So in the first run, we had some issues with the contact at outer zone 3, where it was combined mistake in a way that Kuba Król was handbraking in outer zone 3, which is not deceleration zone, but Łukasz Kaliszewski was having quite late transition and went into the outer zone 3 pretty hot. So for me and for Karol, we were saying it was more mistake of Kaliszewski, where Mateusz was saying it was mainly mistake of Kuba Król. Then if we look on the rest of the run, there were some mistakes of Kuba Król on his lead run. He was having some tiny cut at outer zone 2, otherwise very nice lead. On Łukasz Kaliszewski chase, there was also some other mistakes that he was cutting quite a bit, and it was not that clean. Then they switched positions, and we need to say, what a battle. Kaliszewski on his lead, his only mistake was that at the last zone he was not deep as we would like to see, but Kuba Król on chase position also showed better job as he was just cutting at outer zone 1, but otherwise he was really on his leader. So the most fair from our perspective was to put one more time, but Mateusz, as because of the mistake from the first run, was putting it for Łukasz Kaliszewski.
Well, there you have it, guys. A very unusual situation there where 3 judges go 3 separate directions and one judge going for one going for the other, and one going for one more time. So there is nothing to split them, and we are indeed going one more time here for our second semi-final at DMP round 3 here under the lights in the Autodrom Jastrząb, a 21-hectare site specifically built for motorsport use, and with a hotel on site and everything. Alan Hines, would you agree with that explanation? You're a huge technical guy.
I think so. I mean, I understand the reasons from all 3 guys, to be honest with you. From our point of view here on stream, I did see the handbrake from Kuba Kroll, but of course at the time they did mention giving fault to Jastrząb for the contact, let's say. But of course we have to remember too, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's incomplete. I said that already earlier. So I think they gave the opportunity for Kuba Kroll to obviously go off and have a look at his car and inspect to make sure it was safe to drive for run 2, because of course there was contact from the chase driver. But as I said earlier, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a total incomplete on the chase driver of Łukasz Jastrząb. I do stand to be corrected by that, of course. But I mean, look at Łukasz Jastrząb's lead run after that. It was perfect. It was another 95-point run, lead run 100%, I would say. And I do think sending it one more time is possibly the fairest call. I do understand giving it to Kuba Kroll, and I also understand giving it to Łukasz Jastrząb. I mean, if you have to stand on the fence of it, I think sending it one more time is probably the fairest call there, really. And we get to see 2 awesome drivers send it one more time around this incredible layout here at Autodrom Jastrząb.
Yeah, I agree with everything, to be honest. There was just a couple of little things on either side, and as you said, the lead run there from Jastrząb was so good. And overall, that is the decision. So we get to see them go again one more time as we get great shots here of the crowd as they cheer and get hyped up by our local commentary team, of course, the guys, the legends there. And all very exciting stuff here at DMP round 3 under the lights, and it's just very good vibe event, Alan, with the car show, and we have of course the speed games as well. The Speed Games drift section out by the main paddock here, and helicopter rides.
The helicopter.
You're not going to catch me going on a helicopter. I did it when I was young a couple of times with a glass floor one at the front, and
that's class.
It was
unreal.
It was great at the time, but now that
there's a bit of Irish lingo came out there. Class, unreal. That's some of the words that we like to use here. So I do apologise about that. Helicopters, the coolest flying machines ever.
Now that I know how they work, you'll never catch me going up in one again, because I studied engineering in college and I learned a few things about factors of safety and stuff, and never again will I go up on a chopper. But if you fancy it and you fancy such a thrill,
I'll fly you. Trust me. If you let me fly, even though I have no experience of flying a helicopter, I would be the best pilot ever. I'm a Drift Masters driver. What do you expect, Mike?
Alan, and let you guys in on something at home here, guys. We rented a Volkswagen Polo from Krakow Airport on Friday, and you know what? I never felt in as much danger in my whole life as in the passenger seat with this fella last night coming out of Radom. We're doing
59 kilometres in the 60 and he's there like saying, Alan, slow down. I mean, come on.
I thought we were going to hit. I'm not sure how he does the transitions that he does in the drift car, because his depth perception of the wings of this Polo were terrible. But anyway,
it's the same as an S15. Come on, Mike.
we move it along back to the drifting as we go down to the line again, and we do have cars back on the line, and it is the second run. It is the one more time, the second time of the semi-final, or having a one more time, of course, between Jakub Kroll on the line here in the lead position. Łukasz Jastrząb, slightly the higher qualifier, qualifying in second, choosing to lead first again, and Jakub Kroll third place qualifier. So really high qualifiers and ending up in the semi-final, which is the way that I guess it is supposed to work. Doesn't always, but Łukasz Jastrząb looking good here in his very factory looking Q8 oil sponsored S14. As we are ready to rock, you can hear the sequential there engaging a gear, or the dog box possibly, but sounded like a sequential knocking it into gear, and the sequential is being used as both drivers get into first, second, third, possibly fourth there from Jakub Kroll as he puts foot to the floor, but Łukasz Jastrząb is right there with him. Look at this from Jastrząb in the chase position as Kroll puts down a perfect heater of a lead run. Beautiful stuff here from the Polish drivers. Now Kroll starts to pull away a little bit as he makes his way down through the power alley into outer zone 5. Jastrząb knows that he's way back. He has to make a big dive here. Doesn't quite work out for the Q8 oils driver and his S14, and Jakub Kroll full throttle. How fast there does he pass the camera as they finish the run?
Yeah, incredible stuff. These two giants here with the domestic championship of DMP, that is here in Poland, two of the giants of the Polish drifting scene. Check this out. Look at this incredible chase driving here from Łukasz Kaliszewski. Dives back onto Dorg, has a push of understeer, possibly look at the wet paint on the front tyre, might have caught him out there a little bit, and he does fall back on proximity through outside zone 4 here, and he's struggling through the transition here one last time, does a big dive, and he's just too far back to really kind of gain any sort of proximity back on Kuba Kroll. But of course, look, we know what to expect from Łukasz Kaliszewski's lead run. It is clinically perfect. He should be able to repeat that once again, and that should be the only thing that he can do in the situation, and hope that that Jakob Kroll can make a mistake. But I mean, we see Jakob Kroll, Drift Masters resident driver, and knows how to win a battle in Drift Masters, so I'm sure he knows how to win a battle as well in the top 4 here at DMP.
Yeah, well, remember, across the way in the semi-final we just saw a while back, Stavros Grillis taking out Łukasz Kaliszewski, who are second and third in the championship respectively. Jakob Kroll is fourth in the championship on 136 points. He really needs this win in order to keep his championship hopes alive. The former DMP champion is in the chase position, chasing in Łukasz Kaliszewski, who has no championship hopes as such this year, but he really wants to take home the podium in this event, and he is doing a good job of doing so far with a perfect lead run in through 1 and 2. Beautiful transition, once again very Kaliszewski-esque into 3. Now has a bit of a waver, has had that a couple of times, and drops a wheel in 4, so not the perfect transition into 4 from the Polish driver. Jakob Kroll now is putting foot to floor, and he's capitalising on that mistake from his fellow countryman, and he finds the door, he finds the wing, he finds the wheel of Kaliszewski, and is that it for Jakob Kroll? Does he take the win here, Alan Hines, with that end of the run?
Yeah, it's quite possible. I was expecting a little bit nicer of a leader of Kaliszewski, of course, from this point, from initiation all the way through. I mean, it was almost perfect once again. No mistakes here for Kaliszewski. Great stuff. Of course, look at Jakob Kroll really utilising that lead run Kaliszewski gave. He obviously had to make a little correction here. Does Kaliszewski in true outside zone 4, drops a wheel. Not ideal for his chance here of trying to win this battle. And Jakob Kroll does the smart thing, does a nice transition through into outside zone 5, and maintains proximity all the way to the finish. Consistent proximity, matching of the angle, mimicking the line as it go outside zone 6 here across the finish line. Mike, yeah, super close battle, of course, but I think this one we kind of have an answer for.
If Jakob Kroll wins this battle, as both drivers say, wow, what's going on here, man? If Jakob Kroll wins this battle, you couldn't have written the championship any better for the final round in third Poznan, because Stavros, Łukasz Kaliszewski and Jakob Kroll have all gotten their way as far as humanly possible. Stavros taking out Łukasz obviously in the semi-final. Kuba Przygoński got knocked out in the previous battle bracket, so the gap cannot be any closer, and indeed it is. Jakob Kroll takes the win, guys, getting his place in the final. Łukasz Kaliszewski drops into the third, fourth place playoff against Łukasz Kaliszewski, and there are going to be fireworks in that one. Hopefully Kaliszewski's car working, as we saw it shutting down there in his semi-final. But Jakob Kroll hits the roof of his S14.9, thanking it for its service tonight, and why wouldn't he, because it has been a fantastic dancing partner for him. And Jakob Kroll right now, Alan Hines, is looking at a final against the hard charging, the super fast Stavros Grillis from Greece.
Certainly so, as this next half of this battle, well, I mean, we've got third, fourth playoff first of all, right? So we're going to have a who's next? Łukasz Kaliszewski
versus Kaliszewski.
And Jakob, Łukasz Kaliszewski as well.
Yeah, so we're just going to go to the studio very briefly as we get the cars tired up and fueled up with Machalina, with I do believe it's Pavel Karpolinski, current Drift Masters European Championship leading driver, the Red Bull Drift Masters driver.
Dziękujemy bardzo, dziękujemy. Tak jest Paweł Karpolinski obok mnie, który sam szykuje się do wielkiego finału Red Bull Drift Masters Grande Finali na PGE Narodowym, ale dziś wspiera swoich zawodników. Dziś jest tutaj spoterem, oczami, uszami, doradcą, jeżeli chodzi o zawodników driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. Dozujemy te emocje, czekamy jeszcze na wielki finał i na ten mały finał. Ale zapytam Ciebie ogólnie, jak wrażenia, jeżeli chodzi o Autodrom Jastrząb, który debiutuje w kalendarzu driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. Co Twoi zawodnicy mówią o tym torze?
Zdecydowanie byli zaskoczeni, jak fajną konfigurację toru można było tutaj ustawić. Ja też jestem zaskoczony, to muszę wam powiedzieć, że uważam, że organizacja stanęła na wysokości zadania z przygotowaniem trasy. Jest ona bardzo ciekawa i myślę, że przede wszystkim dla kierowców jest przyjemna do jazdy. Jest to nitka trasy, gdzie początek jest dość szybki, następnie mamy tą jeszcze szybszą partię w okolicach 3. i 4. strefy zewnętrznej, następnie zwolnienie, strefa hamowania i ten nawrót. Dużo się tutaj dzieje, to z pewnością. Myślę, że jest to trasa, która zarówno daje świetną możliwość widowiska dla kibiców, jak i dla samych kierowców jest po prostu przyjemna w jeździe.
No właśnie, wróciliśmy na tor wyścigowy przede wszystkim. To też jest ten aspekt, który bardzo sobie chwalą zawodnicy. No i aspekt taki, który jest przyjemny dla kibiców, dla widzów, że rozgrywamy te finały po zmroku. Ty pewnie nie raz jeździłeś w takich warunkach. Nam to się bardzo podoba, no bo wystarczy spojrzeć, jak pięknie to się prezentuje w obrazku. Natomiast wiem, że zawodnikom wcale łatwiej nie jest. Muszą być bardziej czujni.
Tak, to zdecydowanie. Na pewno jest to dodatkowy element, który sprawia, że drifting staje się jeszcze bardziej widowiskowy, więc ogólnie uważam, że to świetny pomysł, ale tym samym na pewno jest to większe wyzwanie dla kierowców, bo ograniczona widoczność może być przeszkodą i trzeba naprawdę utrzymać pełny stan skupienia i jeszcze bardziej korzystać z nawyków i z tych przejazdów treningowych, gdzie mogli wszyscy mieli szansę jakby zakodować sobie, co po czym następuje i w których miejscach należy ekstra uważać, więc zdecydowanie duże wyzwanie, ale myślę, że warte tego niesamowitego widowiska i tego, że jest to coś innego. Drifting jest pięknym sportem, który jak widać też można świetnie wyeksponować w nocnych warunkach i jeszcze podkręcić jakby ogólnie show związane z zawodami.
Ja myślę, że bardzo podkręceni są także zawodnicy, którzy będą brali udział zaraz w walce o podium. Jaka jest rola spotera w takim momencie, krótko przed wyjazdem do finału? Czy jeszcze jest jakaś szybka analiza trasy? Czy jeszcze jest podpowiadanie, gdzie korygować błędy? Co się robi na te ostatnie kilka minut przed tym najważniejszym biegiem? Tak,
to też trochę zależy od tego, o którym momencie zawodów konkretnie mówimy. Rola spotera jest bardzo rozległa i dość skomplikowana, więc myślę, że nie mamy wystarczająco czasu, żeby wszystkie te aspekty wymienić, ale jeżeli pytasz o same finałowe przejazdy, to na pewno jest to krótka informacja o przeciwniku, czy spotter coś zauważył, z czym na przykład rywal miewa problemy, czy jest coś, co wykonuje w inny sposób niż poprzedni przeciwnicy, z którymi dany kierowca się spotykał. Krótka informacja o warunkach na torze. Kolejnym wyzwaniem, który towarzyszy nocnym rundom, to oczywiście warunki, które się często zmieniają, chociażby z racji innej temperatury powietrza, co też oczywiście wpływa na temperaturę nawierzchni, a to z kolei bezpośrednio wpływa na przyczepność, więc tych rzeczy, które spotter należałoby, żeby wychwytywał, jest bardzo dużo, więc informacje oczywiście na temat samego przebiegu takiego przejazdu też są przekazywane. Układa się pewną strategię dobraną i pod zawodnika, i pod dany etap zawodów, więc to też jakby różni się między przejazdami. Jest tego cała masa.
Ale jakieś notatki w trakcie chociaż, bo tego jest naprawdę, tak jak mówisz, tego jest strasznie dużo.
Tak, myślę, że spotterzy korzystają z opcji notowania tego. Warto byłoby chociaż mieć jakąś ilość informacji o każdym potencjalnym zawodniku, którego kierowca może spotkać. Jakby wiemy już po pierwszym dniu, po kwalifikacjach, znamy jakby przynajmniej stronę tabelki, w której się znajduje, więc teoretycznie możemy skupić się tak naprawdę na jednej połowie zawodników, czyli na lewej albo prawej stronie tabelki i wszystkich ich obserwować, bo są oni potencjalnymi przeciwnikami.
Twoi zawodnicy dzisiaj po dwóch stronach tabelki, Piotr Stańczak i
więc
Łukasz Zakrzewski.
Miałem lekko bardziej skomplikowane zadanie, bo musiałem oglądać wszystkich zawodników na dobrą sprawę. Oczywiście też częściowo bazujemy na doświadczeniu, które mamy. Zawodnicy w większości są to stali bywalcy serii, więc też wiemy, jak zazwyczaj podchodzą do jazdy, czy są jakby z zasady szybkimi zawodnikami, czy raczej tacy, którzy miewają problemy z tym, żeby pojechać odpowiednio za kimś szybszym od nich, więc jest bardzo dużo elementów i aspektów.
Głowa może rozboleć, jednym słowem. Do rozmowy wrócimy, bo już przed nami finały, więc będziemy się tej rywalizacji przyglądać. Z Pawłem Korpulińskim jeszcze porozmawiamy, wracamy za moment.
Thank you, Marcelina. And Pavel Korpulinski, and I correct myself, he's in second in the championship behind the man behind this car, Piotr Vincek, after the last round, but it is definitely looking like the Red Bull Drift Masters Championship is going to a Polish driver at the Peggy in Narodowa in a few weeks' time. Exciting times heading up there, but in the meantime we have Łukasz Kaliszewski in the third, fourth place playoff battle versus Łukasz Kaliszewski. Kaliszewski getting the A90 Supra back up and running after it's shut down in his semi-final, handing the win to Stavros Grillis. Let's see if Kaliszewski has enough for a man who has been on a charge and who has not been beaten really all weekend apart from machinery. Kaliszewski fires in the A90 Worthouse Budmat Supra. Kaliszewski looking for the door, but the pace of the Supra getting away from him there a little bit on initiation, but now Look at this, Tyszymski starts to find the doors, the bonnet starts to come up in the A90. Is that going to put off Kaliszewski? Not at all, because he is cool, calm and collected in the lead position here. Beautiful line from Kaliszewski, as basically what we've seen all weekend. Hotel here in the background and crossing the line, Alan Hines full throttle.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw a little mistake there from Łukasz Kaliszewski, which is the first one we've really seen from the leader on all day. Look at that pace from the A90 Supra. I mean, he full sends in through outside zone 1, through inside zone 2, outside zone 3, and it's only now Łukasz Tyszymski actually finally catches up to Łukasz in the Warta Supra. And as we see, the transition here from Łukasz Tyszymski is pretty decent onto the door of the A90 Supra. But one thing I did spot interestingly was it did seem like there was a little issue with that of Łukasz Kaliszewski's Supra. Look how the pace of it, no tire smoke here across the finish line, like as if the car is so hooked up he's got not enough pace, or so, I don't know, not enough wheel speed, like as if maybe they broke a gear in the gearbox or something like that, and he's had to drive the car like a gear higher or gear lower or something.
Interestingly, Alan Hines, sometimes with either a fueling issue but more likely a mechanical issue or an electrical issue, that's where his car shut down in the semi-final as well. And sometimes in a wiring loop, if there's an issue or something and the car leans around the same way in a corner, it could shut down. It just did seem to lose power in the same place, Alan.
You know? I wonder, did they break something in the gearbox or something and they're having to re-gear the car for a different gear that
possibly
might not be perfect, you know?
Yeah, quite possibly. He didn't shut down, but he definitely seemed to lose power, as you said. It was a good spot there, but look, it's just speculation. We don't know. They might have broken something or might have broken a final drive gear or something, who knows. But we are ready to rock for the second half of our fourth place playoff. This is third place on the podium here at an epic DMP Round 3 2026. Tyszymski leads us in, but look at this one, Kaliszewski, he is practically in the car with his countryman. Watch this for absolute crazy stuff for both drivers. Tyszymski leads us around outer zone 4, beautiful line from him. Kaliszewski in the Supra now looks for the door. Does he find it? Of course he does. He starts to really look for the wheel now, and he's right there in the pocket with Tyszymski pushing the Silvia around the track, and look at this, absolutely great stuff across the line. And interestingly, once again, Kaliszewski maybe just easing off at the very end, but yeah, great run there, Alan Hines.
I mean, look at this side-by-side initiation for Kaliszewski, doing a great job. That was some simulator-esque stuff right there, like you would see at the top level of the Virtual Drift Masters or some sort of top level of esports stuff. If you know what I know what I'm talking about, yeah, that's incredible driving right there. Unfortunately, Łukasz Tyszymski transitions quite late into outside zone 4, and it does make it a little bit difficult for Łukasz Kaliszewski to catch back up again. But Łukasz Kaliszewski, for the lack of seat time that he has at the pro level of top level competition here in the DMP, did a great job there to adapt to the position that he had to do, and of course get back onto the door across the line of that incredible Q8 Oils S14.
Well, we are about to find out who is taking third place on the podium as the crowd give their appreciation and the cameramen there get the shots of the drivers and the backs of the cars, and a big production here, of course, in DMP. I'd hate to think of the amount of staff here involved in the production, but it is, I'll tell you one thing, it is a lot, and the shots that we are getting prove exactly that. And the results have dropped in, and it will be Łukasz Kaliszewski who takes third place on the podium, knocking out Łukasz Tyszymski, the Polish driver, having a great run up until the final four, and unfortunately for him, just didn't have enough for the workhouse man, who takes third place on the podium and who will be delighted with that result. And we can announce as well, of course, that because of his results so far, Stavros Grillis, who we will see in just a moment's time, has overtaken, we believe, Kuba Przygoński in the lead of this championship due to his getting into the final position. But we will confirm that at the end, and indeed that tees us up very nicely as a segue into the final here. And we have the one and only Mr. Consistent, along with Kuba Przygoński, Mr. Polish drifting himself, Jakub Król, getting the thumbs up, ready to rock as they keep the car nice and cool there on the start line. Beautiful livery on this car, matching race suit, the professional all the way. Look at the carbon helmet. It is every young drifter's dream to be at this level, Alan Hines, with this kind of car and this kind of setup. And you know, we're about to see fireworks in the final now. Across the way from him, it is the one, the only, the Greek god. It is Stavros Grillis, looking all relaxed, putting his hand on his heart. This is what it means to him. I literally have goosebumps. Alan Hines, you will confirm that. Stavros Grillis, P5 in qualifying, the lower qualifier here, believe it or not, with a P5 finish. Jakub Król qualifying higher, choosing to lead. We are ready to rock for the final, guys, here of DMP Round 3 2026 at the Autodrom Jastrząb. It all comes down to this. All the weeks of work, the months of work preparation are all down to this battle. Jakob Krul leads us in. Stavros Grillis is right there with his little four-cylinder under the bonnet of his BMW. Jakob Krul, beautiful transition. Oh, but has to readjust a little bit. Dabs the handbrake on outer zone 3. Gets back into it now around 4. Beautiful line once again from the Polish driver. But the Greek is going to be all over him from right about here. No, he just leaves a little bit of a gap and now starts to find it back. Stavros Grillis putting foot to the floor, and Jakob Krul with a great finish across the finish line. Alan Hines, really good stuff there, apart from that one adjustment into 3 from Krul.
Yeah, I mean, it was not only that, but it was also an adjustment in outside zone 5 from Krul as well, but we'll get to that in a moment. Of course, look at Stavros Grillis doing a great job adapting to the lead run here. Obviously a bit of a decel there, a little bit from Jakob Krul as he goes through 4, or through outside zone 3 into outside zone 4 here, and Stavros Grillis doing a great job here, mimicking the line. Not really in door-on-door action that we would love to see, but you have to remember, these cars are both equally in speed. And Krul does fall out of zone 5 a tiny bit, and that's a major deduction there, but gets back into it, and that opens up the door a little bit for Grillis to get back door to door, wheel to wheel across that finish line. Yeah, this battle, I mean, we see what Stavros Grillis was like, earlier in battles, and of course Jakob Krul doing a great job as well. Great chase driving by him earlier, so I think this is going to be a great ending to this final battle here.
Well, it is indeed, Alan Hines, and I mean, watch this from Stavros Grillis. Remember the transitions that this guy has been doing all evening. He's been firing this car onto max angle, and I'd love to see the in-cars. His steering wheel must be working absolute overtime because he flicks it onto angle and just catches it, but Jakob Krul is once again Mr. Consistent. He is ready to rock in the chase position. I think it's quite level so far, maybe a tiny advantage to Stavros from those mistakes from Krul, but it's not been a big mistake, so it's still all to play for here. It is the last run of the night. Barra one more time here in the final of DMP round 3 2026. Stavros Grillis, the Greek god, leads us in. Jakob Krul is right there with him in his Silvia in formation. Stavros Grillis, watch the transition, and there it is, beautiful transition into 3 from the Greek, and a beautiful transition, 3 wheels it into 4. Brilliant stuff, but Jakob Krul is almost inside in the car with the Greek. Jakob Krul though cuts the track massively, makes a huge mistake, caught in the smoke on transition. Does that hand it to the Greek? We'll have to find out. And Stavros Grillis, as the camera shakes there, crosses the line, and Alan Hines, I've a sore throat, I'm out of breath, and I don't know what to say. I've no more to say about this, but wow.
Yeah, incredible speed there from Stavros Grillis in the lead position in this incredible 4-cylinder powered Toyota powered 2AR BMW. Of course, Jakob Krul doing a great job adapting that lead run. The only mistake I see from Grillis here is just barely getting a wheel to this outside zone 4. But unfortunately for Jakob Krul, he does mistime the transition here. Transitions a little bit too soon. Look at that, tries to bam in the middle of the track, and you can see Grillis probably looking over his shoulder a little bit there, seeing that incredible KHPS performance S14.9 in the wrong part of the track, and all Stavros had to do was just get it back across that line. You know what, I think we have a clear winner here, unfortunately, Mike, and this is possibly the ending of this battle that we did not expect to see. Of course, the Drift Master driver Jakob Krul, we did think coming into here clinically has the better chance of possibly taking this one, but of course I think Grillis really did a good job there, and I think we might have a clear winner here.
Well, Grillis tapped his heart on the start line. This means everything to him. He has secured his place as the wild card for the Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale in the PGA in Autodrom. He is securing his place in legend here in Polish drifting because he is a top European world level driver. We're about to find out, does he win? He does indeed. Stavros Grillis takes the win from Jakob Krul, and what a finale we've been treated to here at DMP round 3. What a run, and just absolutely crazy stuff. Jakob Krul, Mr. Consistent, unfortunately pushed to the very limits against Stavros Grillis and just didn't have enough in the tank, and what a run that was. And it means the world to Stavros Grillis, but Jakob Krul will be happy with his performance because he was fourth coming in to this weekend, and he has closed the gap on the top on Łukasz Przygoński. So we'll go down to the track. Victoria is here. She's spoken every language in Europe at this stage. She's going to have to do a bit of Greek again because she's down on track here with the winner, the one and only Stavros Grillis, the Greek god, and what a man. Let's hear from him.
Oh, you can hear us already. I am asking, first of all, you are the winner of third round of DMP. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's, I think, the best moment in this championship for us. It was a great night, a night that we will all remember forever. Thank to all the fans, to my team, that make my dreams come true. And what else?
On your face, you look like you don't believe it already. Not yet. And a lot of calm inside your head. The same was today inside the car. A lot of calm.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations, and see you in Warsaw.
See you in Warsaw indeed, and thank you Victoria and indeed Marcelina for the fantastic interviews all evening, keeping the action going and keeping the interesting content coming during the downtimes here and after the battles, etc., as we get joined on the podium here by Łukasz Kaliszewski. And what an evening it has been. So guys, we will head you to the studio where we will have Marcelina. Thank you so much from Alan Hines and myself. Thank you, Victoria, Marcelina, Piotrek behind the scenes, Carol, Camille, our producer. Thank you all so much, guys.
Podium, a my kontynuujemy rozmowę z Pawłem Korpulińskim w kontekście też tego, co wydarzyło się tutaj na Autodromie Jastrząb. Stavros Grillis zwycięski. Stavros Grillis, który zgarnia absolutnie wszystko dzisiaj, bo wygrywa rundę. Prawdopodobnie zostaje liderem klasyfikacji generalnej driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski i będzie także twoim rywalem na wielkim finale Red Bull Drift Masters na PG Narodowym. No właśnie, co za szalony wieczór, szalony dzień, ale te największe szalone emocje dla ciebie jeszcze przyjdą, prawda?
Tak, to zdecydowanie, ale dobrze, że wspomniałaś. Rzeczywiście dla Grillisa świetny weekend. Tak naprawdę wygrał wszystko, co mógł. Jeszcze dodatkowa przepustka na wielki finał Drift Masters. Myślę, że to gigantyczne wyróżnienie. Także należą się słowa uznania.
Zdecydowanie tak. Wielkie uznania także dla Polaków, których mieliśmy w top 4. Kuba Król na miejscu drugim, Łukasz Kaliszewski zamyka podium i Łukasz Tasiemski, który wrócił do swojego starego samochodu i było widać, że to zagrało. Jednak ta współpraca z Alfa Romeo nie poszła tak, jak miała pójść. To pokazuje, jak wiele znaczy dobra relacja z samochodem, prawda?
Tak, oczywiście. No to jest duża część sukcesu. No w motorsporcie jest taka, szczególnie w driftingu, że kierowca z samochodem tworzy zespół. I tutaj nie mówimy o zespole technicznym, o zapleczu przygotowania tego auta, tylko o samej współpracy kierowcy z maszyną, którą jeździ. Tutaj wszystko musi zagrać i wszystko musi być przygotowane na odpowiednim poziomie. No bo bez tego kierowca może być najlepszy, ale bez odpowiedniego sprzętu nie będzie w stanie rywalizować. A też jakby na tym bazujemy i musimy być pewni, że sprzęt da radę nas dowieść. I tutaj oczywiście reszta panów z podium i spoza niego też dała świetny pokaz umiejętności. Uważam, że to była świetna runda pod kątem poziomu jazdy, a dodatkowym oczywiście aspektem i pozytywną rzeczą było jazda po zmroku i wszystkie dodatkowe iluminacje, światła i to, co spowodowało, że ta runda była jeszcze bardziej widowiskowa. Także oczywiście gratulacje należą się też reszcie kierowców, którzy zajęli odpowiednio drugie, trzecie i czwarte miejsce.
Zdecydowanie tak, oraz organizatorom za przygotowanie tak świetnego widowiska, świetnego toru. Wróćmy więc do tego, co czeka nas w najbliższej przyszłości. Nie mówię tutaj o finale driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, tylko o finale Drift Masters, PG Narodowy. Tam będą rozstrzygały się losy tytułu mistrza Europy. Ty jesteś w grze cały czas. Z Piotrem Więckiem jesteście na czele stawki, ale ja też wiem, że sporo tych przygotowań przed tobą, tym bardziej, że czekacie jeszcze przed tym wydarzeniem wyjazd do Chin.
Tak, zgadza się. Dosłownie w piątek, w przyszłym tygodniu wylatuję do Chin na trzecią rundę chińskiego czempionatu, w którym biorę udział. Wracam 7 września, czyli w poniedziałek przed wielkim finałem narodowym. Będę miał krótki czas na adaptację, jeszcze przeprowadzenie kilku szybkich dni testowych na ponowne przyzwyczajenie się do mojego własnego samochodu. W Chinach też rywalizuję Nissanem S14. Teoretycznie są to dwa bliźniacze samochody, ale nie do końca. Jednak to, że jest to ten sam model nie sprawia, że jeździ się nimi identycznie, więc nie chcąc zmarnować bardzo cennego czasu treningowego już na samym finale, to muszę być przygotowany, więc na pewno szykuje się intensywny czas na te ostatnie dni, czy powiedzmy jeszcze tygodnie przed samym wielkim finałem.
Z drugiej strony nie ma takiego momentu, nie ma takiego czasu, w którym myśli się za dużo i oczekuje na ten finał, bo ty będziesz cały czas w tym rytmie startowym. Fakt, trzeba się przyzwyczaić potem z powrotem do tego auta, które finalnie wystartuje w tym finale. No bo tak jak powiedziałeś, są dwie ekipy, dwa różne samochody, choć podobne, to jednak delikatne niuanse są. Natomiast właśnie chodzi mi o to, że to przygotowanie startowe jest cały czas i chyba tak lepiej spędzać ten czas do finału, aniżeli oczekując finału.
Tak, zdecydowanie. No, lepiej jeździć niż nie jeździć w ogóle. To też uważam, że jakby generalizując, czas za kierownicą jest najbardziej cennym i wartościowym czasem w przygotowaniu. I to często powtarzam, że jeździć, jeżeli ktoś oczywiście ma szansę, to należy jak najwięcej, no bo to jest pewien fundament i możliwość ulepszania swoich umiejętności, co w ogólnym rezultacie ma przełożenie na wyniki.
Dokładnie tak. Z Piotrem Więckiem widziałeś się w parku maszyn?
Tak, oczywiście.
Rozmawialiście trochę?
Rozmawialiśmy kilkukrotnie. Piotr jest tutaj w podobnej roli jak ja, też jakby nie jest sam, bo Łukasz ma cały zespół spoterski, tak bym powiedział, bo jest jeszcze Maciej, ale pełnimy podobne role tutaj i tak, zamieniliśmy kilka słów. Oczywiście myślę, że oboje tak samo oczekujemy tego wielkiego finału.
Bardzo Ci dziękuję, Paweł. Wszystkiego dobrego, dobrej zabawy w tych ostatnich momentach na Drift Masters. Ja za dzisiaj bardzo Tobie dziękuję. Paweł Kropliński był moim Państwa gościem, a my przenosimy się, Szanowni Państwo, już na dekorację. Za chwilę podium.
Jeden, dwa. O, słychać nas. Witamy serdecznie na dekoracji rundy numer 3 driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. I zanim przejdziemy do dekoracji, chcielibyśmy Wam bardzo gorąco podziękować za wspaniały doping. Zróbcie dla siebie wielki hałas!
Byliście naprawdę rewelacyjni, także chcemy Was usłyszeć! No dobrze, a teraz przechodząc do rozdania nagród, zaczynamy od kwalifikacji klasy semi-pro i mamy tutaj zwycięzcę. Prosimy o wielkie, wielkie brawa. Najlepszy zawodnik kwalifikacji klasy semi-pro, Wacław Burian, brawo!
Wielkie brawa, dziękujemy serdecznie, a przed nami najlepszy w kwalifikacjach klasy pro, panie i panowie, Łukasz Kaliszewski!
Ale słuchajcie, dajcie wielkie, wielkie brawa dla Łukasza Kaliszewskiego, niech on Was usłyszy! Zwycięzca kwalifikacji klasy pro! Dobrze, i przechodzimy do klasyfikacji zespołowej na miejscu 3. I prosimy o duże brawa ekipa HPS Performance!
Miejsce 2. Motul Drift Team, zapraszamy!
I słuchajcie, duże brawa dla Motul Drift Team, ale nagrodźcie ich wielkimi, wielkimi brawami. I w klasyfikacji zespołowej na miejscu 1. Ełwik Drift Team! Wielkie, wielkie brawa! Naprawdę niesamowita rywalizacja, jeśli chodzi o klasyfikację zespołową.
Drodzy Państwo, ale to jest czas na wielkie brawa dla najlepszych teamów. Zróbcie hałas!
Słuchajcie, niech oni Was usłyszą raz jeszcze głośno, głośno, głośno! Czyli Ełwik Drift Team, Motul Drift Team i HPS Performance.
Dziękujemy serdecznie najlepszym teamom w klasyfikacji drużynowej. Co przed nami, Maćku?
A przed nami za moment rozdaję nagród dla klasy semi-pro. Poczekajmy jeszcze, dajmy zrobić im sobie to pamiątkowe zdjęcie, chociaż nie, już lecimy na miejscu 3. Klasa semi-pro i prosimy o duże brawa. Adam Gomoliszek! Zgarnie nagrody, czyli Petrygo od Orlen Oil, a także 20 litrów paliwa Warter Fuels.
A na miejscu drugim i nagrody Petrygo Orlen Oil, 40 litrów paliwa, Waterfuels, Maksymilian Miękoś!
I oczywiście miejsce pierwszej nagrody w postaci oleju Petrygo Orlen Oil, 55 litrów paliwa, Waterfuels zgarnia dzisiaj, prosimy o największe brawa, Iwan Baby! Brawo! I słuchajcie, raz jeszcze nagrodzik wielkimi brawami! Ale głośniej, niech oni was usłyszą!
Najlepsza trójka semi-pro trzeciej rundy driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski rozgrywanej na Autodromie Jastrząb. No i przed nami najlepsi klasy pro.
Dokładnie tak, najlepsi zawodnicy klasy pro, zaczynając od miejsca trzeciego i prosimy o duże brawa. Łukasz Kaliszewski, który zgarnia fotel gamingowy Prime, głośnik Prime, Petrygo Orlen Oil, a także 20 litrów paliwa Waterfuels. Wielkie brawa.
Miejsce drugie i nagrody w postaci hulajnogi Prime, głośnika Prime, Petrygo Orlen Oil, 40 litrów paliwa Waterfuels, Kuba Król!
I słuchajcie, największe brawa dla zwycięzcy, który zgarnia hulajnogę Prime, głośnik Prime Oil, Petrygo Orlen Oil, 55 litrów paliwa Waterfuels. Nagrodźcie go wielkimi brawami, Stavros Grillis! I tak wygląda najlepsza trójka klasy pro. Naprawdę niesamowita rywalizacja za nami w wykonaniu tej trójki. Coś pięknego, absolutnie.
Szanowni Państwo, i to jest czas na wasz gromki aplauz. Halo, Autodrom Jastrząb, zróbcie hałas!
Ale wszyscy! Także słuchajcie, dziękujemy raz jeszcze. Dajcie im duże brawa, niech oni was usłyszą. Kuba Król, Stavros Grillis, Łukasz Kaliszewski.
Wielkie brawa, dziękujemy wam bardzo.
Jeszcze zostało nam ostatni, rozdaję, także panowie ręce do góry, pamiątkowe zdjęcia. To jest właśnie ten moment, chwila chwały. Także dziękujemy wam bardzo, a zostało nam jeszcze ostatnie ogłoszenie, czyli dzika karta na Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale 2026, ale to za moment, panowie, poczekajcie. Kuba, jeszcze mamy jedną dekorację.
Panie i panowie, przed nami ostatnia dzisiejsza dekoracja, czyli dzika karta na Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale 2026 na PGE Narodowym. A tę kartę otrzymuje, panie i panowie, Stavros Grillis!
Okay, so wild card for Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale goes to Stavros Grillis. I to jest ta dzika karta na wielki finał Red Bull Drift Masters Grand Finale na PGE Narodowym 11-12 września Warszawa. A wy raz jeszcze nagrodźcie Stavrosa Grillisa wielkimi brawami! A my dziękujemy wam bardzo serdecznie za to, że byliście z nami na całej rywalizacji. To była trzecia runda driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, a byli z wami Tomasz Więcek
i Maciej Kiwak. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dzięki.
Drodzy Państwo, bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy za to, że byliście razem z nami podczas trzeciej rundy DMP Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. To były fantastyczne emocje, fantastyczne finały. No i widzimy się już 26 i 27 września podczas wielkiego finału na torze w Poznaniu. Nie może Was tam zabraknąć, więc koniecznie już wpisujcie tą datę w kalendarz, rezerwujcie czas, kupujcie bilety i do zobaczenia w centrum Wielkopolski.